24. So we'll talk about that for Texas. And yeah, I got some Washington breakdown too about the Sugar Bowl. So yeah, it's an exciting time in sports. Kind of hit a sweet spot.
We kind of did
Yeah,
yesterday
hit a ran a
afternoon,
little
man.
sweet spot on a Thursday.
Well, we knew the Kobe Black news was coming down,
Kobe
and that
Black.
wasn't a big surprise. And I know you covered it on the On Texas Football. I was watching you and Bobby Burton yesterday as the news came down. Then here comes the Malik Murphy story, and then here comes the schedule.
Oh
and,
man.
Oh man, it was head on a swivel Wednesday into a Thursday morning. Let's go ahead.
No, before we do that,
Yes,
I know
sir.
as always, we got to shout out to those who serve before we get started because we got a hell of a show. But also, we want to give a shout out to those who consider it an honor, but also a burden to serve. Our society built on these selflessness of service, so we are proud and happy to do it every morning. It's the least that we could do. Give a shout out to those who are doing God's work, whether it's God, country, or community. We appreciate you, the soldiers, first responders, the teachers, nurses. It doesn't matter who you are. We appreciate you out there serving. We can't name each and every one of you, but you're on our hearts and our minds. Appreciate it.
And as we always say, hit us up on the message text line. You can hit us at 447-3776. Send a shout out as we did. Chan did just yesterday with a friend of his who serves in our military. Appreciate them. So if you've got someone you'd like to shout out here ahead of the holiday season or in the holiday season, go ahead and fire that up or any comments you may have on the conversations of the morning. 512-447-3776 on this Thursday as we count down the days to Christmas, count down the days to the new year. And let's get you caught up, though. If you your head wasn't on a swivel last night, maybe you were busy, you missed a lot of the news that dropped. Let's get you caught up on the top stories of a Thursday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you these top stories. Start with college football, and afternoon and evening busy for the Longhorns football team. First came official word out of Waco that Texas has added a huge piece to their 2024 recruiting class. Five-star cornerback Kobe Black made his long-awaited declaration to the Longhorns at Connolly High about 4:30 yesterday. The coveted 6'2", 200-pound defensive back donned a Texas ball cap and revealed that he's been committed to the Longhorns since August and just now declared as the 21st commitment to the 2024 class that's now ranked 6th in the national composite. Of course, official signing window comes next Wednesday. That news was followed closely by a report from Pete Thamel of ESPN that Longhorn redshirt freshman quarterback Malik Murphy intends to enter the transfer portal, and he'll do so immediately. He will not be with the team in the Sugar Bowl in 18 days. The report added that Murphy would have preferred to stay and play out the season, but the timing of the portal window simply did not allow for it. Murphy helped Texas finish off a big road win at Houston back in October after Quinn Ewers suffered a third-quarter shoulder injury in that game. He then led Texas to home wins as a starter over BYU and Kansas State on the Longhorns' trip to a 12-1 season, a Big 12 championship, and now a spot in the college football's 4-team playoff. He will immediately become one of the most sought-after players in the transfer portal market. Redshirt freshman will be immediately eligible and have 3 seasons remaining. That news was followed by the SEC on a made-for-TV ESPN special releasing the entire 2024 college football schedule for next season, all 16 teams, including Texas and Oklahoma. That revealed the Longhorns' first-ever conference game will come on September 28th when Texas welcomes Mississippi State to Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium. They'll enjoy the first of 2 bye weeks ahead of their annual showdown with Oklahoma at the Cotton Bowl on October 12th. Then it's back to DKR for a showdown game with the Georgia Bulldogs on October 19th. Then off to Nashville, where they'll face Vanderbilt the following Saturday. Then comes the second bye week, followed by a home tilt with Florida, the Gators on November 9th at DKR. Then a trip to Fayetteville to meet Arkansas on the 16th. Back home to face Kentucky the following Saturday. And then they wrap up the regular season November 30th with a much-anticipated trip to College Station to face Texas A&M the Saturday after Thanksgiving in the first matchup between the 2 longtime rivals since 2011. Okay, got all that. College hoops, another win for 5th-ranked Texas. And the women last night, they rolled to an 88-75 win at Arizona last night. Rory Harmon led the way with 19 points, 11 assists, and 9 rebounds. Taylor Jones added 16 for now 11-0 Texas. Developing story out of basketball in the NBA. Draymond Green suspended indefinitely by the league after his latest altercation. Of course, was ejected from their game the other night, smacking Nursef Jurkic in a basketball game there, suspended indefinitely. And tonight in Tampa, Texas women's volleyball, a Final Four matchup with Wisconsin. That game over in Tampa, the winner will play for the national championship. Longhorns there for the 15th time under head coach Jared Elliott.
All right, let's get back into some Texas football conversation. The Malik Murphy news, not shocking anybody. It's not that surprising. I thought what was interesting about the report was that he said he wanted to stay, but the timing of the transfer portal didn't allow for him to stay. He didn't go into detail about it. To me, that reading between the lines basically says that he was basically incentivized to go because there are not enough spots out there for a quarterback. He doesn't exactly know where he's going. Maybe he does know where he's going, and they want him there already. I don't know if he does. I think he's got a few locations that he's probably researching, and he's got to, make sure that he makes himself available as soon as possible before those spots fill up. It's only a few Power 5 quarterback jobs available, and he's one of those guys that will be coveted for a few of those spots. And the offense doesn't always fit. You got to think about compatibility. So you got to do research on the offense. You got to go visit the schools. You got to go talk to the coaches, make sure that you like the coaches, that you like the culture there. I mean, there's a lot to vet. It's kind of a mini recruiting process all over again. And I'm sure maybe he's got an idea, or maybe he already knows. But if he doesn't know, he's got research to do. He's got work to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge decision for him. I mean, he's been a loyal Longhorn for sure. And his direct quote on a phone interview with Pete Thamel was, "I hate it. I hate it. I'm super invested in this team, everything that we've done all the way, and the work that we've put in together. It's hard to walk away, especially at this point during the season." And that's, a personal indictment on the NCAA and when this window and how this window works. I understand the NCAA is being tugged in all directions, but we said when it opened on December the 4th, it's open for 30 days. And then it closes, and the Longhorns play on January 1st, and it closes on January 3rd. So, he can't do all of it. It's just the way the window works. Now, in previous years, the window was open for 45 days. I believe, or just open until I don't know the exact number of days, but they limited it to 30 days. That was on request of the coaches.
Yeah, because they wanted to have a more finite window.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is a shame. The young guy can't play with his team through the season and then transfer after. Not that there couldn't be some kind of – but you're right. He's got to find the right school. There's got to find the musical chairs.
It's actually not the fault of the NCAA and their decision in the portal, in my opinion. This is about this young man having to vet, having to do research. Sure. I mean, it's not like
visits.
Unless he already knows exactly where he's going. Now, if that is the case, then you can wait around. But I don't know if that's the case. I think he actually has like probably 3 or 4 schools that he's interested in, or maybe that are interested in him. He's got to make himself available just so he can talk to the coaches. Now, he could do it, but then it would be tampering. But so he can talk to the coaches and visit the schools and do the research. He's got to put himself in the portal. And I know he hates it, but man, this is part of the process, and this is part of the the portal process now.
It is. Yeah. All I'm saying is there are a lot of things that are wrong with it. I mean, everything, it's changed so much, but the young guy can't. He wants to be with his team. He wants to try to win on national championship.
Can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, I know. But should you be able to?
Well, other than making tampering legal, I don't know. They can make tampering legal and then be like, okay, he's going to sign with this school, but he's staying with Texas.
Right,
in
that's
that
the
case.
thing, right? He has to put his name in the portal. I'm assuming that this timing is based on the fact that he had to finish up school and get his grades and get school done to be eligible academically to move. It's just, there's no good answer to it as far as how you could pull it off. I understand what you're saying, but you feel for a guy that has been a great teammate and Texas wouldn't be where they are without him, without a doubt. I mean, he's won 2 games as starting quarterback. Pulled out a win at Houston to when Quinn Ewers got hurt and helped finish that game off, and back-to-back wins to lead the Longhorns to their first championship in 14, 15 years. So you can tell it's a tough decision, but adults got to make decisions.
Yeah,
and I get it. It's just it's not going to be the first time or the last time this happens.
No, I think for quarterback it's unique. I think if it was a skill position where there are more spots available to play, right? It was a defensive back.
Sure,
it's like there are a lot of DB spots, linebacker spots, wide receiver spots. Only one quarterback, guys. One. That's why so many of them transfer. That's why there's basically a 70% transfer rate for blue chip quarterbacks. Look at Texas. They got the guys in the quarterback room. Quinn transferred in, Malik transferred out. I mean, that's pretty much the reality of every major blue blood Power 5 program in the country. They're all dealing with it. It's Puffy's old something, more money, more problems. And you want these problems. You want the problem of, man, our quarterback room is so damn talented. We got to let a really talented quarterback walk. He doesn't see a path to play because our quarterback room is so loaded because Quinn's going back, and I think this is coming back, and I think that's the other story.
I mean, I understand the reality of it, but it is a shame that a young guy won't be able to play for a national championship with his teammates, with his guys. He'll never get that chance ever again in his life.
I agree.
And he's a big part of this team, and that's It's just the window. I don't know what the exact answer is, but yeah, he's got to be able to enroll in a school and find a spot that fits his skill set, that he likes. I mean, all those things. Find a coach that he fits with, and by rule, he can't talk to anybody until he's actually in the portal. And Steve Sarkisian, through some reports, made it clear that they would welcome him back if he wanted to stay. But at the same time, the timing doesn't allow it. I mean, that's just his statement to Pete Thamel is true. He hates it, but it's if the window closes between the Longhorns game on the first and before they would play the second game, even if they win. So there's really no way to
you have to
pull
wait
it
till
all
the next
off.
window then, when that would be
After spring.
a bad decision,
Right?
a really
which,
bad
which
decision.
would mean he'll have to wait until
he wouldn't be able to compete for a spot.
Right. He wouldn't be able to go to spring practice and get enrolled at the school he wants to be at. And that's just, again, numbers game. Sark's done a great job of stacking quarterbacks, and Malik's been a loyal guy who stuck all the way through, right?
That's all you can ask.
You can ask.
Is what happened with Shane Buechele. That was a great example too. Buechele did the same thing, right? He stayed long enough for you to stabilize the position. These guys have to go look for a better opportunity to play, so that, like Buechele, you can go to the NFL and get your NFL shot, right? You have to do that, but you don't make it to a Big 12 title game in 2018 without Shane Buechele coming in. And the truth is, guys, and I've been saying it at the quarterback, at the pro level or the college level, you better have your backup quarterback buttoned up. Hell, Florida State just missed a chance to play for the national title because the backup quarterback position isn't buttoned up. You better have your second and your third ready. Hell, the NFL's got 18 teams now that's coming up this weekend that have been playing multiple starting quarterbacks at one point. Hell, last year in the Big 12, only Hunter Deckers made it through the entire season, starting every game in the Big 12. And hell, he was dismissed from the team because of gambling allegations. And this year, Quinn, once again, had to miss a couple of games. Everybody deals with that, with their quarterback having to miss 1 or 2 games. I don't know what's really going on. I think it's O-line play, honestly. I think what it comes down to, you got to be looking at offensive line play as one of them. We got a clip that we'll play later on of Andrew Whitworth talking about that, but that's another discussion, sidebar, but I digress. You got to have your backup quarterback buttoned up and your third-string quarterback. This is a new era of football where you cannot afford to be irresponsible in your approach to your quarterback room, period.
No, without a doubt. And I just, I just feel bad for Malik
and
Murphy.
Sark does a great job.
Sark
does a great job. Not criticizing.
You now know Arch Manning will be the backup quarterback for both games if the Longhorns play 2 games left or just 1. Arch Manning will get the reps, and he will be the backup quarterback. And beyond that, I don't know. I don't know what the third.
And Charles Wright, I think.
Charles Wright, I guess.
I think he's your third string quarterback right now, and then I think that'll change, and Trey Owens will probably be the third string once he comes on campus.
Yeah, and look, when they announced the change to the rule it was right before the season started. It was going to go to 30 days. This could have happened. This could be for any player that's playing in the 14 playoff.
Exactly.
It's just the way the timing goes. I mean, and as we've talked about, could they move the window? Same time, coaches know kids want to make their decision. Then they want when they're not playing in a bowl game or not playing in the Final Four, they want to start in early December of where their next spot's going to be. That's just the timing of college football right now. But you do feel for a guy. And I'm sure he can still come to the game. He can still be at the game.
Oh
if he
yeah,
wants
I'm
to.
sure. But
once he's picked his new school,
right
and be around his team.
I don't know if there's an easy solution for it for this particular situation where you end up a guy is up in the playoff and playing the quarterback position. I gotta tell you, it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate.
I was gonna say, do y'all have deja vu, or is it just me?
Why?
Now that we're, with Malik gone, we're 1 snap away from a 5-star freshman taking over at quarterback with national championship hopes on the line.
Well, I mean,
that's spooky.
It's
spooky, Brock.
Brock is our producing. Ty's still feeling a little bit under weather today, so Brock will be our man as we get this thing cranked up this morning. But I mean, it's a good point, and it's it's not surprising. I mean, I guess the surprising one, it took until now that it came down. I wondered why he wasn't one of the first names into the portal back in early December, and now obviously he had to finish up his semester and finish up grades and all those kind of things. And now
he was just dreading it. Seems like he was just dreading
trying to find a way through it.
He knew it was going to happen. He just didn't want to do it.
I mean, I immediately thought of
you don't have those adult decisions like I know I need to do it, but I don't want to do it. And wait till the last minute to do it.
I immediately thought of Jeff Choate, the linebackers coach and co-defensive coordinator, who's going to take the job at Nevada. But he's going to stay, and he wants to be a part of this. He wants to coach this team and see it through. And I'm assuming that's kind of Malik's mindset. I'd like to see it through, finish the mission. They've done a great job of building that. He's been a huge part of it with his teammates, and I just hate it for the guy that he
give him a ring.
Well, hopefully,
you get a ring. Give him the ring.
Wherever you choose.
Well, you're gonna get a ring anyway because you get a ring just for going to
100%.
Sugar Bowls. I'm saying whenever you get your rings done, just ship Malik one of them rings.
But
Hopefully, it's a championship ring.
You more than anybody, Rod, know. I mean, you're a competitor. He just wants to be a part of it with his team. He wants to be in the fight with him.
Yeah.
And there's just the rule, the way it works. I mean, this is life. Life's not fair. I get it. And he's going to have an opportunity to go be a starting quarterback and go elsewhere. With Quinn's pretty much decision that he's going to be coming back, that had to be
that's what it was
dealt with.
That was a big part of it.
Sure,
let's be honest
sure.
with and maybe that's part of what he was waiting on too.
Right.
Maybe because Quinn hasn't made the decision official. We just are hearing reports, and we hear Mel Kiper talking about he can come back to school, and we assume, okay, he's coming back to school because of that loaded quarterback class.
Sure.
Maybe Malik had to have a conversation with Quinn. Like, hey, Quinn, man, can we have a conversation? Just me and you? Can we talk? You coming back? Yeah, I'm coming back. All right. I need to hear from you. That's all. We good.
Well, here
could be a lot, with that decision.
Initial thought, my hope is he finds the best school for him. Whether it's on the West Coast or it's Ohio State or it's wherever he lands. And then he's on the sidelines, at least with his team, for these games.
That'd be great.
Or this game, at least if it's one. He just, Bijan Robinson and Roshan Johnson opted out, and they were on the sidelines last year at the Alamo Bowl.
That'd be cool.
That would be, it'd be maybe the best case at this point, because he needs to go figure out his next step while his team begins practice this weekend for their bowl opportunities to win a national championship. And yes, if the Longhorns do find a way to win 2 games and go 14-1, win a national championship, he definitely will get a ring, and he'll forever be a part of Longhorn legend that he helped Texas win a national championship, or certainly play for one at this point. And a Big 12 championship can't take that away from him. To this point. The other big news was Kobe Black committing.
Kobe.
And as he said, it was pretty non-eventful because he put a hat on. He said, I've been committed since August.
He did a little hat thing.
He
put like 2-3 hats on total, and then obviously put the long. So a little drama. But not really.
Yeah, as our friend Jerry Hamilton from On3 Sports said yesterday, if Kobe Black doesn't commit to Texas this afternoon, I'm quitting football recruiting. I'm going to cover badminton because it was kind of a foregone conclusion. A lot of insiders knew that he'd already committed and just wanted to have his day, which, have his
and he admitted that, right?
Yeah, he did.
He was committed, what'd you say, since August?
Since August.
So that's why there wasn't any drama surrounding it.
Yeah.
He was committed for a while.
Yeah, so the Longhorns were not real nervous about that one, but, hey, it's a big deal. 5-star corner.
They need him.
Big-time player, played both ways at Waco. Connolly was just their best player, but this is on the heels of Manny Muhammad and Terrence Brooks, and you're kind of stockpiling some 5-star defensive backs, and they're in the mix for this kid Xavier Phil Sami from McKinney, who will be in town this weekend, trying to finish off with back-to-back, make it 5-star players in this class is what they're hoping to close with next Wednesday. But that was big. You played the cornerback position right at a high level.
Yeah.
You studied this young guy. He's a real good player.
He is he's got all the raw materials to be a high-level premier press corner for Texas. That's what they want to start doing. They want to start playing more press man on field and boundary. He even remarked when my man Ray got an interview with him on the live stream we did on Texas Football that the coaches have been talking to him about Ryan Watts a lot, and Ryan Watts plays the boundary corner. So if they're looking at him as a boundary corner, that means he's going to be in press all the time, like the majority of the time. And they think that he's one of those guys that can be a technician at the position and play consistent press on that side. Also, I love the fact that he plays both ways. He's a guy that's got ball skills. He can potentially be a ball hawk for you too. He's got really good ball skills. As an offensive player, that means hopefully that translates to the DB, but he's patient. He's got really good feet. He's got great hips, nice wingspan, long and rangy, really good hand placement for a young guy. It's just he looks like right now he could have an accelerated developmental kind of rate as a player. That's why he's a 5-star. Because when you watch him, he's got all the raw materials, and just the thought that if you kind of put him in a situation where he can just focus on playing defensive back and playing cornerback, because right now they got him playing everything. All right, he's their best athlete, so they move him around, got him playing everything. That he can end up being a high level corner for you. So I think he's in the same mode of a guy like Malik Muhammad, because Malik Muhammad's kind of a press coverage specialist. That's what he is. Terrence Brooks plays a lot of press, but Terrence Brooks is his X-Man ability is more in his footwork, not a lot of wasted motion. And Kobe Black's got some of that too. So they got 3. I mean, these are the next level corners that I think this group is looking for. They're prioritizing coverage, which I think is important, because I've always said it, and I think this coaching staff is probably coming to the same conclusion. You cannot coach and teach coverage. there's certain traits that you cannot coach and teach, and I think coverage is one of them. I think pass rushing ability is one of them. You can improve, you can always get better, but if you're talking about a guy reaching an elite level of play with that particular technique, with those fundamentals, I would say that's something that's innate, or it's something that's usually programmed early in a guy. And I think now the Texas staff, they're prioritizing coverage specialists. That's what Kobe Black is. That's what Malik Muhammad is. That's what Derek Williams was. That's what Phil Sami. These guys, they can flat out cover. You can teach them all the other things about open field tackling. You can teach them angles. You can teach them how to run the alley. We can teach them how to take on blocks with the right leverage, with the right shoulder. All that we can teach in the classroom. What you really can't teach is a guy who can just go out there and just cover. Look at Texas right now. They got good players in the secondary. They got good athletes in their secondary. They're not coverage specialists necessarily. Taft, Jaron Thompson, Keaton Crawford, good players, not coverage specialists. That's what they want. Yeah. Then they'll turn them into great all-around football players.
Right? You're looking for that pass rushing trait, that running back trait, that receivers have it too. Is he a natural high point catcher? Can he make catches in traffic? Great hands, that kind of stuff. And we'll coach the rest, or speed. Speed kills. You can't coach speed.
Exactly.
That's always been said. But yeah, he joins Kobe Black out of Waco. Joins Wardell Mack, who they flipped from Florida. He is another tall corner, 6'1", 175. Jackson Johnson-Rubel out of IMG Academy.
Safety that can play nickel.
Safety that's coming in, and he'll be here. As we told you yesterday, he's one of the 4 players we'll be practicing with the Longhorns ahead of the bowl game because he's got all his work done. And then Santana Wilson is a defensive back from Scottsdale, Arizona, also a high-rated 4-star. His father, Adrian Wilson, played many a year in the National Football League. Yeah. And is now an executive with the Arizona Cardinals. So those are your 4 defensive backs. They'd like to make it 5 by Wednesday with the McKinney safety Xavier Phil Sami. So we'll follow that. The class stands at 21. And then, of course, you got the portal that the Longhorns are dipping into as well. They're going to lose Malik Murphy and about 7 others out of the portal their own way. And so we'll certainly keep you posted here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. So we're just getting warmed up. What are your thoughts on the Malik Murphy thing? We'll debate. And is there a way to allow for him to help finish the mission and still land in a good spot? Probably not, based on the clock. We've also got the schedule. Oh, wow. Then the schedule came out.
No.
So we now know the official Longhorn schedule for 20 and 24. We can run through the next, now 14 games. We now know they got 1 and maybe 2 left in this year, and then we know what's coming next year. 4 non-conference, 2 bye weeks, Rod.
2 bye
weeks. And the 8 SEC games.
I like this. I think it's favorable.
I think it lines up pretty good for Texas.
I think it does, actually. I was a little fearful. It's nice. They got one, tough stretch, but it's not even a stretch. It's just a back-to-back.
Yeah, no, it's right.
That's it.
I didn't anticipate the 2 bye weeks. I mean, that's when I was trying to make the schedule and do the puzzle yesterday. I didn't. And 2 bye weeks.
That's friendly, man. 2 bye weeks is friendly.
It sure is.
And where they are, where the bye weeks are,
where they land
pretty good.
Is kind of where you want to put them. So we'll talk about that coming up. Also, Rod will take us behind the BOC. We'll get into the Week 15 of the National Football League. Draymond Green suspended indefinitely, not surprising. All that coming on a very, very busy Thursday. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Getting word of a crash in the southbound frontage of I-35 right there near Palmer Lane. We're noticing some delays on the main lanes in that area too, so watch out through there. North Austin, we do have a little incident. Don't think it's going to be anything huge. The major thoroughfares are starting to build up though. The interstate specifically, Kyle to Buda, then Onion Creek to Stastny, and Riverside to Cesar Chavez. Westbound on Highway 71, Garfield to Toll 130. Westbound on 290. Headed toward FM 973 in the Manor area, also slowing down, but that's all routine. I'm Don Miller, and that's your traffic.
Hey, it's Aaron Hogan, and this month our tour of Central Texas golf courses, powered by Callahan's General Store, is back, and we shine the spotlight on Grey Rock Golf Club in South Austin. Visit hornfm.com and take a tour with me and our golf pro Omar Uresti. Grey Rock Club is back open and sprinkled with towering oaks, providing the perfect runway on every drive. 160 acres of nature and majestic views back open from their restoration. Check out Grey Rock and all the courses we visited during our tour of Central Texas golf, powered by Callahan's General Store, only at hornfm.com.
Hey, it's Aaron Hogan for Orchard, and you can use your imagination with me for a second, but imagine this: selling your old home from the comfort of your couch in your new home. I know, it's crazy in your imagination, right? But actually, it's true. With Orchard, you can move into your new home before selling your old home and still sell for top dollar. There's example after example. Here's just one. Couple moving from Colorado to Texas for work. It's going to be a nightmare. They have to sell their old home first, then move and rent an apartment, then move again into their home. What a nightmare. We've all heard those stories, been a part of that maybe. Then they found out about Orchard's Move First program, which enabled them to sell their old home home after moving into their new home on their timeline. No home showings, no prep work. Orchard does it all. Oh, and there's even more good news. Orchard sold their home in less than a week and for more than they thought.
Orchard sold our old home in less than a week and for way more than we thought. So we got a boat.
So again, it's not in your imagination. It's absolutely true and happening all the time and every day. Buy your next home before you sell and be prepared to be delighted. Get a free, no obligation cash offer from Orchard, ORCHARD.com. That's orchard.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-306-8158 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-306-8158. That's 800-306-8158. What do you have to lose? Call 800-306-8158. Again, 800-306-8158.
When your money's on the line, put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you tools to win. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down, you can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds boosts, same game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, and touchdown is another chance at a big payday. To get started, go to mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl frontrunner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else like MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
3 bands, 1 stadium. Journey, Def Leppard, the Steve Miller Band, 3 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame icons, their biggest hits. Together, Friday, August 16th, Alamo Dome. Tickets on sale today, 10 a.m. at DefLeppardJourney2024.com.
Here's an unexpected holiday surprise for all the last-minute shoppers. Now through December 17th, all of Diamonds Direct Diamond Classics are 25% off. That's all diamond earrings, all diamond bracelets, all diamond pendants, an incredible 25% off. Special financing, too. Get the perfect gift at the best value price all year. 25% savings on all diamond earrings, bracelets, and pendants. Now through the 17th only, and only at Diamonds Direct. Get details, directions, and more at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Am I original? Am I the only one?
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Austin, Texas. Sports. The Horn.
Am I everything you need? You better rock your body now. Everybody.
Oh, yeah. Happy Thursday. All things Longhorns. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain coming up. On this 14th of December, we've got NFL football tonight. Chargers, Raiders, 2 teams that will have new coaches next year, I think we can say, with Antonio Pierce already on an interim role with the Vegas Raiders after they fired Josh McDaniel early in the year, and now the Chargers with the dead man walking Brandon Staley, right?
Yeah, I don't know what's taking them so long.
Yeah,
I thought they wanted to see if Kellen Moore had a little something and just kind of give him an interim role, but I guess not.
No, and
They're
both
like, no, we're good.
Wouldn't both of
We've
these?
seen enough.
You know, if indeed the run is ending in New England for Bill Belichick, wouldn't both of these teams be possibilities? If he he wants to keep coaching and there's Robert Kraft, they just depart or they trade him or somewhere. I think both the Chargers and the Raiders would be possibilities for Bill Belichick. Big picture, of course, Tom Brady moving into a ownership capacity with the Raiders now.
Hey man, he tried that before. Tried it with the Dolphins. He wanted to be Jackie Moon.
Yes, he
They
did.
didn't let it happen.
Well, now he's actually and they wanted the Dolphins wanted him to play and be
They
part of it.
wanted to be Jackie Moon out there. They wanted to be
Yeah.
owner and out there playing. Oh, that would have been such a great storyline.
Do you think?
Oh, they're awesome.
Top of your head.
He wanted Sean Payton too.
Do you
He
think
wanted Sean Payton to be his coach.
Oh yeah, he did. And
And that couldn't work it out.
And that's why the Dolphins didn't have a first-round draft pick last year. They got smacked for tampering. With both two guys under contract. Brady was under contract with the Buccaneers,
That's
and
a great story.
Sean Payton was under contract with the Saints, and they were
Oh,
still
man.
tampering.
Yeah.
Do you think? And I'll put it out there to our message folks on the text message, 447-3776. Do you think Tom Brady would give a ringing endorsement for Bill Belichick for the team he's going to be part owner of? That
Wow.
if we're hiring a coach, this would be a good one? Or do you think he'd say, let's go a different direction?
I think he'd say, let's go a different
You think so?
direction. Yeah.
At 71 years old?
Yeah, I think he'd say, let's go a different direction. Just
Or
because.
would he say
well,
you can't find a better coach than Coach Belichick?
Well, no, because I think I think he balanced out the Patriot way. I think that's why he was so successful, and that's without him. We've seen the Patriot way become more toxic, right? Than anything.
Yes, we have.
And I think he was actually kind of the balance. It's almost like chemistry, right? There are some elements you put together, they're toxic, explosive, and some you put together and they can.
Well, you said the
you know,
word balance, right? It's
yeah,
the balance. I mean,
and he would. I think he balanced it. I think
Brady balanced out the locker room, which
Yeah.
without him,
it
Bill
was
Belichick.
the good cop, bad cop thing.
Yeah,
and now just way too much bad cop.
Yeah, way too much.
Way too much bad cop.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, to the point where Bill Belichick won't even admit, like for a young quarterback like Mac Jones, whatever he is, to bring Joe Judge and Matt Patricia back and have them coach the offense
that
for
was
a year.
awful. That was
I mean,
awful.
we can all look at that. I'm not a football coach. I can look at that and say that's a dumb idea.
That was a dumb idea, and everybody tried to tell him it was a dumb idea, and he was like, "No, I'm smarter than everybody else."
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, no,
No, we're doing that. And he didn't even explain it. Which,
did-
as you said
exactly.
yesterday, he doesn't explain
He
things
doesn't
to anyone.
explain anything.
No, it's just the way we're going to do it.
You're just gonna turn the defensive coordinator into an offensive coordinator,
The
and
young
special teams
quarterback who's
coach?
trying to evolve. Come on
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
You don't think that's going to tick him off a little bit and get him sour? I mean, but I think Bill Belichick likes when people are sour. I think that's a good thing.
Which I think it helps when you have a Brady also to balance that out.
Yes.
That he's always sour and he's always bringing that kind of. There's a really kind of tough-minded culture, blue-collar
Sure.
culture, and that's really good. But you do have to have some balance. And I think Brady was the perfect balance to the Patriot way. And now
Agree.
I don't know if it works without Brady or a Brady type. And-
Yeah.
And how many Brady types are there? E.
Oh, one?
Exactly.
Right. That's why I wonder. Brady's now, in line to be a part owner of the Raiders. He'll have a say in who the next coach is.
Okay, so you're saying he would balance it out as a
No,
part
no,
owner?
no, I'm not. All I asked was, would he endorse it,
Oh.
or would he say, "Don't do it"?
I think he'd say don't do it.
Because look, if you're Mark Davis, you're going to say, "Tom, who do you like out there?" And if Belichick is at all available, you'd have to think Mark Davis would be thinking about it.
No, he's right. It's a great
And
point.
would Brady say yes or no? Brady would say, that's the
I
question.
think he'd say yes as defensive coordinator.
Because you said yesterday he tried to bring back Josh McDaniel. We can't do that. We just fired the guy.
Guess fired the guy. Yeah, if you bring in Belichick, who's going to be his offensive coordinator? Because I still think he knows what he's doing on defense.
Well, they still need a quarterback now.
That's what. Yeah, do
in
you want
Vegas.
him picking your quarterback?
No, they ran Derek Carr off, within 4 games of Josh McDaniel's existence there. All right, so either way, that's out there. We'll watch football tonight. We've got basketball. Good luck to the Texas women's volleyball team.
That's
They'll be
right.
playing in the Final Four there in Tampa, playing Wisconsin, looking to get to the national championship game. Real quick before we go behind the burnt orange curtain for the first time this morning with Rod, can I mention, and we were talking about Malik Murphy's decision, and I don't want to say it's heartbreaking, but it's tough.
Oh, it is
Because
tough.
Pete Thamel, who broke the story yesterday afternoon, had a phone conversation with Malik. We said, he quoted him directly. He said, "It's nothing against Texas at all. I'm doing this purely for me and my future. In my eyes, I'll always be a Longhorn and part of this great team. A place where, and what he's looking for is a place where I can play. I'm doing what's best for my future." And, it's just one of those, you can tell he's torn. He wants to be a part of this and finish the mission and be with his teammates, but he just can't. The window doesn't allow it. He's got to go, as you say, vet the proper place for him in the future, and you just can't do both.
Yeah, and you got to vet the offenses. Like he fits with Sark's offense. That's who we wanted to play for. Now you got to go do research on offensive coordinators and play callers and their
And I'm
offense.
assuming Sark will help him, right?
Watch some film.
Kind of like
you're right.
Sark will advise him on
I
this.
think you're right about that.
Who he trusts, who he likes, where he thinks a good fit for his skill set would be.
Hey, you
Sark-
know who did that? Nick Saban with Jalen Hurts.
That's right.
He was like, you need to go with Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln Riley. Yeah, you're right about that.
Remember? He's like,
You're right about
you
that.
need to go over there, man. Prove you can throw
And
the
I'm
ball.
assuming Sark would do the same because Sark, it's out there that, and even Malik admitted that Sark said he could stay. But because several people said, well, maybe they could extend the window for teams in the Final Four, which is fair. You could extend it to the 15th of January. But
that's true.
But spots are filling up. The good spots are going to fill up. That's just another part of the deal. But either way, we'll talk about it with you, Malik Murphy. Let's go behind the burnt orange curtain with Rod.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, a couple of things. Let's talk about quarterback just for a second, because I know there are a lot of Longhorn fans who, they see the transfer portal, quarterbacks transferring. They see it as a bad thing. It actually right now for programs like Texas, it's a good thing. It's a more money, more problems situation. Everybody wants the problems that come with more money. Everybody wants the problems that come with having a loaded quarterback room. And one of those problems is attrition. Only one can play. Inevitably, the quarterback on the blue chip quarterback on your campus that's not playing is unhappy. That's just the way it is. They all want to play. They all want to play. That's just the reality of it. And they all want a path to being able to play. And this problem with the transfer portal quarterbacks, and now we have quarterbacks who are on double-digit Power 5 blue blood programs who are deciding to transfer. So we're in a whole nother level of quarterback quarterback movement and quarterback turnovers. But if you start looking at Texas was dealing with this probably earlier than most blue blood football programs. And it was two reasons, because Texas, the state, became a quarterback mecca. So Texas was recruiting really good quarterback talent. Texas had quarterbacks transferring, way back in the day before this movement, before this new phenomenon of quarterback movement in the transfer portal. By the way, sidebar, NCAA has already decided that they will not penalize players who transfer multiple times. Y'all realize that, right?
Well, and they did it because of a judge's order.
Yeah.
Once again, they were forced by the courts.
They were like,
U.S. District Judge John Preston Bailey in Northern West Virginia issued an order against the NCAA from enforcing the transfer rule.
Yeah.
So they lost in court again, which is why all of these things have happened.
They're like, you know what? We're not going to worry about that.
Yeah, we can't.
We
don't
can't enforce it.
We can't enforce it.
We can't enforce it. What are we going to do? They're just hollow threats at this point. Right. So, yeah, just so you know, and you're worried about, man, how these guys have eligibility to transfer multiple times? That is why. Anyway, but getting back to it, Texas was dealing with this problem way before a lot of people, and it was because Texas was stacking the quarterback room, even in my day. Right, Texas had Chris Sims in that quarterback room. Major Applewhite, they had the quarterback room at one point at the same time. Yes, I know. That's not the discussion we're having. And they recruited two quarterbacks in the same class. Actually, in my class, Adam Hall came in. Westlake. Shout out. Ended up transferring to San Diego State early on. You had Jevin Sneed transferred early on. You had G.J. Kinney. Shout out to him, transferred early on. So you had a lot of transfers with Texas probably before a lot of other blue blood Power 5 programs had to deal with that problem. And it was a good problem to have. It was because Texas had a lot of great quarterback talent. Jevin Sneed was a 5-star who decided, I got to go elsewhere because this kid, Cole McCoy, is the real deal. I got to go elsewhere. And, we had the same Adam Hall. Once Texas recruited, Chris Sims, and then, brought in, Vince Young, and Chance Mock was a really good quarterback. I'm surprised Chance Mock actually didn't transfer back in the day, considering what a good player he was.
Chance Mock would have transferred in today's college football.
Yes, because Chance Mock was a really good player. But, Vince Young was behind him, and Chris Sims was ahead of him.
That's right.
Those are the types of stories these days. Those guys have opportunities to play elsewhere. But getting back to it, Texas dealt with it earlier because Texas was becoming a quarterback mecca, and people just didn't know it at the time. And then we found out later on that was the Shakespearean irony of the descent of the Mack Brown era, and the disillusion of it is because Texas couldn't find a quarterback when Texas was the quarterback mecca in all the country, producing the best quarterbacks in the country at the NFL and the college level, and yet couldn't find their quarterback. But getting back to it now, everybody deals with this now. This actually is, you could argue that this is a sign that you have a healthy quarterback room this day and age. I know it sounds crazy, but guys, 70%, close to 70% of blue chip quarterbacks end up transferring. We're at between 65 and 70% of them. They're going to end up transferring. And just think about Texas quarterback room. Quinn transferred in, Malik's transferring out. That's right there is about close to 50 to 60% of your quarterback room right there. Either transfers in or transfers out. That's just the reality of it. So if you're freaking out about it, don't. That happens to everybody's got to deal with that. And honestly, you could argue, say it's a good thing. Bama really don't have to deal with it as much because Bama didn't have a great quarterback room, right? It's a sign. Like Ohio State deals with it a lot.
Alabama didn't deal with it until they had a great quarterback room with Tua and Jalen Hurts.
Yes, exactly. Look at Ohio State. It's like, man, we got quarterback transfer. Joe Burrow's transferring out and winning Heisman's. It's a sign. I know it's weird to say, but these days, it actually, for certain schools, blue blood Power 5 programs, it actually is a healthy sign. And so I think for Texas, you go look at it, and this shows you how hard it is to hit on the quarterback. Go look at the last 25 quarterbacks Texas signed, right? 4 of them, actually 3 of them are still in the quarterback room right now. So I'm not including the young buck Trey Owens who's coming in this latest recruiting class. 3 of them are still in your quarterback room right now. That's Quinn Ewers, that's Charles Wright, that's Arch Manning. That's in your room right now. So kind of take those guys out of the equation too, because they're still here. We don't know what their fate is. Quinn looks like he's going to be coming back to school. But out of those 25 quarterbacks that you signed, 13 of them transferred.
Yeah.
13. since 2005. So I'm talking about the last 25 quarterbacks you signed. So since 2005, you've had 13 of them transfer. 3 of them are still in the room. 3 changed positions. 2 got injured and stopped playing. And only 4 of them exhausted their eligibility at the University of Texas playing the quarterback position. Thank God for the McCoys, because they are 2 of them. That's half of them right there. Sam Ehlinger, God bless Bam Bam Sam, and Tyrone Swoops, who actually, by the end of his career, wasn't even a quarterback. He was just more of a utility player and, come in with the 18-wheeler package. Now, out of all those quarterbacks, how many multi-year starters that you end up having out of that group? 3 now? Because you're at Colt McCoy, Sam Ehlinger, and now Quinn. Out of the last 25 quarterbacks. That's how rare it is.
It is.
To get a multi-year starter, somebody like, all right, you know what? This guy, he's our QB, and he's our QB for the future. It's not as easy as you think. That hit rate is really, really low, which is why you have to keep recruiting quarterbacks and stockpile them. Just like in the NFL, nobody has any idea really what the hell they're doing with quarterbacks. There's somewhat of a better idea, and that is Sark, but you don't really know how it's going to work out, how it's going to play out. Guys get hurt, guys have to deal with injury, guys change positions like Rojo, and guys transfer and look for greener pastures. You never really know. Just so many variables that you cannot predict when it comes to the quarterback position. Stockpile them like socks and underwear. You can never have too many. Just keep bringing them in.
Well, look, Rod, I mean, I graduated in Austin in the mid-'90s, and I've been in the media since the mid-'90s. So the Longhorns just wrapped up their tenure in the Big 12, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They won 4 Big 12 championships. Every Big 12 championship leading quarterback fought through a quarterback controversy. I covered every one of them. James Brown with Shea Morenz on the way to the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Vince Young fought through this Chance Mock thing when people were saying he needs to move to wide receiver and Chance Mock needs to be the quarterback. Colt McCoy had to fend off Jevin Sneed, who transferred out, the late Jevin Sneed. And then, here we are with Quinn. And Quinn
didn't really deal with one. Quinn didn't have to deal with one. You say Hudson Card, you can say that, but nobody really thought he was ever going to win that one.
Not only did he just win the Big 12 championship, there are going to be people saying that Arch Manning should be the quarterback next year. You just know that's going to happen.
Well,
it's just going to be.
Yeah.
That's just how it works.
That's
Trust
ridiculous.
me. Trust me on
but
that.
that's not a competition. The rest of them were actual competitions.
You're right about that.
They were actual competitions.
But there were controversies. And gosh, the most famous one you were a part of with Sims and Applewhite when y'all didn't win the Big 12 championship in 2001.
Should have.
They all come with it.
You're right.
So the point I think you're making is for fans is this is just part of the deal, and it's not new. This has nothing to do with the transfer portal.
No, it was happening when I was coming out too. Hey, the quarterback room is full of too much talent. It's only one spot available.
Only one spot.
Guys are leaving.
And that person's the leader of the team. So it has to be a definitive person. You can't be mealy mouth with it.
Oh no, I would say a quarterback competition is much like an election in that locker room and with that team. The coaches they have to give their vote. The players they give their vote, and you want to make sure that you don't want a contested election and you don't want a contested quarterback competition because that's a controversy.
That's a controversy.
And then you go from competition to controversy.
Then you have factions.
Yes,
yes.
You don't want that. Not in the locker room, man. You want everybody.
I'm not saying there's going to be a controversy.
No, I'm got you, but I'm picking up. what
you
you're
talk
putting
to 100 people just on the street about Arch Manning, is Arch Manning going to take Quinn's job? What's Quinn going to do? Well, he just won the Big 12 championship, just the fourth that they've ever won, and now you're going to move him on? Come on now. Oh, but Arch is the guy. Oh yeah, that'll come into the new year, I would imagine, especially with Malik not going to be a part of it as he's into the portal. Good stuff right there.
Really popular.
Always
really
has been, always will be. It's all I've known.
And celebrity quarterbacks. Celebrity quarterbacks don't sit for long. That's one of the rules. I was with one.
Yeah.
Celebrity quarterbacks don't sit for a long time. They're celebrity quarterbacks for a reason.
We'll come back when we do. It's What the Facts on a Thursday. Good stuff right there behind the BOC. We're rolling on this Thursday morning. A lot of news. We'll get into the Longhorn schedule. It's official now for 2024. Certainly 18 days out now to the game with Washington and National Signing Day inside a week. We'll get the very latest with the Longhorns. Hook them up with Ian Rodby.
Okay, we are certainly building up the volume of the major thoroughfares. Northbound I-35 coming toward Kyle and Butte. It's slowing down. And then from Toll 45 to Stastny and then Old Torque to Cesar Chavez, slow. Southbound, noticing those delays around Parmer, had a crash reported in the area. It was reported on the frontage road. Not completely convinced that's correct. It may be a main lane problem. Further north from there, just, again, routine stuff coming out of Georgetown and Round Rock as those delays start to initiate themselves. Not much else to worry about outside of the issue southbound I-35 at Parmer. I'm Don Miller, and that's traffic.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers here. Let's talk about the city of Austin. Yes, the traffic can be a bit upsetting. It can be a little stressful to deal with the traffic. But other than the traffic, Austin is a beautiful city. It's an amazing city. It's one of the best cities in the country. And one of the reasons that the Austin skyline and the Austin city is so attractive is because of the skilled craftsmanship of Iron Workers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office. They're the ones who build the office. They've been helping shape Greater Austin since 1935. That's a really long time. And you see the labors of the
someone's going to be in the playoffs and host a playoff game, maybe against the Cowboys, Rod.
Now, you know what? That's good for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Hey, Cowboys.
Well, they did it last year and went and beat Tom Brady.
If you're in that, you know what? In that position, that'd be really good for the Cowboys. Yeah,
Well, it was last year.
Yeah,
But
you're right.
that's where the Cowboys sit, right? The Eagles and Cowboys. There's 2 10-3 teams in that division. Somebody's going to win it. Somebody's going to be a wild card, and they're going to the loser of that's going to travel to play the winner of the South. And you're right. It's a dreadful, horrible, no good, very bad division. It really is. It really is. All right, so that's good. That's a good what the fact. Somebody thinking outside the box and what the facts, Rod. Do you have a thought on this with Malik Murphy? Could Malik Murphy take his visits over the next week or so, pick a school, then take his name out of the portal, play with the team, and then jump back in the portal after the game and be there? Because Longhorn fans are fearing this fact that, as our man Brock, producing the show this morning, said, 2009 into 2010, Texas played in the Rose Bowl. Colt McCoy got hurt in the first quarter. The backup quarterback had hardly had any snaps during the season, and Garrett Gilbert came into the game, had 4 turnovers. Longhorns lose the game. Longhorn fans already fearing that if something were to happen to Quinn against Washington, you're throwing Arch Manning into the game. You hadn't played at all, and your true backup quarterback is in the portal.
And how would that help Malik, though, that suggestion?
He'd at least get to vet the schools, pick his school, and then still finish the mission with his current team. Because his only incumbent, is he has said, the only thing that's keeping him from staying with his team is the clock.
Yeah.
The time, the calendar.
Okay.
And he just can't change the calendar. But what if he drops into because again, by the portal rule, he can't talk to anybody until he's in the portal. So now he's in the portal.
Can you go in and out of the portal more than once in the same portal window?
I guess what I'm saying is the gray area of the portal.
That's what I'm asking. Oh, that's a good idea. But I'm not dismissing the idea. But can you go into the portal multiple times in the same window? Can I go back and forth, snip, snap,
so jump in the portal, do your due diligence, find your school, tell them I'm coming. But I'm going to drop out of the portal. I'm going to play with my team and finish the mission, just so he can do the job he wants to do and still do the job. And then as soon as the game's over, I'll be with you.
If you can go in the portal multiple times in the same portal window, then go ahead. That's a good idea.
You like that?
If you can do that, that's a good idea. Yeah,
but he probably won't do.
I don't know if you can do that.
Sark said the door's open for him to stay with us and play. He's a great teammate. He says, Malik says, I hate it. But it's just again, it's the way he's got to do it. He's got, as you said, find the right school, find the right offense, find the right coach.
Yeah.
Get in while the getting's good, because spots are going to fill up. We're everybody's looking for quarterbacks. Where are they going to be?
You don't want to lose your spot.
But could you? So today is the 14th. Could you jump in the portal within 10 days, have your spot? Now then jump out of the portal, play with your team. Be there for those intense bowl practices.
Would you? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Could you be prepared enough though as the backup quarterback while doing all that, while traveling to visit other teams and other schools, and doing the research on other schools, watching film?
Well, I think
on
if I were
offenses.
Sark, I would say you got to be back in right after, because remember they're going to do this week of practice here that starts Saturday, and Sark has already said that's kind of we're going to let the young guys get a lot of reps.
Yeah.
And then the real intense practice will start on the 26th when we get to New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
And that, hey Malik, as long as you're back by the 26th, we'll allow you to roll with us.
Yeah, I mean that's like I said, if you can go into the portal multiple times in the same window, yeah. But I don't know the portal rules.
So NCAA will lose in court.
yeah. I mean, honestly, they probably NCAA. They're not going to enforce it right now. They're flashlight cops. They don't want to enforce the rules. So
security guards at the mall. We're good.
Maybe you could move
along.
Yeah, if they're not going to enforce the rule about you transferring multiple times, why would they enforce a rule about you getting into the portal window?
You're just playing the rule
multiple times.
You're playing the rule. You can't. No, behind the scenes, he could have an agent tampering for him.
Entering the portal.
He's entering the portal. He's doing it the right way. If you find your spot, confirm with that coach. Coach, I'm coming. I want to play with my team. I think both Sark and the coach that he's going to go to would appreciate that.
I'm not opposed to that.
I want to be with my guys.
It's a creative solution.
There you go.
It's a creative way to kind of circumvent the rules. I'm not opposed to it. Yeah, I like it.
Or play within the rules, but play the game. The game.
Like I said, I don't know the rules.
That's right.
I don't know the portal rules. We got to figure out the portal rules.
Does anybody know the portal rules? I don't know.
I don't know if anybody knows them. They're in the cloud. I have no idea what the portal rules are.
All right, they're in the cloud. I love that. All right, that's 1 hour down. We've got 4 to go on a busy Thursday. We'll get into that Longhorn schedule. It's out officially. We know where the Longhorns will play and where and who in their first year in the
Yes, sir.
SEC. We've got all 12 games, 2 bye weeks included there as well. And What the Facts, we'll pick that up on the other side of a quick timeout. It took them up with Ian Rodby.
Well, the crash has dropped off the board, but the delays continue in North Austin up along I-35 from Palmer to 183.
on the first day of 2024. So counting down the days to those things. Christmas around the corner, and a lot to do. Also big drama in the NBA, Rod, which we'll get to. How about the situation in Milwaukee last night, or in Indiana, where Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek Freak, scored 64 points.
Wow.
64 points to help lead the Bucks past the Pacers. And the drama ensued after because Giannis wanted the game ball, and he couldn't find it. So he was running up the tunnel trying to look for the game ball.
Where was the game ball?
The game ball, Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Pacers, had given the game ball to one of his players, Oscar Schwebe, his big man, who scored his first NBA point in the game.
Hold up. Who won the game?
The Bucks.
Don't they get the game ball?
They should get the game ball.
Losers don't get the game ball, man. What the hell?
Rick Carlisle confirmed postgame that the team had taken the game ball for the rookie who scored his first career point, and he said what happened after the game was unfortunate. There was a misunderstanding. It was Oscar Schwebe's first official NBA point, so we always give him the game ball.
Whoa. Okay, first of all, who has – first of all, this is a great conversation because I don't know if we've ever talked about this. Who has a right to the game ball?
Is it the home team?
Is it a home team thing, or is it the person who had the best game or the winner of the game? We've never had this.
And actually, I was wrong. This game was in Milwaukee.
It was in Milwaukee.
And
Milwaukee won.
Milwaukee won.
In Milwaukee, and they won, dude. That is their ball. That's can't be taking that game ball. And what you say? Giannis had 64.
64 points, 14 rebounds.
So they had at home, won the game, and the standout performance. Oh no. Come on now.
Yeah.
Your rookie scored his first point. I don't give a damn about that.
I just have to say
Take a picture.
I just have to say.
Take a picture.
I understand Rick Carlisle, but somebody with the Bucks organization has to be on top of that.
I don't understand that. No.
It shouldn't be up to Antetokounmpo. Somebody on the Bucks bench has to get that ball.
Yes,
when the game's over.
That's true. Yes, that's on your dogs, man. Y'all got to get that ball.
Yeah, because I think they left the court, and he was like up in the tunnel trying to look for this ball. I was like, "Where's the ball? Where's the ball?" And that shouldn't be on Giannis to find the ball.
He should. They should,
especially at home.
They should be thinking about that. Whoever the guys are on the bench who roam the bench the most, they should be thinking about. They're like, "All right, guys, we got to get this ball for Giannis."
Well, the Freak joins Karl Malone and Wilt Chamberlain as the only players in the history of the league to tally at least 60 points, 10 rebounds, and shoot 70% or better from the field.
And I bet they got the ball.
Give me the ball.
I bet they got the damn game ball.
You want to give the ball to a Schwebe?
You think they took Wilt Chamberlain game ball?
No.
Ain't nobody taking his balls unless he gives you consent.
Give me that ball. Give me that ball.
Wilt Chamberlain, that's crazy. This rookie, he scored how many points?
Schwebe.
How many points did he score?
It
was just his first points, they said. It was the first points he ever scored in his career.
He scored one. He scored a point.
He scored a point?
He had a point and a rebound in 5 minutes.
Everybody gets a trophy around here? What's going on? Come on, man. It's the NBA. What is happening? That is insane.
1 point and grabbed one board in 5 minutes.
He got a game ball? You ain't supposed to get a game ball for that. You're a professional athlete. You got a game ball for that? That's insane.
Oh, man.
Wow.
That's welcome to the NBA, bro.
They wrong for that. No, they're wrong for that. He knows he's wrong for that. Rick Carlisle, you wrong for that.
I think he got the ball, though. I think he finally ended up with
Giannis
the ball.
did?
Yes.
Yes, because I think they saw how absurd it is.
The Freak was 20 of 28 from the field. 20 of 28. 24 of 32 from the foul line.
He had to go try to search for his own game ball.
Come on, man.
That's not cool. Yeah, that's not good. I think don't the equipment staffs handle the balls?
Somebody with it's in your building. Somebody who's in charge of the balls.
The equipment staff, I think, do that.
Isn't somebody in charge of the balls?
Yeah, the equipment staff people. That's their stuff. That's remember Brady balls.
Until I know the facts on that. I'm not gonna get on Carlisle. Carlisle just like, no, I'm gonna get the ball for my guy.
I guess
if you guys aren't gonna grab it, I'm gonna grab it.
I guess it was out there on the court. He's like, this is the ball. Taking the ball from my dude. He scored. How many points he scored, Coach? One.
First point though. First point.
First point. He took a game. That's great.
That's too much.
That's a cool story.
Rod will get a rant coming up. We've got some bullish or BS for the end of the hour. Let's get you caught up on the news of the morning. There's a lot of it, especially in the burnt orange flavor. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bringing you the news. We'll start with college football. What a busy afternoon and evening for the Longhorns, and all the news dropping. Had to have your head on a swivel. First came official word from Waco that Texas has added a huge piece to their 2024 recruiting class. 5-star cornerback Kobe Black made his long-awaited declaration to the Longhorns at Connolly High School yesterday about 4:30. The coveted 6'2", 200-pound defensive back donned a Texas ball cap and revealed he'd been committed to the Longhorns since August. Just wanted to have his day. He's the 21st commitment in the 2024 class that is now ranked 6th in the national composite rankings. That news was followed by a report from Pete Thamel of ESPN that Longhorn red shirt freshman quarterback Malik Murphy intends to enter the transfer portal, and he will not be with the team at the Sugar Bowl in 18 days. The report added that Murphy would have preferred to stay and play, but the timing of the portal window simply did not allow for it. Murphy helped Texas finish off a big road win at Houston back in October after Quinn Ewers suffered a third-quarter shoulder injury, then led Texas to home wins over BYU and Kansas State on their way to a 12-1 season, a Big 12 championship, and a spot in the college football 14 playoff. He will immediately become one of the most sought-after players in the portal market. Redshirt freshman will be immediately eligible and have 3 seasons remaining. Or maybe more. We just don't know. That news was followed by the SEC officially releasing the entire 2024 football schedule for all 16 teams, including Texas and Oklahoma. They did it on a made-for-TV ESPN special. Revealed the Longhorns' first-ever SEC conference game will be September 28th when they welcome Mississippi State to DKR. That'll be after their 4 non-conference games. They will then enjoy a week off after the Mississippi State game, the first of 2 bye weeks. Then it's their annual showdown with Oklahoma at the Cotton Bowl on October 12th. Then back to DKR for the showdown game with the Georgia Bulldogs on October 19th. Then off to Nashville, where they'll face Vanderbilt the following Saturday. Then comes the second week off. That'll be followed by a home tilt with the Florida Gators on November 9th at DKR. Then a trip to Fayetteville, Arkansas on November 16th. Back home to host Kentucky. And then they wrap up the regular season November 30th with a much-anticipated trip to College Station to face Texas A&M the Saturday after Thanksgiving, first matchup between the longtime rivals since 2011. College basketball last night, another win for 5th-ranked Texas women. Vic Schaefer squad rolled into Arizona and beat the Wildcats 88-75. Rory Harmon led the way with 19 points, 11 assists, 9 rebounds. Taylor Jones added 16 for now 11-0 Texas. In the NBA, Draymond Green has been suspended indefinitely by the NBA. League made the announcement yesterday. Ejection tied to an incident Tuesday night when Green struck Phoenix Suns center Yusef Nurkic. Green was immediately assessed a flagrant 2 foul and ejected from the game. Green's suspension for the incident according to the NBA, he'll be required to meet certain league and team conditions before he can return to play.
Man, I gotta tell you, the Malik Murphy news is something not surprising at all. I kind of wondering why it took as long as it did. I think that's kind of the more surprising news of why did it take as long as it did. The transfer portal's been open for what, a week now?
A week.
A week.
All I can figure out is he wanted to finish school and get through his finals. And I got a note from my daughter yesterday. She took her last final. She's no longer an undergrad. She's done.
Also, maybe that was it. Maybe it was just school.
It was. Yeah. She sent a picture. Just took my last final. Okay. You know, I'm no longer an undergrad. She said at the grad school. But maybe that was it. I mean, you want to stay focused because it's still college. You can't transfer without the proper credits, and you got to get your grades and those kind of things. I'm assuming that was it. Plus, you're
right with that. I think, and maybe wanted to confirm Quinn's. I mean, the Quinn news is the major reason this is happening, right? Well, the Quinn news that has not yet been announced that he's returning to school.
Correct.
Or the assumption he's returning to school. If he wasn't returning to school, right, we would assume Malik would stay. How about that's the hypothetical? If Quinn was leaving to go to the NFL, would Malik be staying?
Yes.
Okay, I agree.
Well, I think.
I know, that's what I said. I think. But then there's the Archie Manning conversation that you brought up. And
I would guess that it's a combination of finishing school and having his exit meeting with the coaches. I mean, Sark's been having exit meetings with every player. I mean, you can't do those all in a day. I don't know how he divvied them up because he's also flying all over the country going to
Zoom some of them things. Like, hey, man, sit down.
But Sark was clear in the final time we heard from Sark at the end of the year news conference that he's going to meet every player and do an exit interview. He's got, 85, 90 players. So the combination of the two maybe led to, and they start practice this week, Rod. I mean, they come back to practice. So if you're not going to be here, you got to let everybody your intentions known, I guess would be the way to go.
Yeah.
In that, and the immediate response from Sark was he's welcome to stay and be with us for the game. But as we've talked about, the timing just doesn't work. I mean, and then we said this on December 4th when it opened. Keep in mind, folks, for Texas players, this thing closes in 30 days.
Yeah.
That'll come right between January 1st and if they were to win the next game. So anybody that's in the portal is going to have to make a decision.
And especially at quarterback.
Especially at quarterback.
There are only so many spots out there that are available and I'm sure he wants to try to play at a Power 5 school of some sort. Only so many spots are available there. And, him, and you can take, all the spots that are available and probably cut that in half. And when you're looking at schools that are compatible with his skill set or offenses that he would like to play in and coaches that he'd like to play for, I mean, because of that basically becoming a recruiting process all over again. You got to vet and do your own research and be really thorough with that. So it takes a little bit of time. I mean, you got to, so like you said, glad he's done with school now. And now you kind of focus all of his efforts on what's the best destination for him. What's the best situation for him. I think he also was just dreading the decision. It was pretty obvious that he didn't want to make it, that he didn't want to have to leave. I think he waited to the last second to try to see if there was any hope at all that would allow him to stay. And I think the last piece of hope, and you brought up a great point about the exit meeting. I was probably talking to Quinn. I mean, he's got access to Quinn. I'm sure him and Quinn are close enough for him to talk to Quinn man to man and say, hey, I need to know. For my future, I need to know if you're coming back. I know you got personal stuff. Can you you ain't got to tell me straight up, but can you just give me a hint? Because I need that would help me make my decision.
Yeah. And as I said earlier,
he hasn't announced it.
Life's not fair. We all learned that pretty early in our lives, but it is unfortunate that he can't be with his team and be the backup quarterback and try to win a national championship because of timing, just the way the process, calendar works.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no solution that appeases everybody. The kids who want to transfer out want it to open in early December. The coaches demanded to the NCAA that it close in 30 days.
Exactly. They don't want it open for a long time. Yeah.
When it opens, got to close. We can't be doing this all through January. We need to help them know what our roster is. So, it's getting tugged in every direction. But in this case, a young guy who wanted to be here, wanted to finish the season with his team, because of everything you just said and the position he plays, is not going to be able to. And as people have mentioned, now the fear is if something were to happen to Quinn in the game on the first, well, now you got Arch Manning going in who hadn't played. Certainly not the significant amount of reps and snaps that Malik Murphy has. So it's a Garrett Gilbert scenario all over again from the Rose Bowl of 2009.
Hey, man, Garrett Gilbert came close to shocking the world that day. Come on now.
Yeah, but the four turnovers were critical in the game. I mean,
he looked like a freshman.
He looked like a freshman.
That
looked like a really talented freshman who made a bunch of plays, but he also made some mistakes.
Hey, I have a question for y'all. I was thinking about this yesterday. So
this is hello, Brock. How are you, my friend?
Good. Well, so Malik Murphy this year is basically in the same position that Hudson Card was in a couple years ago, right? When he filled in for Quinn, won a couple games, kept us alive. Malik Murphy's transferring, and it's like he's universally celebrated. But Hudson Card and Casey Thompson, like there was not that vibe when they transferred out. I was curious as to why that is.
I think Malik Murphy's situation is probably similar to Shane Buechele more than anything with Buechele. Shane Buechele, basically, you don't make it to the Big 12 title game that year without Buechele stepping up when Bam Bam Sam got hurt a couple of times. So I think Longhorn fans view him in that light, and Longhorn fans love Shane Buechele. Love him. And they celebrate him in a different way. The teams that Casey Thompson, Hudson Card on, I agree with you about that. Those teams weren't that good.
Well,
these are teams that are playing for championships. 2018, Longhorn fans loved that team because he played for a Big 12 title. Longhorn fans love this team. It's the best team. Yeah, exactly. It's the best team you've had in 15 years. So it's something about those teams. Those efforts by those quarterbacks, Shane Buechele, Malik Murphy, helped you get to a championship or win a championship. The other efforts by quarterbacks, which by the way has happened all throughout the history of Texas football. Texas has rarely ever, Brock, actually had a quarterback that starts every game and finishes every game. That's the exception to the rule. So we don't celebrate all the other guys. You ain't celebrating Case McCoy, right? Yeah. You ain't out here celebrating David Straight Ash Homie. All right, why? Because those teams weren't great teams.
So it has more to do
celebrating
with
the great teams
than the individual
well,
players.
Look, I mean, Malik Murphy will forever be a player who helped Texas win a Big 12 championship and play in the college football playoff. Without him, you don't get here. Flat out. I mean, he started and won 2 games. He finished a game that was in jeopardy in Houston. So 3 wins, it can be credited to him. Now, hopefully, good Texas fans appreciate what Hudson Card and Casey Thompson gave to the program on their way through here. But at the same time, it's a different level of celebration because of the championship and the outcome of the year. And,
we're not celebrating.
Hudson Card was a good player. I mean,
I ain't celebrating Tyrone Swoops around here. Y'all gonna get some props to Gerard Hurd? No, you know what I mean. I love those guys. Those guys are great, but we like winners. We're gonna celebrate champions around here, and that's why we celebrate those guys to help you reach a championship. But hell, man, if we want to just give props to guys who came and help you win a few games at quarterback, there's a lot of other guys that need celebrating. Chance Mock. Hey, Chance Mock. Chance Mock came in, helped you win 2 games. Yeah. Do we give Chance Mock enough credit?
On the way to the Rose Bowl.
Do we give enough credit, E?
Probably
no.
Not.
We should. So Chance Mock should be on our list of the guys like Malik Murphy and Shane Buechele. They came in and helped you win. But we don't do that. We look at the championship season or the really good season, double-digit win season, and we look at how it played out. And it's hard to appreciate the season this year without looking at what Malik Murphy did.
For
to help you
sure.
win those games and go,
you
"Damn."
can't tell the story of this season without him. I mean, he's a
Yeah.
critical piece of a championship, and everything that went on at the up in Arlington, a couple weeks ago, when we raising the trophy and the confetti, he was a critical part of that. Let's go to Rod's rant, the first of two on this Thursday morning.
Rod's Rant of the Day is brought to you by Apple Leasing, the easiest and safest way to get a new car, any make, any model. Click appleleasing.com and experience how easy it is.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, let's talk. I want to get into some Cowboys discussion, and we won't get deep into it. I want to talk about the MVP conversation. We'll save that for later on this week or tomorrow. Let's talk about Jake Ferguson really quickly. Jake Ferguson has quietly been putting together one hell of a season. I know Cowboys fans know about what Jake Ferguson's doing because he's playing like one of the better tight ends in the NFL right now. Jake Ferguson, how about this? In the last 2 weeks, he's playing like a top 5 tight end, pretty much. Or at least his numbers say that. In routes run, he's 5th. In targets in the last 2 weeks, he's 1st. Got 21 targets among tight ends, by the way. In receptions, he's 2nd among tight ends with 11. 149 receiving yards, so 4th. 109 yards after the catch. His yak yards is off the chain right now. He's got 109 yak yards in the last 2 weeks. He is 6th among tight ends in the NFL in yak yards with 303 total yak yards. Guys, Travis Kelce is 4th with 373. George Kittle with 379. I mean, he's not that far from these guys, and he's trending, like I said, in the last 2 weeks, he's trending the right way. He's got 4 forced missed tackles. He is a true weapon as a ball carrier when the ball is in his hands. I mean, he's made a lot of plays, yards after the catch, and forcing defenders to miss after the catch. He's got 8 first downs. That's 3rd among tight ends. So right now, Jake Ferguson, like I said, in the last 2 weeks, he's playing like one of the best tight ends in the league. I'll give the Cowboys a lot of credit, and I'll give my man Ty some credit. He actually was a big Jake Ferguson fan. But Travis Kelce, remember, they do this tight end university thing together where they get all the tight ends from around the NFL, or at least not all of them. A lot of them are from around the league, and then they get together for a couple of days on a weekend. They call it tight end university. And coming out of that, Travis Kelce was highly complimentary of Jake Ferguson a couple years ago. I have to pull up the quote from a couple years ago, but he basically sang the praises of Jake Ferguson a year ago and said this guy's going to be a star at the tight end position. And he threw it out there, and I read the quote a couple of times, but Jake Ferguson hadn't had his time to shine because Dalton Schultz was there, and I remember questioning whether they should have let Dalton Schultz go because he's balling with the Houston Texans right now, and he was the favorite target of Dak Prescott. But you got to give the Cowboys a lot of credit. They essentially overhauled that tight end room in the last 2 years. They drafted the kid out of Michigan at the tight end position. Schoonmaker. Yep. Drafted him, and they got some young tight ends in there. But Jake Ferguson right now is flourishing at the tight end position for the Cowboys. So I think I just want to mention it because I don't think we've talked at all, actually, about Jake Ferguson. We're talking a lot about CeeDee Lamb playing like an all-pro, Dak Prescott MVP conversation, even Tony Pollard trending right now in the right way. He's actually now getting back some of his explosivity. Jake Ferguson is slowly proving that he's one of the potentially top 5 to 10 best tight ends in the league right now.
Agreed. Somebody said, is Jake Ferguson single? We all like winners, signed Taylor Swift. No, Jake's not single. He dates the
okay.
One of the Cavender twins. Yeah, one of the Cavender twins. I mean, Brock is of that age. And the Cavenders, they both played basketball at Miami.
Yes. I know all about the Cavender twins.
Do you?
Why is that there, Brock?
They're very good at basketball. Is what it is.
Good answer, Brock.
Oh, well said.
Yeah,
they're very good at basketball.
Yeah, they're kind of the Livy Dunn of basketball, right? They played basketball at Miami, and then
let me Google
made fame
the Cavender
on
twins.
Instagram and TikTok and NIL.
I'm on it. Let's go.
Cavender, Kavin.
Oh, it came up quick. It came up quick when I was Googling. Like I didn't have to type in much. I type in Cav, and there it is. It finishes it for me. Oh yeah, very good at basketball.
Yeah.
Very good.
She can dribble. She can
She
dribble.
can-
Ball handling skills are
Ball-
elite.
Amen. Yes, no doubt. Okay.
So
Very
Jake's
impressive. Good
not
one.
single.
Good for you. Good for you, Jake. Well, like I said, he's becoming a star right now, and I'll just give some props to the Cowboys. I think I questioned them letting Dalton Schultz walk. That's why they let Dalton Schultz walk. They were not worried.
Well, that's
they
what I
knew
don't
they had
understand
Jake
because I give the
Ferguson.
Cowboys and their front office a lot of credit here,
Yeah, I'll give
right?
them
Jerry
credit, man.
Jones has always been the deal, but they were ahead of the curve. They knew it was a real good tight end draft. The next couple drafts, and they took Hendershot, they took Jake Ferguson, and now they drafted Schoonmaker in the second round, which they were planning for the departure of
Schultz.
Yeah, who they had drafted in the fourth round. That's why I don't know. I know they drafted Deuce Vaughn. I just don't think they addressed running back. If you're going to let Tony Pollard
not.
leave, which I see what you're doing. You're drafting guys to replace guys because you don't want to pay them. Cheap labor. I'm a big fan of that. But then why didn't you draft a running back? I know you only have so many draft picks, and I'm not. This is not an indictment of Deuce Vaughn, but I don't think anybody thinks he's a long-term running back for you. He's a piece.
Yeah.
And they didn't make him. It's kind of like the Chiefs not acquiring DeAndre Hopkins when they could have. I mean, it's like
I'm with you on
I
that.
mean, I still sit here and think why didn't they trade for Derrick Henry when they could have? I mean, can you imagine this team right now with Derrick Henry on the team? If you watch him on Monday Night Football, you're like, gosh dang, this guy is still really good.
Well, you don't like Rico Dowdle?
However
you pronounce
sure,
his
it's
name.
fine. But when you're going up against San Francisco and you got to beat Christian McCaffrey and the Niners, I'd much rather have Derrick Henry than Rico Dowdle.
Yeah. No, Tony Pollard's getting better.
He is. He's still not Derrick Henry. I'm telling
No.
you, Derrick Henry is a beast. And that's like, gosh, and that could be the piece, and you didn't do it. And it's not a criticism. Well, it kind of is. But it's like, I see props to what you did at tight end. You planned for the phase out of Dalton Schultz, who was your franchise player, and then you didn't pay him, and you drafted these guys, and this guy's stepping in and stepping up. You didn't do that at running back, though. And you had Zeke. I mean, you had built your team around your running back room at some level with Zeke and Powell and Pollard. Why didn't you do the same thing as you did with tight end? You did it with CeeDee Lamb and your
wide receiver
receiver. You
rooms.
did it with
Yeah.
CD to replace Amari Cooper.
They did it with O-line. They do it with O-line.
Yeah, why didn't you do it
Well,
at running back? I still don't get it.
The good news is this draft is very good and deep at running back. Like Audric
true.
Estime, who's killing it at Notre Dame, he's projected to go in like fourth round.
Yeah,
late
I'm
third,
assuming they'll address
so-
it this year, but my only problem is that they need a running back right now. The difference maker at the position. I know Pollard's getting better. I still don't know if he's the difference maker at that position.
They didn't even need a Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry, like you said, it probably would have been the best option. Man, they could have got a Deontay Foreman.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I mean? They could have got
Yeah,
somebody just serviceable to help them, to help complement Tony Pollard and Dowdle, and I think they would have been better off right now. But, I mean, the running game's getting better, but you're right. The running game is not a force for them anymore. It is just a complement to balance the offense. And it would have been a force with Henry is what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
Like,
look, and Dak's playing like an MVP, but, you know, what happens when Dak has a bad game? He's going to have a bad game at some point, and what you don't want it to be is against in the biggest of games, right?
Hey, maybe he won't have a bad game.
Maybe he
man,
won't.
and win that MVP. Maybe he hadn't had a bad game since that 49er game.
I
That was his last bad game.
You're right about that.
He's got,
100%.
23 touchdowns, 2 interceptions since that game.
Here we go.
Here
we
go.
Hey, we'll be back. Let's pick them up on the other side. We roll forward. We've got Longhorns schedule in our crosshairs. We'll talk about it. The Longhorns' first conference game we now know is September 28th. We'll talk about 2 bye weeks. Pretty favorable as it came out last night. We'll dive in there, plus bullish or BS for the end of the hour. Took them up with Ian Rodby.
Checking out the westbound side of 298 Greg Maynard Road, we are seeing a pretty big backup into the city of Maynard because of that particular crash. And that's going to be the biggest issue right now on the main lanes of the major thoroughfares, at least delays that we don't expect. Now, we do expect them northbound on I-35 between Kyle and Buda, and we're not being disappointed. There's a lot of traffic there. And the delays start south of Toll 45 all the way to Stassi, very slow. Riverside to Cesar Chavez, heavy. Palmer to the deck, slow. Southbound on the interstate out of Georgetown and Round Rock, it's building up. Toll 130 north of Highway 79, also slow in the Hutto area. We do have a crash just reported not too long ago. Research southbound 183, headed toward McNeil, Oak Knoll, Duvall, that area, back up toward Anderson Mill at least. That's your traffic.
Hey, it's Aaron Hogan, and this month our tour of Central Texas golf courses, powered by Callahan's General Store, is back, and we shine the spotlight on Grey Rock Golf Club in South Austin. Visit hornfm.com and take a tour with me and our golf pro Omar Uresti. Grey Rock Club is back open and sprinkled with towering oaks, providing the perfect runway on every drive. 160 acres of nature and majestic views back open from their restoration. Check out Grey Rock and all the courses we visited during our tour of Central Texas golf, powered by Callahan's General Store, only at hornfm.com.
Hi, I'm Jenny Covert. At Covert Chevrolet in Bastrop, it's all about family. We're family owned and operated, and you'll always find a Covert on the showroom floor. We're forever grateful for your business. And that's why from sales to service after the sale, we'll do whatever it takes to earn and keep your business. Our customers are our family too. Come see what over 2 million customers already know. Covert Chevrolet, Highway 71 in Bastrop, covertbastrop.com. Find new roads.
When your money's on the line, put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you tools to win. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down, you can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds boosts, same game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, and touchdown is another chance at a big payday. To get started, go to mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl frontrunner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else like MyBookie. You can bet anything.
Ceremony, Trey Owens, the quarterback for the class of 2024.
He's a good player, man.
Real good player.
Yeah. Upset Katie this year.
Cypress
in the
Fairbanks. Yeah, Cy-Fair. That was our rival, Rob, when I was growing. Who's your rival at Lamar? Who's the rival of Lamar?
Bel Air was our rival, but Bel Air is a terrible rival in football. They're really good in baseball and like lacrosse and other stuff. But Madison was who we claimed as our rival.
Madison's where Vince went. BY.
Yeah, because Houston, Lamar is in like the richest part of Houston in River Oaks, and Madison is like in Hiram Clark. So
down by the Astrodome.
Yeah, so we basically like it was like the affluent school at HISD versus the school in the urban area in H-Town, and Madison was legit. Trust me, that was a hard fought game every time.
Well,
17-5A back in the day.
Because now there's like 15 Cy whatevers down
Yeah,
where I grew up.
we
but
played Cy Creek back in the day. That's
where
what
I
we used to
went.
play.
I was Cy Creek and Cy
Yeah.
Fair. That was all there were. There was only 2.
Yeah, Cy Creek was that was a good program.
It was a
when
real
we
good
came up.
program.
Yeah. They beat us.
Well, and
my
I
sophomore
said
year,
this
I
to
think.
Jerry Hamilton yesterday when we were talking to him in this very spot. He was on his way to Cy Fair to see the commitment ceremony of Trey Owens.
Okay.
And a good friend of mine who I've known since we were kids, Shane Rink, who played at Texas in the 90s with Dan Neal.
Okay, yeah.
He's the D-line coach at Cy Fair, and his son plays Landon. His son plays D-line for Cy Fair. He may end up coming to Texas one day.
Okay.
Shortly, so keep an eye on that. But yeah, Shane's there. But it was a big rivalry. I mean, Cy Creek Cy Fair was like Texas A&M. It was
I
a
can
big
believe
deal
that.
because it was the only 2, and we were kind of seen as the
And all the kids
more
knew
athletic-
each other, right? Y'all kinda,
big time.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
And we grew up playing. I grew up playing Little League baseball right there next to Cy Fair at the Little League fields there. But yeah, no, it was, and we called them Cy Farm, and they called us
Cy Farm.
Cy Yuppie or whatever. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Kind of,
Yeah. That's what is cool when basically there's the schools have reputations.
Well, yeah,
that
exactly.
They are.
And it was kind of like Texas and Texas A&M, where A&M's more of the ag school.
Yeah.
you know,
Agricultural.
cowboy
farming.
boots,
Yeah.
kickers and whatnot, and you're all the yuppies over there at Cy Creek, Champions Park and all that over there. Lakeway. Oh yeah, that was good. That's old school. Old school.
It
But
blew up fast up there, man.
It did.
The size of the world blew up
now
fast.
there's like a million.
Oh,
size.
there's a bunch of them.
I
Yeah,
can't
and they're all really good. They're all pretty good. They got good athletes too.
Because the neighborhoods have just exploded. The growth there all through Houston. Okay, so let's hear Sark though. The reason I mentioned that he was in Houston yesterday recruiting. So Fox 26 caught up with him and got his thoughts on the report from Pete Thamel that Malik Murphy is indeed entering the transfer portal. Doesn't want to, but the timing and the calendar kind of forces him to do so for his future. Here's Steve Sarkisian with Fox 26.
Malik obviously transferring. What was that conversation like?
Well, that stuff's always difficult. Malik's been a great teammate. He's been an awesome guy to have on our team. We wouldn't be here today if it weren't for Malik, and he won 2 football games for us. But I also understand this day and age of college football, and that's unfortunate that he's been put in kind of this situation, in this position, to where he's trying to look out for his future. But he was part of a team that's competing for a national championship. And so, this kind of structure of how our seasons go throughout the year in college football is not perfect. And we're all learning as we go with now the transfer portal, the early signing period, the college football playoff, and then what it's going to look like next year when we go to 12 teams, and managing that for our own current players, but also for our future players. And so we got to continue to adapt. But it's, again, I love Malik to death. I love the opportunity to coach him. Like I said, he was a great teammate, and wish him nothing but the best of luck.
All right, there you go. Good stuff from Sark,
That was
as you would
great.
expect.
Yeah.
And it's nothing. It's one of those nothing you can do.
Everybody's grateful for Malik. I think everybody is. I mean, he's
Well,
one of those guys that showed I would say there are 2 types of players: guys that come to play at Texas and guys that come to play for Texas. He was one of those guys that came to play for Texas. Guys who come to play for Texas want to know what they can do for the university. Guys who are going to come to play at Texas, they want to know what the university can do for them. And he did more for the university.
Yeah, that's the old JFK quote, right?
Yeah.
That's not what your country can do for you, what you can do for your country.
And he was
and
one of those
Malik was
guys.
for Texas.
He
And,
was for Texas, man.
I mean, even when Quinn Ewers committed, Sark's talked about the playing out, that he wanted to play at Texas. And even when Sark said we were even recruiting some other quarterbacks, and he was good with it.
After the Arch Manning commitment, everybody assumed, all right,
he'd be gone. Yeah,
he'd be definitely leaving.
And not only did he stick and stay, he won 2.5 games for Texas. I mean, let's not forget that Houston game, Quinn got hurt in middle of the 3rd quarter. I mean, it wasn't just, and that game was not decided. They needed a game-winning drive. They needed some big throws to be made.
But you had to have a game-winning defensive stand.
Yeah.
In that game, you had to have that also in the K-State game.
K-State game, yeah.
In the K-State game,
I mean, he wasn't perfect, but he won 2 games. He'll leave as an undefeated quarterback at Texas.
Dude, like I say, that's why you always got to be forever grateful for what he did. And it kind of reminds me of what Buccelli did. Shane Buccelli did the same thing, right? Stayed long enough for you to stabilize the position, helped you get to a Big 12 title, and then went and pursued, obviously, better opportunities for himself. And guys, we've talked about this. You go look at the last 25 years here at the University of Texas. There's only been 6 occasions where a quarterback has started every game and played every game.
No, it's
that's the exception to the rule. Most of the time you're going to have that backup come in and win you a game or 2. And he won you games in a year where you basically are playing for a national championship. That is rare.
I just hope whatever his next move will be that he's with the team and allowed on the sidelines for the game. You know what I mean?
He should be.
Yeah, just he can show up, wear street clothes, but be there with his mates. He can't dress out. He can't practice. I mean, it's just
definitely should get a ring.
For 100%.
Definitely should get the ring.
Absolutely.
No matter what he's
Big
doing.
12, and then whatever comes beyond that.
Send him some bold gifts too. Send him some bold gifts.
Oh, he should get some swag.
you know, I know the school can't do it, and maybe it's against the rules. The players, y'all can do it. Y'all send them some of that
Grab a
swag.
bag.
Just
grab a swag bag.
Grab a swag bag, man. Make them a little swag
Bring
box.
him to New Orleans.
Yeah.
You know, have some fun.
There you go.
Real quick, the schedule was also released. It was a busy afternoon, as we said. Kobe Black commits, 5-star corner out of Waco. You've seen film. I wanted to hear your thoughts on Bullish and BS on him, Rod, coming up. But the schedule's out. Now, if you're planning a wedding for next fall, get married on October 5th or November 2nd. Those are the 2 Saturday bye weeks for Texas. October 5th.
Oh, I like that.
You like that? Because, tell your friends. If anybody's planning to get married and they want to be foolish enough to have a fall wedding,
people do
football season wedding.
They do it all the time.
And you're a Texas fan, October 5 and November 2. Those are your days. Get the place booked. But you talked yesterday about coaches planning out their season in phases.
Yeah, they do.
The Longhorns now have 3 distinct phases to their 2024 season. We know that. First 5 are 3 non-conference and a home SEC game. They play Colorado State, 4
non-conference, right?
Yeah, 4 non-cons and a but then 3 are at home, 1 on the road, right?
Okay.
So you're playing.
One of those is Michigan.
Yes.
So you got one big kind of marquee game out of that group.
Yeah, your biggest road trip this coming year is Michigan.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. So your home schedule now: Colorado State, UTSA, and ULM, the Warhawks of Louisiana Monroe. The September 7th trip to Ann Arbor to the Big House to play Michigan. And then it's September 28th, to wrap up September, you now know you're playing Mississippi State, who's got a new coach. Jeff Levy has rolled into Mississippi State, replacing Coach Arnett, who replaced Mike Leach, who passed away 1 year ago. Then you're off. So you got 5 games and you're off.
It's a perfect time for it.
Ahead of the 3-game stretch that is Oklahoma and Dallas, Georgia here, and then Nashville.
That's your tough stretch. That's what you'll find out what your team is made of right there.
And if you're Sark, you're looking at going, dang, we get a week off before that and after it.
Yeah.
Because then you get to take a breath after the Vanderbilt trip, which everybody should be trying to get to Nashville on October 26th. That'd be a fun weekend.
You talked about that
Good
yesterday.
town, good place. And then you're off. Because, again, with the way the SEC will rotate, you don't know when you're going to go back to Nashville. I mean, it may be multiple years before the Longhorns play at Nashville. So go this year. And then you're off, and then you wrap up with 2 home, 2 road. And back to, they alternate. Home on November 9th to Florida. Gators coming to town. Gator Chomp. Billy Napier, big year for him. He barely survived this year. Then you're going to Arkansas to play a Sam Pittman team who also had a rough year.
That's an old school rival, so they're going to be amped up.
Here then rolls in the one-time Texas A&M coach Mark Stoops and the Kentucky Wildcats. He was the. What's your favorite memory of Mark Stoops as head coach of the Aggies, Rod?
Right? Seriously, the tail wagging the dog.
Yeah. So, but he coaches at Kentucky, does a good job. So it's Stoops coming to town on the 23rd, and then November 30th, Kyle Field, Texas A&M. And there's thought that game could move off of Saturday and maybe become a Friday game, but right now it's scheduled for Saturday. No times announced on any of these games, by the way, game times. But that's your schedule. 3 distinct phases.
It's a favorable schedule, man.
It is.
I mean, because you get that bye week right before your toughest stretch, and then you get another bye week right after. I mean, that tough stretch.
And ahead of the Final Four,
and
essentially. With 2 home. And look, Arkansas.
You got multiple rivals in that home stretch, though.
And who knows what these teams will be. But think about it right now, those Final Four in November, except for Kentucky, all three of those 4 programs are down. Florida's down. Arkansas was a 2-win team.
Yeah.
A&M's got a new coach.
Yeah.
And they're making changes. Kentucky is Kentucky, but you're playing them at DKR. Vanderbilt, you get through that Oklahoma-Georgia game. And by the way, we talk about Oklahoma going into theirs. They got no offensive lineman returning and a young quarterback with Brett Venables. I mean, right now your toughest game on your schedule is that Michigan game, without a doubt. And then the Georgia game.
Yeah, it's Michigan, then that Georgia game. Yeah, and Michigan's losing a lot. I mean, he's bragging about them having 18 to 20 draft picks in this draft, so they're gonna lose a lot. I mean, they got a lot of in the hopper there. They got a lot of talent, but they will be losing a lot of their starters.
They will,
because they're such a good team.
But it's one of those things, you sit here and look at the schedule. If you build on what you're doing this year, where you went 12-1 and you're playing for the championship and you're bringing back Quinn Ewers and your entire offensive line and a lot of real good players returning, you're replacing a lot. You got to find that culture and find that chemistry. You could split the Georgia-Michigan games and still play in the 12-team playoff next year.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. Got a really good chance.
Yeah. Well, obviously, you'd have an SEC championship game after that, too.
Yeah, I think Texas got. I mean, like I said, I looked at the schedule. I haven't even really started scouting the opponents. I'm just looking at how the schedule lays out, and I don't know if you could have laid out better. The 2 bye weeks are just in prime spots.
Yeah.
You
Well,
couldn't
look,
ask for them better.
Mississippi State new coach. Vanderbilt's not a great program. Oklahoma's got some issues, but you know them very well. Florida's down. Arkansas is down. Aggies are with a new coach. Kentucky's probably the most stable program you're playing. I mean, as far as the teams you could be playing in your first year in the SEC, aside from Georgia, who's a powerhouse,
yep, you
got a pretty good draw.
Yeah, even say if you lose to your two marquee games like that, like let's say you lose your 2 marquee games, you're still talking about you know, the double. You should win double digits considering where those other programs are, where Oklahoma's going to be. When
and this
they
is
go
not
into
assuming
the
victories
SEC.
or whatever. Just the trajectory of Texas versus where those programs are.
If Quinn's coming back and you're bringing back 4 of your 5 starting offensive linemen, we're talking about Texas here going to the SEC. If Quinn's coming back and you bring back most of your O-line, the question would be, can you replace the skill positions that you're losing? That would be Texas' biggest issue, and the D-tackle duo.
Yeah,
those
and
are 2 big questions.
Sure, every team has them. I just
Yeah.
think Texas has fewer questions than a lot of these teams on their schedule.
Totally agree with
and are
you.
coming in a better place. I mean, point being, there's not an LSU on this schedule. There's not a Tennessee. There's not a Missouri who's kind of on the rise with Eli Drinkwitz. What you're playing is, Georgia, and then SEC teams mostly with new coaches. Or coaches on the hot seat right now, Rod.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting guy. Who knows how that Kentucky thing goes with Mark Stoops? He was leaving. He was up and out going to A&M. That whole storyline's funny to me.
It's just your 3 toughest games, or at least teams that are trending in the right way, and that's Michigan, Georgia, and you can say to Oklahoma. We just shocked that Oklahoma had such an exodus on the O-line. That's surprising, but it's still Oklahoma, and it's still a really good program. So they're trending in the right direction. They had that down year in Brent Venables' first year, but they recovered really well. And obviously, that's Texas' only loss. So I think that's the toughest part of the schedule, is that your marquee games, those are big-time Power 5 blue blood programs that are not struggling. They are trending in the right way. At least the program's on the right track. Well, more than the right track. Michigan and Georgia are awesome, but Oklahoma's on the right track too.
As far as the first year in the conference, it's a pretty good draw, I guess is what I would say, as far as the road home and
I agree with that.
Where the programs are that you're playing. All right, we'll pick that up on the other side. Your thoughts? Plan those weddings for October 5th and November 2nd, and get your tickets now to Vanderbilt, maybe the Big House, Georgia. Good luck. Good luck for October 19th to get to that game.
Yeah.
We'll be back. We will pick up some bullish or BS. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Happy Thursday.
Got some good news if you're among those driving in out of the Manor area. The crash westbound on 298 Greg Manor Road has dropped off the board, but we are still seeing delays. Not going to get out of that from FM 973 at least toward Greg Manor Road. We've got a new one reported, southbound toll 130. This is out of the Hutto area south of Highway 79. A little fender bender, maybe a bit of a backup through there. We don't think it's going to be a huge problem. We'll watch it, though, for you. I-35, it's slow out of Georgetown, south of Highway 29. No reports of a crash yet, but south of there toward toll 45.
choose to, and we know some teams like Jacksonville, they want to have a larger presence and a bigger presence overseas. Bullish or BS? More international games for the NFL.
I'm bullish on it. I mean, they're trying to grow the pie. They want to be, the best, the biggest, and right now they're pretty much a North American sport.
Yep.
They'd like to grow that. I don't have a problem with it. But it's the fact that every team has to be a part of it. I think is important because you can't just the travel is onerous, and they usually do a bye week after that, after those road trips. But no, I think it's good. Look, they're trying to do it in two phases: internationally and using Taylor Swift to grow females and young people.
Yeah.
No, they're kind of riding that wave with that T-Swizzle.
Smart stuff.
Smart stuff. Because there are still those who think that's fake. I don't believe that. But at this point, the Taylor Swift thing is more than they can ask for as far as bringing new viewership to football. Hey, bullish or BS on this, man? This Shohei Ohtani contract with the Dodgers continues to draw headlines and create conversation.
What about it now?
Because we played the Chris Russo situation. But look, Shohei Ohtani's a sharp dude. Right, I mean, that's pretty clear. This is not just your normal baseball. Because a lot of boneheaded baseball guys in my mind, but they are. Well, in his historic deal with the Dodgers, that also defer a lot of money so the Dodgers can still be good and maybe upset the competitive balance of the league.
Shrewd move.
Which was shrewd, whether you like it or not. It was smart for him as far as his legacy and winning games and having a roster. He also in this agreement. One of the reasons he signed with the Dodgers is they've only won one World Championship, and that was the COVID year. But they're probably, along with the Braves, Astros, and now maybe the best run organization in baseball.
Yep, I can see that.
They're in the playoffs every year. He has an opt-out if baseball operations, if their owner or the baseball operations or general manager Mark Friedman is no longer involved with the team. So if those guys are either fired or gone, he can opt out.
That is. I wonder who agreed to that.
Yes.
Who agreed to that?
His historic deal allows him to opt out if owner Mark Walter or president of baseball operations Andrew Friedman is no longer involved with the team.
So they got job security with Shohei?
Yes.
In the contract?
Yes.
Wow. I've never heard anything like that. That might be a little too much.
You think so?
Went a little too far on that one. I mean, really? So you're allowing him to make front office decisions about who you're going to hire and fire?
Yeah. So if Friedman's out, he could be out.
But what if they do something that is cause for firing?
Well,
and I have to fire them.
Yeah, you're really something outside of baseball, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, conduct, unbecoming, that kind of thing.
I mean, he's protecting himself. These are the guys I want to work for. These are the guys I want in charge of the organization.
Man,
that's some serious stuff.
That is some serious. Talk about leverage.
Yes.
I honestly, I don't know if I agree with that. I like that. I like to keep church and state a little separate. I don't need my players determining who I'm going to hire and fire in my front office. I don't want that. That's right.
Look,
clear conflict of interest in a lot of ways.
Well, but it also protects Andrew Friedman.
That's what I'm saying.
But the owner agreed to it.
But what if they do something that is cause for firing? That they actually have to be fired? Is Shohei going to be like, oh yeah, you can fire him for that? But do I have to go through Shohei? Say they get in trouble off the, away from the field, away from the professional scene, and I got to fire them for cause. Do I have to go to Shohei and go, Shohei, I got to fire him for cause. You cool with this? Basically he does.
Are you going to opt out if I do this?
Yes.
Yeah, he does. He's got to go through Shohei.
That's some serious. Who is Shohei's agent? Because we got to start giving him some props. We got to put him in the same conversation as these all-time great agents in the NFL that signed these great contracts.
Is it Tommy DeVito's
who signed
agent?
the Bobby Bonilla deal? Who did that deal? Like, we got to put this dude in that conversation, man.
Because every one of these stipulations, like, wow, that's
what
they got the Dodgers by the
how long did this negotiation? Did they play hardball at all? Did they just capitulate to everything?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's Tommy DeVito's agent.
Hey,
can I give you credit? They're doing. Hey, forget about it.
Wow.
Do you know that Tommy DeVito and Zach Wilson were yesterday's AFC and NFC Offensive Players of the Week?
It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, I like that.
What kind of odds could you have gotten in Vegas ahead of?
I like that.
Any week that Zach Wilson and Tommy DeVito would be the conference's Offensive Players of the Week.
No,
way to go.
You're right about that. Yeah, that didn't make any sense. And then, honestly, you know whose fault that is? The Texans. The Texans and D'Amico Ryan's defense that allowed Zach Wilson to have his best game ever. Why does Zach Wilson have his best game ever versus your defense? That's damning, man. That's an indictment.
That ain't good.
And I like D'Amico. I like that defense, but come on, Zach Wilson. And it was second half adjustments.
It was shut out in the first half.
You know what I think though? And I thought about this too. Who knows that defense better than Robert Saleh? It's just the same damn defensive scheme that he ran with the 49ers. The same scheme.
It is.
So I think
very familiar with one another.
Yeah, I think he went to work and kind of dissect the defense and helped Zach Wilson out a little bit. Yep. So that might explain it.
Yep. And it was a shutout at the half, but yeah, 30. Well, not just 30 points, 30 in the second half.
In the second half, so I'm saying it was all in one half. It just went off in one half. The best half of football that Zach Wilson's played since he was in college.
Well, let's also remember in the fourth quarter, the Texans went for it on fourth down like 3 times in their own territory trying to move the ball, and they couldn't even get a first down.
Yeah, then
the Jets were getting the ball at the 30.
And guys were dropping like flies.
Oh, yeah.
They had tons of injuries. Yeah,
second half collapse for Houston, without a doubt. All right, we'll come back. There you go. There's some bullish or BS. Your thoughts on the Shohei deal?
Wow, the Shohei deal. I got to find out who his agent is. We got to do some research on this. That dude deserves some praise.
That's probably Jimbo Fisher's agent.
Same dude.
We'll be back. Hook 'em up. It is rolling on a Thursday. Rod's got Behind the BOC coming. We got headlines, including the Longhorn schedule, 5-star commitment, and Malik Murphy making it official. He will not be with Texas moving forward. We'll get you the details. Coming back on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Has not been a bad morning when it comes to crashes. We had a couple on the board at the same time on the westbound side of 290 at Greg Maynard Road coming out of the city of Maynard. Still residual delays, but we don't see the crash anymore. Southbound Toll 130 had one briefly reported south of Highway 79 out of Hutto, but again, that appears to be gone. We still have some buildups through there, of course, on Toll 130 and on I-35 in Georgetown, Round Rock, and Pflugerville, of course. And northbound on the interstate, it's going to be solid, Hayes County, southern Travis County to downtown, but again, just not seeing all that many wrecks. We'll knock on wood and hope that trend continues here. I'm Don Miller. That's your traffic.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Hey, when you're sitting in traffic, sometimes you dread it. Let's be honest about that. You're stressed out. You probably got a little road rage working. One thing that helps sitting in traffic is if you're sitting in traffic in a car that you really like. And you're sitting in traffic in a car that you always wanted, that could help you deal
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers.
Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
I got to tell you, Rod B, on a Thursday, I'm watching this highlight of Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek freak, pretty mild-mannered guy.
Oh, yeah?
And he wanted that damn ball.
Yeah, he deserves the game ball.
Oh, I know, but
I've been living too.
He was a little bit more out of control than you would imagine. I mean, he was like
it's like a WWE scene out there. Like,
he was.
It was great.
Give me that damn ball.
You know what? NBA. I will say this: the NBA, is such a salacious league. Like aside from the actual play on the court, which I'm sure it is fine. Like I don't watch a lot of early NBA basketball, but between Draymond Green, choking, slapping people,
LeBron James,
antics like
drama.
this. Yeah, LeBron James. It's just they do give you great drama aside from the basketball. And that's what's kind of good about the league. It still is kind of a TMZ,
it's one of those,
salacious gossip league.
Well, I mean,
like TNT, they love drama.
We've played Giannis cuts, post-game cuts a lot. He's one of the most thoughtful people, and it's like, but he was mad. He wanted that damn ball.
That ball, man.
I mean, people are
Look at him.
People are gonna make memes out of this, like somebody's looking for the
there'll
last
definitely
piece of
be
chicken
a
or
GIF.
something.
There'll definitely be a GIF where they'll have him run into the locker room and they'll just put the comment up there. How I am when Mama cooks my favorite meal.
Yeah.
Boom.
Exactly.
Run up. No, trust me. I'm with you.
Oh yeah.
And
I feel like at home, all he had to do was, hey, can we get that ball?
That's on the equipment staff because I know they're responsible for the balls. Usually in every sport, it's equipment people.
And it's like, Giannis, you're the home team. You dropped 64-10. You had a historically great night. Somebody will get you the ball.
How many basketballs do they use in an NBA game though? Because in football they use multiple balls.
Right,
there's multiple balls.
But there is a game ball.
There is a game ball, but there are multiple balls. Like they don't just use the same ball all the time. We know that from the Tom Brady Deflategate scandal. There are multiple balls that are used in football, but in basketball, how many balls are used? Is it the same ball? The same ball all the time?
Unless there's something that happened, I think probably just one.
Yeah, I don't know. In baseball, they use multiple balls.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of balls in a lot of sports.
But typically, when something happens like a home run, they get it, or no hitter, keep that one ball. But he wanted that ball.
He wanted that ball.
But
that's on equipment staff. They got to get the ball. He scored 64, and they won the game, and he was at home. I mean, my thing: who has the right to the ball?
He does.
To the game ball. Is it the home team?
I don't know, and I don't have the history of basketball game balls.
Right.
I think they only use one. I'm sure they have more prepared in case something does happen. They got a lot of balls, but at the same time, baseball they rub up.
Football, they got
to prep the balls in baseball. I got to rub them up with the mud.
Well, football, they prep them up too. We learned from the Deflategate that they prep up their own balls.
That's right.
To me, those balls are perfect.
And in football, there's a K ball too. They use a different ball for
ball.
kicking.
Yeah. So what's the ball protocol in basketball? Who takes care of the ball? Is it the home team responsibility?
I guess.
Because to me, that's on the equipment guy. Because from my experience in college and pro sports, equipment guys are the ball. They take care of the ball.
They're in charge of the ball.
So they should be like, hey man, Giannis, he's got a 60-something point game going. Let's get this ball for him so he can have that ball.
And Rick Carlisle had it because one of his rookies scored their first point and only point that they've ever scored.
He out of line for that. Rick Carlisle's out of line. Now, I need to know when Rick Carlisle grabbed the ball because you didn't have any right to that ball. Your team lost, number one. You didn't have the extraordinary performance, the outstanding performance. That was Giannis, too. And they're the home team. Yeah. Why did you have a right to the ball, Rick Carlisle?
And I guess my question watching Giannis seemingly overreact, but I understand he wanted it.
Yeah.
It feels to me at home, if he was on the road, I think it'd be different. But at home, it's like, hey, can we get that ball?
It's my ball.
Can we get that ball? I don't know where it went. Can we get the ball, please?
64?
And somebody got it for him.
64? Yeah, if the equipment dudes didn't do it, then one of the coaches, like one of the existing coaches probably should did it, or one of the guys who doesn't play a lot, like, man, let me go get this ball.
Because this isn't like after they took showers. This is like right after the game. It's like, okay, we got Giannis. We can get the ball. We'll get the ball.
I know what.
We'll get the ball.
That's what I'm saying. After the game is over, doesn't the equipment guy just go get the ball?
Yeah, I guess.
Because they get responsibility for it. Now I have so many questions about ball protocol in the NBA.
He was in a bad mood.
I just want to know if they use multiple balls because most sports, there are multiple balls used.
There are.
I just don't know. And basketball,
but I don't think basketball, you really don't need it.
Yeah, you really don't need it.
It doesn't get hit in the stands. It doesn't get hit in the dirt.
That's
it doesn't
true.
get wet.
That's a good point. Yeah, because football's to clean them. They clean them a lot of time. They wipe them off, clean them, and make sure
for sure.
Interesting. I don't know.
Tom Brady's got to deflate his so we can get that covered. You know what I mean?
You don't give Tom Brady a break, man.
He
likes his balls a certain way.
It's cold out.
It's
natural gas law.
We learned a lot about PSI and all that. Remember that? How
It's like when it
educated
gets
we
real
all
cold
were.
and everybody's tire gauge goes on in their car. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Same kind of thing.
Discount tire, the line is like around the corner. It's like, guys, y'all just need to go to the gas station and then
You really
get a
gotta
tire
those checked?
gauge.
You gotta stand in line for that?
Yeah, that's all you got to do. You're all right.
Well, you need a little air. Hey, can we get to the headlines, trending topics? There are a ton of them. Let's get you caught up. It was a busy afternoon and night for the Longhorns. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bringing you the news. Yeah, starts with college football. What an afternoon and evening for Texas. Just story after story. First came 4:30 yesterday afternoon that Texas had received another huge addition to their 2024 recruiting class. 5-star cornerback Kobe Black made his long-awaited declaration. He chose Texas. He is 6'2", 200 pounds. Donned a Texas ball cap and revealed that he's been committed to Texas since August. He's the 21st commitment in the 2024 class, which is now ranked 6th in the national composite. That news was followed shortly from that point to a report from Pete Thamel of ESPN that Longhorn redshirt freshman quarterback Malik Murphy intends to enter the transfer portal, and he will not be with the team in the Sugar Bowl in 18 days. Report added that Murphy would have preferred to stay and play out the season and finish the mission, but timing of the portal window simply did not allow for it. Steve Sarkisian, who was down in Houston recruiting, reacted to the news of his backup quarterback jumping into the portal. We'll hear that sound coming up. He will immediately become one of the most sought-after players in the transfer portal market. The redshirt freshman is immediately eligible, have 3 seasons left. That news with Malik Murphy, followed by the SEC, officially releasing the entire 2024 football schedule for all 16 teams. That includes Texas and Oklahoma. For the first time ever, it reveals the Longhorns' first ever conference game will be September 28th. They'll welcome Mississippi State to DKR. Then the first of 2 bye weeks will come after that game, after week 5. That'll be ahead of their annual showdown with Oklahoma at the Cotton Bowl October 12, and then back to DKR for a showdown with the Georgia Bulldogs on the 19th of October, then off to Nashville where they'll face Vanderbilt the following Saturday. Then the second bye week into November, followed by a home tilt with the Florida Gators on November 9th, trip to Fayetteville, Arkansas on the 16th of November, back to DKR for a home game with Kentucky, and they wrap up the regular season November 30th with that much-anticipated matchup to College Station to face Texas A&M. College basketball last night, another win for 5th-ranked Texas. The women, they rolled Arizona 88-75. Rory Harmon used her great play. She scored 19 points, had 11 assists, and 9 rebounds. Taylor Jones added 16 for the now 11-0 Longhorns. Coming up tonight, Longhorn volleyball playing in the round of 4, the final 4 of the Volleyball National Championship quest. That game this evening against Wisconsin in a semifinal, national semifinal. NBA, Draymond Green been suspended indefinitely by the NBA for his face slap of Phoenix Suns center Jusuf Nurkic the other night. Green immediately assessed a flagrant 2. According to the league, he will need to meet required league conditions before he returns to play.
All right, the Malik Murphy news for Longhorn fans. I think all the stuff that I've seen about it from the fans, most Longhorn fans are really grateful for Malik, and they seem to be really appreciative for what Malik did. Because the truth is, Malik didn't have to stay. Probably the most surprising thing about this Malik Murphy news that he's hitting the transfer portal is the fact that he stayed around as long as he did. I mean, the truth is, after the Quinn Ewers news and the Arch Manning news, I think we all came in on air the next day, or at least later, I don't know, within 48 hours of that news, expecting Malik Murphy to hit the transfer portal then.
Yep.
And he never did. He never did. And I think it was a multi-factorial thing for him too. I think he was wanting to test himself. First of all, I think he loved Texas. I think he really did actually love. He came here to play for Texas. I think he wanted to play for Texas. I think he loved Sark and loved the system, but also think he's a competitor, and I think he wanted to see where his skill set was compared to a Quinn Ewers, and even to an Arch Manning when Arch Manning came in. He was kind of squeezed in between those guys. Quinn Ewers, the starter, Arch Manning, the heir apparent 5-star member of the first family of football coming in. And as a competitor, I used to love to try to measure myself up against great players. That was, Quinn Jam is going to be a first-round pick. All right, let's see where I stand. I mean, how far am I away from being at that level, right, to be a guy that could be projected to be one of the best players in the country, whether you're going up against the best players in practice, when you're having to kind of cultivate your skill set. I want to go up against Roy Williams and B.J. Johnson and Sloan Thomas, right, NFL caliber guys. So I think a lot of it was, some of it was his competitive nature. We know that he ain't scared of competition. And I think that's going to serve him well no matter where he ends up going. He's a guy that likes to compete and wants to compete. And he wouldn't have stayed around at Texas as long as he did if he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, his quotes to Pete Thamel indicate everything you just said. He said, I hate it. I'm super invested in this team. Everything that we've done along the way, all the work we put in together, it's hard to walk away, especially at this point during the season. He went on to say, it's nothing against Texas at all. I'm doing this purely for me and my future. In my eyes, I'll always be a Longhorn and part of this great team. I really appreciate Coach Sark and how accepting and helping he's been along the way. As a player here, has been super helpful. It'll definitely take me a long way. I was glad I was able to be coached by him.
Yeah. I mean, and by the way, this has become, it's going to become more of a frequent thing, and it has in all of college football. It has been a frequent thing. These are problems you want to have. These are first world problems.
Yes.
Where your quarterback room is so packed that really talented quarterbacks who actually got a chance to play last year, they don't see a path to play because I think the underlying storyline here is that Quinn is coming back to school. Or at least that's the assumption, because if Quinn wasn't coming back to school, even though he hasn't officially made the announcement, I don't think Malik Murphy would be deciding to move on. So I think this actually can further kind of put the puzzle piece together, bring clarity that Quinn's coming back and that Arch will be the quarterback behind him. So I think it's like I said, it's a first world problem. It's like the P. Diddy song, more money, more problems. Everybody wants the problems that come with more money. Everybody wants the problems that come with having a loaded quarterback room with 5-star quarterbacks, and there's so many good ones in that room that you don't have really a path, so you got to go elsewhere. And I'll just say this too, they give Sark a lot of credit because Sark, I think, understands you got to keep bringing in as many quarterbacks as possible because, first of all, you can't predict quarterback evaluation. That's really tough, but you can't really predict quarterback injury, and Texas dealt with a lot of quarterback injuries over the years, right? Quinn hasn't made it through a season yet.
Yeah.
So whoever the backup is to Quinn, they going to play.
They're going to play. No, I mean, it's he's a classy guy. You can tell. And, the way the rules are set up, he's got to put his name in the portal so he can be contacted. We know tampering happens, but, guy wants to do it the right way. And as you said, you got to do your due diligence. You're just not going to jump to the next place. You're making a big decision. So you want to find the right place for you. And the right place, you don't want someone else to take that spot that you want, right? There's probably a few schools or coaches he'd like to play for. And, the portal's filling up, and there's a lot of quarterbacks. We've already seen Riley Leonard commit to Notre Dame. We've seen, Dylan Gabriel to Oregon. I mean, I don't want to say he's behind on that, but he's got to get in it if he wants to be a part of the decision-making process.
No, he is behind. Let's be real about it. He is behind. That's why guys hit the transfer portal as soon as it starts, because then they can start visiting teams and they can start visiting with coaches, talking to coaches. Like you said, their spots are really filling up. There are only so many Power 5 open jobs at the quarterback position, and I'm sure that's the school, the level that he wants to play at. He's capable of doing that. So, yeah, the sooner that he acts, the better. You can't really, afford to wait when it comes to the transfer portal. Not at quarterback, not at the quarterback position.
Well, and both sides have said this. And you just heard Malik's quote to Pete Thamel. He wanted to play for Sark. He wanted to be coached by Sark. And so now I think he can lean on Sark a little bit to maybe help find that next spot with someone that Sark has a high opinion of as far as their quarterback development and someone who can help. Look, he wants to play at the next level. I mean, that would be the next thing and play for championships wherever he's going. So we'll see what the next phase is for Malik Murphy, who should have plenty of suitors.
I think, really good coaches and coaches who are really in tune with their culture and not insecure about it, they can certainly help these young men, whether it be with a reference or, with a text or a call, to reaching out to an assistant coach on the staff and trying to engaging an opportunity. They can certainly do that. I mean, Nick Saban is on the record for saying, I told Jalen Hurts to go team up with Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley's the best quarterback coach in the country. The NFL wants to know you can throw the football. You need to make that connection. If you end up with him, he will improve your draft stock because he will at least tearing you into a passing quarterback, and he'll be able to prove that you can be a capable pocket passing quarterback. He did that, and now look where Jalen Hurts is. So I think along those same lines, if Nick Saban can do it, Sark can certainly do
100%. It. And yeah, Jalen Hurts is open about that. That when he lost his job to Tua, Nick Saban was candid with him and said, "Look, man, we have all these receivers. He's a better passer right now. We need to go there.
Yeah,
he helps us, get the ball to the Devontae Smiths and the Henry Ruggs and the Jalen Waddles, and that's the direction our offense needs to go."
Sark was there for that.
But he also told him, stick with it, be the backup, which he did. But he said, really, in every rep you get in practice, work on your throwing, work on your passing, work on your, everything. And then, we get to the end of the year. And, of course, we know the story of Jalen Hurts, that they needed him to come in and save the day and win the SEC championship game. Mm-hmm. And he was still locked in and prepared and ready to go and helped them beat Georgia that day. So I mean, he's a great teammate, and then you're right. He, hey, if you're going to go somewhere, go play with Lincoln Riley. That guy develops quarterbacks.
Yeah,
that guy is going to help you more than anywhere else you can go.
And the same thing with Malik. I mean, you want to be playing for a high-powered, high-octane offense with a quarterback-centric system, right? Quarterback-friendly system. I don't know where that is, but hell, then a lot of the Pac-12 schools that are no longer going to be in the Pac-12, but at least they're on the West Coast where he's from, they might need some quarterbacks. That conference is going to be responsible for how many quarterbacks drafted in the first round? Probably at least 2, maybe 3. You'll have Caleb Williams, Michael Penix. Bo Nix is a quarterback. So a lot of those West Coast teams, they're going to need quarterbacks. Hell, matter of fact, Oregon just got theirs already. That's why the spots are those spots are filling up quick. It took them less than 72 hours.
He's originally from California, so the West Coast is looking for quarterbacks. And Washington, they're playing the bowl game with Michael Penix moving on and Kalen DeBoer and his ability to develop QBs. And those are the kind
of big arm QBs.
He does like big arm QBs.
Malik's got a big arm.
Big arm. Wouldn't that be something?
Honestly, it would make a lot of sense. It's not that crazy to me. Yeah, he is a West Coast guy.
Well, I mean, it's just the latest and
Parker Lane, that's an injury crash, but other than that, we're seeing, of course, the volume, I-35, the usual spots, south and north of Toll 45, and south and north of Ben White, northbound on 183, headed toward Metropolis and Highway 71 west of the airport, and Caney Lane, making your way to I-35 from the east side and southbound Georgetown, Brown Rock, and Pflugerville in North Austin. But again, those are routine delays. The crash we had, 183 Research Pass McNeil, has cleared. South Toll 130, south of Highway 79 in Hutto, that is also gone. I'm Don Miller. That's traffic.
Sunny days are ahead as Ironworkers Local 482 Union is hiring 3,000 people right now for a huge new project. Maximize your potential today by applying at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
When your money's on the line, put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you tools to win. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down, you can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds boosts, same game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, and touchdown is another chance at a big payday. To get started, go to mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl frontrunner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else like MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
Hey, it's Aaron Hogan, and this month our tour of Central Texas golf courses powered by Callahan's General Store is back, and we shine the spotlight on Grey Rock Golf Club in South Austin. Visit hornfm.com and take a tour with me and our golf pro Omar Uresti. Grey Rock Club is back open and sprinkled with towering oaks, providing the perfect runway on every drive. 160 acres of nature and majestic views back open from their restoration. Check out Grey Rock and all the courses we visited during our tour of Central Texas golf powered by Callahan's General Store only at hornfm.com.
Here's an unexpected holiday surprise for all the last-minute shoppers. Now through December 17th, all of Diamond's Direct Diamond Classics are 25% off. That's all diamond earrings, all diamond bracelets, all diamond pendants, an incredible 25% off. Special financing, too. Get the perfect gift at the best value price all year. 25% savings on all diamond earrings, bracelets, and pendants. Now through the 17th only, and only at Diamonds Direct. Get details, directions, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
All right, we're back with you on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Apologize, we had a little board freezer going on, our board mission control. And sometimes it'll freeze up on us, so we got to reset that. But here we are from the home office, home studios, and the OC. Of course, Brock doing a good job back there, making sure we get everything back online. When we were so unceremoniously interrupted, we were talking about Malik Murphy's decision And a lot of people weighing in. I said, hope we don't have to play against Malik down the road. You just never know. It says, so if Murphy transfers to Washington and is on the Washington sidelines during the game, does that open up the UT play? Again, that was just a suggestion. We'll see where he ends up going.
It makes sense. I mean, I don't know.
It would be an interesting.
I don't know who the backup is for Washington. I have no idea.
And Michael Penix is off to the National Football League.
And that's the only quarterback Kellen DeBoer has had since he's been there.
He was Indiana. Yeah. Indiana, and then brought him with him to Washington, and that would be a subplot. Now I think what you hear from Malik is he wouldn't want to do anything to hurt this current team just because he can't be on it.
Well, you got to do what's best for you, man.
You got to do what's best for you.
You got to do what's best for you.
Well, you can commit to Washington and then not provide all the intel. I mean, let him play.
No, you don't do that. But I'm sure that Kellen DeBoer, if he's going to give us scholarship, he's like, hey man, I want you here this week.
Can you help us out? Can you help us out?
Some of these concepts. That would be wild.
Wouldn't that be crazy? That would be there's been multiple ultimate storylines out of the portal, but that would be one.
That would be one.
But we'll keep an eye on that with Malik. Now that news has dropped, he'll go about his business, and the Longhorns will continue theirs. You, Rod, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain here coming up, but you have you were part of an On Texas Football live stream yesterday when the young corner Kobe Black made his decision. Waco Connolly put on the UT hat at his high school. He did confirm afterwards that he really committed to Texas back in August before his senior season started. He just wanted to play out the year and then make the announcement yesterday. Your thoughts on Kobe Black and what kind of Longhorn, what kind of prospect they're getting with the 21st commitment for the class of 2024?
I mean, he's got, like I said, all the raw materials, all the measurables to be a premier press coverage corner is what they want. We spoke to him on Texas Football, my man Bobby Burton, and Ray asked him about, how the Texas coaches have, envisioned him and how they envisioned utilizing him, I should say. And they said they basically compared him to Ryan Watts. They want him to be a boundary corner.
6'2".
Yeah, he's got great size, wingspan. He's a long, rangy athlete, explosive athlete too. They move him all over the field. He plays, corner for them, but they put him at wide receiver and they'll hand it off to him on reverses and things of that nature. So he's a great overall athlete, and at that level, they let him play everything. But he's gonna play corner, and they got him playing the boundary corner is what he basically hinted at. And the boundary corner plays press consistently more than the field corner for Texas does, but they're starting to play more press man on the field and the boundary side. But the boundary, as you guys know, what's where Ryan Watts plays. They play press probably 80% of the time for Texas. That's what they want from him. He can be a technician as well. And what I mean by technician is someone who can be elite at being able to replicate the same technique over and over again. That's what it takes to be a really good press corner. He can do that. He's got really good hips, not a lot of wasted movement at the line of scrimmage. He's patient at the line of scrimmage, which is really hard to teach young DBs.
Can't be lungy, right?
Yeah, he waits, patiently for the wide receiver to either cross his face or for the wide receiver to kind of break his cushion. Usually young guys panic with that. Not him. That allows him to get his hands on the wide receivers to reroute them. Got great hand placement too. I love his feet. Got really nice feet. So I just think he's just got all of the, like I said, the raw materials to be an elite press coverage corner. And he's an offensive guy at the high school level, so you would think the ball skills would translate too. So you potentially got a ball hawk on top of being a technician out there at the boundary corner. That's ideally what Texas wants. I think Texas right now is at a point now where they're building up the secondary, prioritizing two traits. I think they're prioritizing coverage. Number one, they want coverage specialists. You can have great players in your secondary, really good players. Texas has good players in their secondary, but they're not coverage specialists. Taft's not a coverage specialist. Neither is Jaron Thompson. Neither is Keaton Crawford. They want coverage specialists. They're starting to get that with the corners and with those young bucks, Malik Muhammad, Terrence Brooks, even Ryan Watts. I like Ryan Watts. I think Ryan Watts is a really good football player. I don't think he's a coverage specialist. I think he's great at rerouting receivers at the line of scrimmage. I think he's great at getting his hands on receivers, throwing off the timing. But you'll notice once you get past the line of scrimmage with Ryan Watts, that's where his fundamentals and his technique starts to deteriorate a little bit because he doesn't really have sweet hips. He is a long, rangy athlete. So when he gets his hands on you, man, there's a good chance the quarterback will move past you in his progression. But if you are the receiver that's deeper in your progression down the field, that's when he's susceptible to a lot of stop routes and a lot of deep routes because he's not a coverage specialist. So my point is that's what they want now with these young bucks. They want to make sure he can cover first. And once we check that box, once we got that data point, we feel confident in our development. We can teach guys how to tackle in the open space. We can teach guys how to take on blocks with the right shoulder. We can teach guys how to run the alley, take on with the right angle. We can teach all of those things. One thing they figured out you cannot teach, and I've been saying it for a long time, you can't teach coverage. Can't do it. You can try, guys can get better at coverage, but there are a lot of good athletes in that Texas secondary that ain't great in coverage, right? Because coverage is kind of something that's innate, usually programmed early in the development of a football player. I think it's more like being a pass rusher too. I think being a pass rusher, you're a natural pass rusher a lot of the times. You can get better at it with certain techniques and hand placement, and your BGO can get better, but usually that is something that's innate. Guys are natural pass rushers. What did Coach Sark say? Who your best pass rushers? He said, Anthony Hill. Anthony Hill and Byron Murphy were the best pass rushers. That's from Sark's mouth. Why? Because he came in as an elite pass rusher. That's a natural skill. Who's your best coverage guy in the secondary as a safety position? Derek Williams. He came in as your best coverage guy. You didn't teach him how to cover. All right? That is a natural ability. You have to recruit it, and I think they're recruiting it now. They're going to teach and develop the rest, and I totally agree with that. Also, you can tell that's also the case with the safeties they're bringing in. Jordan Johnson-Rubel. Safety that projects to be a nickel. That means he can cover, right? Derek Williams is a safety that can cover like a nickel. I think he actually projects to be a nickel if you need him to play that. Xavier Filsaime, the 5-star safety that they're looking to get in this recruiting class, he's a coverage safety that projects to be a nickel too. Safeties that can cover, that have skills and feet of a corner. And that's what they're looking for. So they're going to coverage, I think, is going to be the top priority for them in the secondary. Everything else they'll teach.
Yeah, they want a havoc defense, right? I mean, this year they got that big, sturdy, powerful defense, but you can see with the kind of players, the Colin Simmons, the Ethan Burks, they want guys who disrupt and rush the passer, but then you can cover to let the pass rush get home as they move forward. And by the way, a little piece of breaking news from our buddy Jerry Hamilton from On3 Sports. He says that Jordan Johnson-Rubel, you just mentioned him from the IMG Academy, Sark and Blake Gideon will be in an in-home visit with him tonight. And it turns out he's not going to be one of the 4 players practicing with the Longhorns for the bowl game.
Okay.
He's actually has agreed to play in the Under Armour All-American game. So you can't do both. You can't play in the high school All-Star game and practice. So that according to Jerry. So as it stands now, just 3 guys, Ryan Wingo, Parker Livingstone, and Christian Clark, the running back, will be
offensive guys, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
and receivers. Listen, you want those receivers in early because they see a path to play.
Yeah.
I mean, you're losing Jay Witt, you're losing X-Man, A.D. Mitchell. We assume that all those guys are leaving. There's a lot of reps. There's a lot of snaps at wide receiver, a lot of targets at wide receiver that are going to be open.
Yeah. Well, the one suggestion I had earlier, because there really is no way around the Malik Murphy conversation, and the calendar is the calendar. Because several people, and it's a fair thing to say, why don't we move it till after the national title game? Well, that would only benefit 4 teams. The other guys who are making their decisions back in early December want to go.
They want to go.
And they got to enroll. They got to find a school. They got to move. I mean, all those things have to happen. So it would be unfair to those players, and that's the majority by a lot. It's only 4 teams playing for the championship. But the only thing I came up with, thinking outside the box, Rod, Could he drop into the portal, do his due diligence, and then take his name out of the portal, play for Texas, and then still know where he's going when the game's over? But the problem is the window closes before the Longhorns even play for the national title. If they were to beat Washington, the window closes. So all he could do is play in the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah.
And then he'd have to drop back into the portal, go where he wants to go, and wouldn't be able to play down in Houston. And
you still end up with Arch Manning as your backup quarterback.
For the national
do you just want to start that process now rather than having to go back and forth?
He's going to. There's no way.
And I don't know if there are rules against players entering the transfer portal more than once in the same window. Because it's a relatively new thing, so I don't know. I haven't read the transfer portal rules. But if it's not, that's a great idea. If there are no rules against you entering the transfer portal more than once, multiple times within the same window, then hell yeah, that's a nice loophole.
Yeah, wouldn't that be
a great loophole?
We're talking about Shohei Ohtani, all these loopholes he's finding in his contract.
That's loophole, baby.
Hey, look, if you drop in here on the 14th, you've got until Christmas to find a new spot and talk to those coaches legally and without, above board. Decide your spot, and then the Longhorns really, as Sark has said, they're going to practice for a week here in Austin, but it's going to be, the starters aren't going to get a lot of reps. They're going to be working on fundamental things and trying to keep them fresh. The real intense bowl practices are going to start right after Christmas when they get to New Orleans and start really prepping and drilling down on Washington. if he could find a spot, be back after Christmas and play in the Sugar Bowl at least with his team, because that's what he told Pete Thamel. Really, it's a hard decision for him. He'd love to play.
I love that idea.
But the team he's going to go to is probably going to go, yeah, we don't really want you to go there and get hurt, and can we just go ahead and do this thing? It's such a weird time. Let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. Rod's got more on this big matchup with Washington, these Longhorns, and all the news. The schedule is out. A lot to talk about behind the burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, so a couple of notes from my rewatch of last year's Texas-Washington game. It's such a great resource to have that these two teams basically met with a lot of the same cast of characters like a year ago in the Alamo Bowl, and now they're meeting up for a chance at the national title. So I've rewatched that game like twice, and one thing that upset me actually on the rewatch. And it's something I was critical of Sark after the game, and I remember this and went back and got my notes, and it actually did, even on a rewatch. I saw it again. I went back and got my notes, and I actually commented on it at the time too. At the time, post Bijan and Rojo, when Sark was game planning for that Texas-Washington game, I remember him saying this. He said specifically that all the running backs were going to play. I remember him saying that, because he was asked about post Bijan and Rojo, how you're going to deal with it. And he said, oh, no, all the running backs are going to play. And that include Jonathan Brooks and Jaden Blue and Keenan Robinson. We found out later on Jonathan Brooks was dealing with an injury in that game. So that might have affected the pitch count or the reps and snaps for him. Remember, Keenan Robinson ended up starting the game. And the miscalculation by Sark in that game was that he ran the same plays he ran with Bijan and Rojo, except with Keelan Robinson, and I think that was a dang coaching mistake. He's a different type of running back, and I think you have to weaponize him in a different way. I think Sark noticed that, but it was a little bit too late, and Texas did not have a running game really in that matchup versus Washington. They had to abandon the running game at one point, basically, and that's why I think they end up running a lot of empty formation, ran more empty formation in that game than they had run all season long, and one of the reasons why it may have been out of necessity because they had no running game. And Keelan Robinson wasn't able to be kind of that main course running back that you needed him to be. So they missed Bijan and Rojo in that capacity, and I think that's why he ran no multi-back sets at all. There were no multi-back sets, no 20 personnel, no 21 personnel, even though that season Texas had been one of the most explosive, efficient teams in the country out of 21 personnel. Well, it made sense. You had Bijan and Rojo back there. But I think another miscalculation by Sark was that the pony package, which is 2 tailbacks, 2 backs, 1 tight end, 21 personnel, or you can go 20 personnel, 2 backs, 0 tight ends out of your pony package. But the key is the pony packages. It's 2 tailbacks in the backfield, not a fullback. And the miscalculation by Sark was that, and you know what, I probably assumed this as well, that those 2 tailback sets and packages and personnel groupings wouldn't work and wouldn't be as efficient or as explosive if you take Bijan and Rojo out of the equation. And he was wrong about that. He was actually wrong about that, because the truth is Texas still ended up this season, and this is how we know that was a miscalculation. This season, the most effective, explosive, and efficient personnel grouping for Texas so far this year has been their pony package, 21 personnel, even without Bijan and Rojo, even with Jay Brooks getting hurt. Your highest yards per rush, your highest yards per attempt, and your highest yards per play out of any personnel grouping. 11, 12, Big 12, Big 11, your 6-0 line. Your most explosive, efficient, effective personnel grouping is your 21 personnel grouping, and that is still the case. Even with Jonathan Brooks being hurt, no post Bijan, post Rojo, it still works. And it kind of reminds me of what Nick Saban's talked about this. He was like 2 back sets actually are starting to increase in frequency, because not only do teams have more athletic running backs now, they can utilize those guys in the pass game and also in the running game. But he says essentially teams don't practice against it a lot. And there's an advantage to being able to present something to a defense that they haven't seen or practiced against. It throws off the angles to the football. He talks about that all the time. He said it throws off the keys that the defenders have. Usually they have certain keys when they're defending spread sets as opposed to power sets. And Nick Saban even remarked there was one game last season where a team, Tennessee, lined up in the I formation, and his team didn't know what to do. They lined up in a straight up, old school I formation, and they had to call a timeout. Team had no idea. They were like, Coach, we had never seen this before. This is weird. And he's like, it's just two backs out there, guys. They don't see it. They don't practice against it. Almost kind of when teams play an option team these days. They never play against option football anymore. So it's something that can be really effective versus high-level opponents just because they haven't practiced against it and they don't really have any familiarity with it. That's what 21 personnel is becoming. And you know who else is noticing this too, guys? In the NFL, they're starting to notice this. I'll give you a little stat. How about this little factoid? In the NFL right now, teams, and it's mostly I'll give my man Shano a lot of credit for it because I think he has kind of popularized 21 personnel now in the NFL even more. First season in 17 years. All right. Last season was the first season in 17 years where 21 personnel usage actually increased and went up. All right. At 8.2%. It was the first time in 17 years where it actually increased because it's been dropping every year. Why? Because teams are going more spread sets, going more 11 personnel, even more 12 personnel, but spreading teams out more. Well, you can spread teams out more. You just do it from 21 personnel, and teams are starting to figure out we can present power personnel packages, and then we can pivot to play action pass principles. And Sark does a really good job of it when he uses 21 personnel, and I think one of the things that he messed up on last season in that game versus Washington, and maybe it was because they had injuries, but you still had access to Keelan Robinson. Jay Brooks played in that game, but on the pitch count, we didn't see Jaden Blue. Nope. Even though he said Jaden Blue would play, we never saw Jaden Blue in that game. I think Sark, if you went back and asked him about things he regretted in that game, he'd go, yeah, probably should have played some more 21 personnel. Because now we know that it's not necessarily a personnel thing specifically because it was Bijan Rojo and Jonathan Brooks. No, 21 personnel works schematically. It works. Conceptually, it works. You don't even necessarily have to have the high-end elite talent in that personnel grouping. The personnel grouping itself, my stats tell you it works. In 2021, it was you at your highest yards per attempt and your highest explosive play rate out of 21 personnel. 2022, same thing, yards per attempt, yards per play, highest completion percentage, and your highest explosive play rate out of 21 personnel. And I thought, and Sark probably thought too, that will definitely decrease. That'll regress in 2023 because no Bijan and Rojo. Wrong. Still better in 2023. Higher yards per attempt, higher yards per play, higher explosive play rate than any of your other personnel groupings. It works. So this season, when you go into that game, much like you did in the game last season where you got one of your running backs hurt and dealing with some injuries in the backfield potentially, still use 21 personnel. It works. And last season he didn't do it. He lost some of his creativity. He lost his muse in Bijan, and he lost his inspirational leader of the team in Rojo, and he let that affect, I think, the game plan too much. He really let that affect the game plan too much. That's why Keelan Robinson, being the main course running back, not playing multi-back sets. If he'd have done that, I think he'd had more success in the running game and wouldn't have had to abandon it. One of the reasons Texas lost that game was because of the lopsided rushing battle. They ran for 158 yards in that game, over 5.5 yards per carry. I'm not sure if Texas even reached 3 yards per carry in that game. I think they were below 3. They couldn't run the ball at all. This year, you can't let that happen. Versatility, diversity in the running game is a big part of it. So run that pony package. Don't forget about it. It's one thing I noticed in the game last season.
Good stuff as usual. Rod, behind the burnt orange curtain. Texas now 18 days to the showdown with the Washington Huskies in that Sugar Bowl. We'll come back when we do some off the record, those stories you got to have, including Cam Newton. Hear what Cam Newton said about some quarterbacks in the NFL, including one who's playing like an MVP. We'll get that off the record. Coming next on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Police activity continues up along 290, the Manor area. This is near Shadow Glen. And so in that region, you'll see them doing their work. Let them do it and stay away if you can. Now, as we check the major thoroughfares here in the city, again, not looking too bad, although we're just getting word of a crash southbound on Mopac, right near 35th, and back up toward 2222. And further south from there, northbound, just south of the bridge, we could have a little fend.
Texas on December the 10th around 12:28 a.m. An Austin Uber driver picked up 27-year-old Nusha Afkami from a hotel to take her to the airport.
Okay.
On the way, apparently Miss Afkami grew upset because the Uber driver was driving too slow.
I've been there before.
So the California woman was arrested after she hijacked the Uber driver's car.
How? What?
While driving the Uber, Afkami took the phone from the driver, threw it out the window. This prompted the driver to stop, exit the car. While she was out of the car, Afkami got in the driver's seat and drove away.
What?
Leaving the Uber driver stranded along the ramp on East Cesar Chavez going to the airport.
Okay, this lady's unhinged. This lady, we've all been there and frustrated before, okay? But what? She threw the phone out the window. Where was this while they were driving?
Sounds like right downtown, like right by Rainy
So
Street.
like,
Cesar
so they're like at a
Chavez.
light, and then she just grabs the phone, throws it out the window.
Yes. Uber driver gets out. She gets in the driver's seat and takes off like.
How did you think this was going to end? How did you think this story was going to end? That you stole somebody's car?
Officers working at the airport got the information, found the Uber driver's car abandoned in front of. So she pulled right up to the terminal and dropped the car.
She's like, I paid for a ride. I didn't drive my damn self.
Before Ms. Afkami could board the plane, she was found and detained by airport police.
Yeah, man. You're unhinged, lady. Was she late for a flight?
Yes, clearly.
I mean,
it was 12:28 in the morning. I'm assuming she was not sober.
Lady.
She told the Uber driver, I need to get to the airport, so I'm going to take your car and drop it off at Southwest Airlines.
And she expected the Uber driver just to let that slide? And we're just like, all right, I'll pick it up later then. Thank you. Like, what?
God forbid somebody shows initiative nowadays.
Yeah, she took matters into her own hands. Turns out Miss Afkami also stole the Uber driver's wallet and used a credit card for several items at a store inside the airport.
So you didn't just need a ride. You needed more than a ride then. You needed a ride and you took some of my money too. Yeah.
This happened right here just this weekend.
You need to go to jail for a while. You got to go to jail for a while.
I have to say, Rod,
when you make that many bad decisions in a row, it's not just you being stupid and having a brain for it. No. You need to go to jail.
There is a mugshot, Rod. There is a mugshot.
How old is this woman?
Looks like she's in her 20s.
I was going to say, is she hot? Because that's
She's not
usually
ugly.
like,
She's not
there
ugly?
you go. See?
Here you go, Rod.
You look at like
She's
the crazy plane lady. Like there's a
yeah.
common denominator here with some of these women who.
She's cray-cray. There's no doubt about that.
Well, she's not. Yeah, listen, the hot to crazy ratio is a thing, all right? The,
Oh,
the hotter
100%.
they are, usually the crazier they are. You want to find the perfect balance when some being you don't want somebody crazier than they are hot. She can be just as hot as she is crazy, but she cannot be crazier than she is hot.
Yeah,
and that's when
but
you got, this woman is crazier than she is hot.
She really did this. She threw a phone out the window, jumped in the car, drove to the airport, dropped it right at the terminal, and just casually walked through the airport.
Well, and then started
bought stuff,
buying stuff with this woman's credit card.
and thought she was going to jump on an airplane.
I just thought there would be no consequences to this. What?
Who
What
is this
world did you
person?
grow up in, woman? Seriously. I
It's
don't.
a true story. This happened just the other day.
I cannot believe that. That is wild. That Uber driver has a hell of a story to tell from now on. Like, that is crazy.
That's like
Through the phone out
this
the
is a
window.
sociopath. If you can just do that and then just cruise through the airport using this person's credit card, buying stuff.
Yeah, she probably you need to investigate her. She might have
But she's
murdered
just
somebody back in the day.
Oh yeah, and she's just cruising up on the airplane and go climb down the aisle. Come on now.
And they got her right at the gate.
Right at the gate.
That's awesome. I love that. You know, there was a lot of people like, "Oh, why are these cops at the gate? What are they coming for me? What are they here
And
for?"
I guess my question: the Uber driver picked her up at 12:28 a.m. So this is the middle of the night. How often? What time do flights stop departing from?
They got
AIB?
red eyes and stuff like
I
that,
guess
right?
they do,
Some late
yeah.
ones. But I'm with you. I don't know how many. There's
Well,
not
I'm
a lot of
assuming
them.
like she's the only person in the airport. Not a lot of people in the airport at 1 in the morning.
That is fair. That's a
Did
good
it
point.
say where she was going?
California.
And there's not a lot of stuff open, right? There's stuff like closed in the airport when I come through there late. Stuff's like closing up.
Yeah, I figured Vegas, but if she
Oh,
was like
maybe.
really, she would be a real psychopath if she was like flying to like Kansas or somewhere.
Here's what I think. I think Brock, go to work on this because her name's out there. When she's out of jail, and we need to get her on the show. We need to talk to this person.
No, this woman does not deserve
Let's
any
get the-
fame
let's
or
get-
attention. She's a sociopath.
Can we get her in
No.
studio?
Yeah, no, by phone only,
Oh,
please.
Because she's crazy. Unless you want to hit on her or
So,
something.
yeah, Ty, when Ty
That's
gets
what I was
back in
planning
healthy,
on.
you'll probably start hitting on her.
You guys might like kind of crazy. You might like your women that crazy.
You guys are getting a little aroused over there.
I always
See
tell
how that's
people
going.
like, you wear boots to look like a cowboy. I wear boots because the girls that I like aren't allowed to be around shoelaces. That's what I always tell people.
There you go, Brock. Country guy out from Dripping Springs there. Good job, Brock.
That's well said. I like that.
All right, what
That's
do you
really
have
good.
off there? I don't know if you can top that story, Rod.
I don't think I can, actually. I don't even know if we need to even try. I got this little story. It's not even close. So apparently Deion's popularity has grown to the point at the University of Colorado where they have announced a new course named after Deion Sanders. A new educational course named the school has named a new elective course after Coach Prime, according to Jimmy Searfoss. Searfoss, who is a student at Colorado, posted a screenshot with an announcement. Here are the details. Apparently, Prime Time Public Performance and Leadership is the name of the course.
Nice.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go.
I
Hey,
heard
how
that
about this?
the course runs from 4 to 8.
Oh,
Ding,
Brock
ding,
said
ding.
on fire today.
Brock's bringing it with the boots.
Yeah,
all
well
right,
good.
Cam
Like it.
Newton. Cam Newton has a podcast called 4th and 1 with Cam Newton.
Cam.
And on a recent edition, while being dressed as only Cam Newton can be dressed, by the way, it looks like one of Santa's elves or something. He was discussing how he thinks Christian McCaffrey deserves to be the NFL's MVP.
Of course.
And while getting to that point, he said several quarterbacks he watches, like Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, Tua, and Jared Goff, are caught strays. Said these are game managers. They're not difference makers.
Wow.
Dak Prescott sucks. Oh.
Okay. Dak Prescott's playing the best quarterback in the league right now. Cam, when you say stuff like that, it means
he's allowed to have an opinion. He's a quarterback himself.
Well,
He played in the Super
it just
Bowl. He
means
should have
he's-
gone after that fumble.
It means he's not watching the games either, though.
Yeah.
You can say that about some of those guys. You can't say that about Dak right now. It's not about Dak right now. Are you watching the games? This Dak's offense, this offense right now, the Texas offense, it's probably built solely around Dak Prescott.
It's his.
It is his offense.
Yeah, he's not a game manager. He's dominating.
He's playing chess right now, man. He is right now playing the quarterback position at a surgical level right now.
He is. But
Come on, man.
You know,
Come on, Cam. You
come
ain't
on,
watching
Cam.
the games. Oh, you just want some clicks, which is probably the latter.
By the
Probably
way,
want some clicks.
speaking of, and let's get to the top of the hour here, Brock, and we'll come back and pick up these conversations. Your thoughts on that? But he's welcome to his opinion. But Kyle Shanahan, your guy, Shanahan,
He ain't watching the games.
on the record, because people were asking him about Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey, who should be the MVP, and Shanahan said, "I'm not commenting on that because I don't want them to cancel each other out." We talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
One of the avenues for Dak Prescott to the MVP is that
Yeah.
some voters who
You're right about that.
who are going to vote for one of the Niners, they're going to vote for McCaffrey over Purdy or Purdy over McCaffrey, because who is the true MVP of that machine that they've got out there? Whereas in Dallas, there's really no doubt. I mean, it's Dak.
It's all Dak.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm with you. Like, there's a lot of conversation about who's more valuable to that organization, to that offense. There's no conversation about that in Dallas.
Kind of like Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia, right? He's the engine of that offense, and when he struggles, they struggle. If Dak Prescott starts to struggle, that offense is going to struggle again.
That's why they started off the season struggling, because Dak was struggling.
Yeah.
Dak got hot, and the rest we know. Let's put him in the MVP conversation.
I need to know this lady.
This crazy lady?
Yeah,
I
me
don't
too.
want to know her, but I kind of want to just pick her brain for a little bit. I need to
see.
Was she on something, or is she just 7 levels of cray cray?
Brock wants to hit on her. He's like, trying to find her social media
she's in
accounts.
Brock's age group too.
Well, because she's crazy, and sometimes crazy means that she's crazy in bed. And that's what guys say. They're like, she's crazy, but I bet she's crazy everywhere. And it's like, well, maybe she's not. Maybe she's just crazy everywhere except
Maybe she'd be
in the
crazy
bedroom.
in bed and stab you in the neck. All right, we'll come back. Hook him up with Ian Rod B.
Got to be cognizant of that police activity going on 290 Shadow Glen in the Manor area. Let the law do their
app. For info on placing your lunch or dinner order, visit vaqueroscafe.com.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers.
Austin, Texas sports. The whole.
Hook 'em up with Ian. Rod B rolls on. Apologize to the voice guy there, talking on top of him. Hey, we're rolling on and having a good time. A lot of thoughts coming in on the crazy lady who hijacked an Uber driver's car.
Yeah.
It says, guys, most this guy says I worked at the airport. Most flights are done by midnight. The first flight out is 5 a.m. So there might have been a special red-eye flight, or maybe it was delayed or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
who knows?
Still,
but because it was she hijacked the Uber's car like 12:30 in the morning.
I know. I just don't understand how she thought this was gonna end though.
Not good.
Like, where'd you? It's like the people that
our man Victor, the voice of Nelson Field, says she didn't think this one through, did she? No,
right?
She didn't think this through at all.
It's like I mean, yeah, you can. I think it's still rude to kind of talk trash and kind of berate the Uber driver, like, hey, I need you to get there quicker. But I've talked to the drivers before, and you can tip them and be like, hey, if you don't mind, I need to get there by this time. I'll give you a little extra.
See, that would be a rational thing to do.
Yeah, like I've done that before. I've been like, hey, I'm in a bit of a rush. When I first get in, I'm getting a bit of a rush. Hey, I'll throw in an extra, $10, $20. I just need you to get there.
That's kind of my point on Giannis last night. I was like, Giannis, can't you just tell hey, can we get the ball, please? I mean, he doesn't have to run around like a maniac, like somebody stole his kid or something.
You compare Giannis to this crazy lady?
No, I'm just saying he's such
irrational.
I'm such a fan of Giannis, and I'm not a fan now, but it
was irrational.
Dude, kind of like you said, hey, I got a flight to catch. I'm late. Can you, I'll tip you. I can pay a ticket if you get one. Let's go.
Exactly.
I need your help. I mean, Giannis is Giannis. It's his building. You can say, hey, yo, can we find this ball? Like, I need the ball. I need the ball. That's a special game. 60 points, 10 rebounds. Can we get the ball?
He was highly emotional.
He was like, man, somebody abducted his child or something.
He did. I didn't realize that. Yeah, see, they showed it again too. Of him like running down the tunnel.
He's trying to run into the Pacers locker room.
Yeah, and you know what? He did have a right to the ball, though.
100%.
Like, I don't know how the Pacers ended up in the ball. They weren't at home. They were on the road. So Milwaukee was at home, won the game, and had an outstanding performance. Former player.
Rick Carlisle says he took it because it was just sitting there. And in one of his, Oscar Schwebe, the rookie, scored his first ever point with the ball. And it was late in the game, and so he just took the ball.
Still.
Rick Carlisle's been around the league for 30 years.
That's what I was going to say. He knows how this works, the unofficial rules of this. Come on, you violate the G code. Yeah. Rick Carlisle, you violate the G code on that one.
You know that Giannis going to want that ball.
1 point?
And here's something I'll say, Rod, to start the 9 o'clock hour. It's funny because for just to behind the curtain, Rod and I are doing the show from the home office here in the OC, baby. Onion Creek.
That's right.
And so we got the TV on, and I put it on my sports mix channel.
Mm-hmm.
We got 6 things going on right now. We got NBA TV, we've got ESPN,
we've
got
likes
Fox.
to be overstimulated.
Yeah, me too. I do. There's Brian Windhorst. There's Kendrick Perkins. There's the NFL Network. I got some soccer going on. So we got everything. As we watch these shows each morning, in football, you actually talk about football plays. They talk about plays and penalties.
Yeah, they do.
You know what they don't talk about in basketball? Basketball.
They don't talk about the plays.
They never talk about the game.
No, they don't.
They don't ever talk about the game.
I've said that before, too. I was like, they always talk about some salacious gossip or some trash talk, some petty.
They don't ever talk about the strategy of the game. I mean, NFL, you do it with Beyond the Burnt Orange Curtain. You get deep into the X's and O's. When we do that in football, we actually talk about
strategy,
offensive strategy. Did they call the right plays?
Yeah, that's a good point.
You remember
NBA? All they talk about is Draymond Green smacking people and Giannis running around like a maniac.
You remember after the Mavericks championship run when Mark Cuban went on First Take and just yelled at Skip Bayless about how he never Skip Bayless was like, well, LeBron just wanted it more, and Mark Cuban was like, what does that mean? That doesn't
Where's the strategy? Talk about scheme.
It's TMZ, man. But
right.
They don't really talk about.
That's a great point. You don't really learn a lot on those shows about basketball, but football, you're right. You can watch a good quality football show and you'll learn a lot.
Dan Orlovsky, I learned a lot watching
NFL
that guy on
Live. Yeah, good point. I agree on that.
Yeah, it just occurs to me. I'm not the first person to say this, but
what about the baseball show? The baseball shows get in the scheme.
They talk about MLB Network. Yeah, they break it down.
Break it down in the scheme
at a high level.
Right. I guess even inside even Charles Barkley them, they don't talk as much X's and O's as strategy and scheme as you think. They're just entertaining as hell. But they get into the salacious gossip a lot of the times. I don't like this
Zion
guy.
Williamson's
This guy's too fat. Yeah, right. Which just makes it one of the best shows on TV. So I'm not criticizing it. But to your point, I think you're right. There's not a lot of strategy scheme discussions about basketball on these big networks and shows. Yeah.
Which, clearly the people don't want that. Whereas people want the football X's and O's.
They're tired of Taylor Swift
drama
talk in football. They're like, don't talk about Taylor Swift anymore.
Talk about
X and O's. Talk about the strategy. Blitz rates.
Quit
Come
showing
on.
Taylor Swift. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, give me the blitz rates. I need that. I need drop balls for Patrick Mahomes. You know what I mean? I mean,
exactly right.
Which is, it is what it is.
It's a different appetite, though. You're right. It's a different appetite for the NBA fan and the football fan, period.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It says, do the Warriors have a leadership void? The team with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, do they have a leadership void?
Oh, I mean, I'm glad they indefinitely suspended Draymond. He's got to go to counseling. How about Kevin Durant? He's a part of this. Kevin Durant's Mr. Drama sometimes.
Yeah, he does. He likes it.
He likes it. He's burner phones and whatnot. But he says, this is where we are with Draymond Green. Durant, I hope Draymond gets the help he needs.
I know they're talking about now, like he's got to go. I think his agent and the Warriors leadership going to get together and talk about counseling, and he's got to go to. Basically, they want to go to therapy.
Yeah,
and do the work.
Yeah, do the work.
They want to go to therapy.
And
I don't disagree with that guy. Hey, by the way, we all could use therapy. By the way, I do not mock therapy at all.
BetterHelp.com.
We could all use some therapy, no question.
Yeah,
they're talking about Draymond Green like he has CTE or something, like he's Antonio Brown.
Well, look, I mean, I said this yesterday with Steve Kerr. When I watched Steve Kerr's news conference after the choking incident, and you could tell that Steve Kerr couldn't defend his guy anymore, and he was highly disappointed and concerned. Because, I mean, look, go back to the Rudy Gobert thing. He was choking that man.
Yeah.
Like, he was literally choking him out.
We talk about sociopathy with this woman. This is sociopathic behavior.
Yeah, people are like the headline was he put him in a headlock. He was choking the man.
He was choking him.
Like, he was leaning back and trying to take the air out of the guy.
Yeah.
And in this case, now he's smacking this guy in the face and trying to say he didn't mean to do it. What do you mean you didn't mean to do it? There's no way to watch that and say you didn't intentionally smack that man across the face. If you had closed your fist, it would have been a punch to the face.
Yes, it would have.
And this was only a couple of weeks from the choking incident. It's like, dude,
he didn't learn his
what's
lesson.
wrong with you?
He never learns his lessons.
Yeah.
I think that's why they're like, you got to be out indefinitely, and we need to make sure you're going to therapy. Like, that's going to be one now of the, that's going to be one of the prerequisites. You got to go to therapy.
Well, I mean, last year's big drama, right, or one of the big NBA dramas was Ja Morant. Well, Ja Morant's, carrying guns and he's hanging around with the wrong people. This dude's choking people and punching people in the face in games.
They both need therapy.
Yeah, they do.
They both need it. I'm with you on that.
I think that's why I think it's because that would, we're going to balance out which is worse. It doesn't. But at the same time, if you're going to hold that stance on Ja Morant, you need to hold the same thing. Even though Draymond Green's won a bunch of rings and won a bunch of championships, this guy's a menace.
So how long is the suspension for Draymond?
It's indefinite.
Well, I'm talking about what does it end up being in the end? What would you?
It's the rest of the year.
What would you levy if you were Adam? So I think I'd go. I think I'm with you. I think I'd go because of his reputation. And because of the previous incidents and obviously his behavior, and like you said, he's got 2 incidents already on the season,
and pretty severe ones too. These are,
yeah. I think I might lean toward. You can appeal it, but I might lean toward, man, you're out for the rest of the year, and then maybe on the appeal we can talk about him coming back later.
It's got to be contingent upon, just like Ja Morant. You got to go see some counseling. We're going to talk to the counselor. We're going to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, man.
Because you're choking people, punching people in the games. We can't have it.
Well, do you think what he did is worse than what Ja did? Because Ja only got 40 games. So he got half a year's suspension.
It's a perception thing. We're talking about gun violence in this country, so there's a larger conversation than just about
concerning
idiotic behavior, which is what Draymond does. It's still violent behavior, so there's victims, but there haven't been any victims for Ja Morant. But because of the larger discourse happening in this country about gun violence, and we know there have been a lot of victims of gun violence in this country.
Sure.
I think that's why he's being punished to that extent, because he's unaware and he was oblivious to that conversation and perception of it.
And he's one of the young stars of the league, and it feels like he's going on a really scary wrong path. And what's next, right? And I think you put the same thing with Draymond. Okay, what's next here, guy? I mean, you're
escalating, dude.
Yeah, it's getting worse. It's not getting better.
Yeah, you're escalating.
And everybody after the Rudy Gobert incident put him on point. Even his own organization told him, "Look, man, this is it." And now you're hearing Steph Curry talking about, at what point can we stop putting up with this guy because he's an important piece of our team. All right, so that's out there this morning. We've got the Cam Newton conversation, but we've also got a lot of Longhorn conversation. Rod's got a rant here coming up, but I will just say once again that the Longhorns did get the commitment from Kobe Black yesterday. 4:30, the 5-star corner out of Waco. Rod has given you his breakdown, a bigger, rangy corner. They see in kind of the Ryan Watts mold, but might be an early performer for Texas just because of his skill set. Also, Malik Murphy is in the transfer portal. We've gone through that several times. And you just hate it for the kid because you can tell he doesn't want to, but the timing tells him he has to for the best for his future. He's not going to be the starting quarterback at Texas moving forward, but he wants to play and be a starting quarterback. And to do that, he's got to do it now. He's got to do it in this 30-day window.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's going to prevent him from being with the team for the Sugar Bowl and for potentially a trip to the national title. Now, I would say I can almost bet that, a paycheck or two that he will be with his team at the Sugar Bowl, like at the game. Like he'll be on the sideline.
Yeah, street clothes.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And I would guarantee you whoever he chooses to go play for will have no problem with that. And he can't practice and play and be the backup quarterback. That's going to be Arch Manning. But I would be shocked if we don't see Malik Murphy at the Sugar Bowl on the sidelines supporting his team.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I think his team wants him there.
Yes,
I mean,
100%.
They were all the reports were this team was really, really connected, and they were really complimentary. But they really liked Malik as a person. He's one of those guys that was considered a locker room favorite.
Well, you remember the famous now picture of the quarterbacks with their shirts off and the physique?
Yeah.
Turns out that was all Malik's idea.
Yeah.
Let's do this picture. And they didn't think it was going to get out, but Malik put it out through his account. Yeah. And, he looks like a tight end in that thing. But
it's like a D-end.
But, he was helping to unite those guys, and let's do this workout. And at the end of it, we did like a 30-day workout, and then we'll put out a picture or take a picture.
Yeah. All the reports are his attitude and is great for morale of the team, and he's a great team guy and a great locker room guy. And so, he'll be missed, and I'm with you. I think they should give him a ring. When they get their rings, hopefully it's a national championship ring. But whatever rings they get for the postseason, they should send him some.
Big 12 championship ring.
Big 12 championship ring. He deserves
They're
all
not
that.
here without him. And let's hear Sark real quick before we go to Rod's rant. This was Sark, news station TV, Fox TV down in Houston, caught up with Sark, who was on the recruiting trail yesterday, and this was what Sark had to say.
Malik obviously transferring. What was that conversation like?
Well, that stuff's always difficult. Malik's been a great teammate. He's been an awesome guy to have on our team. We wouldn't be here today if it weren't for Malik, and he won 2 football games for us. But I also understand this day and age of college football, and that's unfortunate that he's been put in kind of this situation, in this position, to where he's trying to look out for his future. But he was part of a team that's competing for a national championship, and so this kind of structure of how our seasons go throughout the year in college football is not perfect, and we're all learning as we go with now the transfer portal, the early signing period, the college football playoff, and then what it's going to look like next year when we go to 12 teams, and managing that for our own current players, but also for our future players. And so we've got to continue to adapt. But it's, again, I love Malik to death. I love the opportunity to coach him. Like I said, he was a great teammate, and wish him nothing but the best of luck.
Classy as usual with Sark, and he's right. Think about next year, this exact situation, and you're playing in a first-round playoff game.
That's exactly right. Yeah. No, and like I said, it's a first world problem. These are problems you want to be dealing with. You want to be dealing with the problem of, we got too much talent in the quarterback room. Looks like we're going to lose some of those guys. Oh, man, the schedule right now looks impossible because we got to play for a national championship or practice for one, and we got to try to figure out if this window is a window that will allow for him to stay with the team long enough so he can enjoy this experience, but also go pursue his own interests. Guys, these are glorious first world problems.
Better than the alternative.
Right? It's a glorious first world problem. We wanted these problems forever.
Could be the Aggies.
Exactly. Or the Sooners.
Yeah, or the Sooners.
Yeah, they look at the prospect of 0 returning starting offensive linemen guys in their first year in the SEC.
And their schedule's more difficult than Texas in year one, in my opinion.
Ooh.
Hey, let's get to Rod's rant, the second of the day.
Rod's Rant of the Day is brought to you by Apple Leasing, the easiest and safest way to get a new car, any make, any model. Click appleleasing.com and experience how easy it is.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, I want to talk about the quarterback position just a little bit with Malik Murphy leaving. I've been crunching these stats for a little while about the quarterback position, and I've been talking about how tough it is to hit on quarterback for a few years, and I think here at Texas, I think we see that firsthand, right? How difficult it is to hit on the quarterback position. And since 2005, Texas has recruited and signed 25 quarterbacks. More than half of those guys have transferred. Then the transfer, and that's low. The blue chip transfer rate, blue chips, 4- and 5-star recruits, the blue chip transfer rate for quarterbacks is above 60% nationally. In some places, specifically maybe the SEC or other places, specifically other Power 5 blue blood programs, that number is approaching 65 or over 65%. And you can see that even in Texas, right? With the quarterback room, Quinn Ewers transferred in, Malik Murphy transferred out of your, 3 quarterbacks in that room, 4 quarterbacks in that room, half of them transferred in or transferred out, right, via the transfer portal. Same thing when you look at Texas in recent history. Since 2005, you're talking about 13 transfers, so more than half of the guys transferred. You had 3 of those guys change positions. You had 2 players who got injured, so they gave up football after their injuries, and only 4 players who played quarterback at Texas out of those 25 who've been signed since 2005. Only 4 of them graduated, or I should say exhausted their eligibility playing the quarterback position. Both McCoys, thank God for the McCoy family, Sam Ehlinger, Bam Bam Sam, and Tyrone Swoops. Swoops, there it is. Those are guys. And we assume Quinn Ewers is going to join that group at one point, exhausting their eligibility playing the quarterback position. But that's how rare it is. So you've had, since 2005, you've basically had 4 guys out of the 25 that have exhausted eligibility playing the quarterback position. And if you want to include Tyrone Swoops in there, I'm just being a little generous because he actually was more of a utility player with the Swoops, there it is, an 18-wheeler package toward the end of his tenure. And you go look at how many multi-year starters you got out of that group, right? That's what you're looking for. You're looking for multi-year starters. Those are your best chance of being a championship team is getting a multi-year starter. Go look at all your Big 12 champions, right? They're multi-year starters. Quinn, multi-year starter. You go look at VY, multi-year starter. Cole McCoy, multi-year starter. Even when you got close to the Big 12 title with Sims, he was a multi-year starter for you. Sam Ehlinger got to a Big 12 title game, multi-year starter. So ideally, that's what you're looking for. Like, that's the hit rate. That's your ultimate hit if you get a guy that can start multiple years at your Power 5 program. And that's getting even tougher, by the way, with the transfer portal. Even tougher than it used to be. Because now you have guys who can win double-digit games at a Power 5 blue blood program and decide, yeah, I'm going to hit the transfer portal. Which I can't even explain that or really justify it. I don't even know how to explain it. The whole goal of quarterbacks in transfer portal was to get to a blue blood Power 5 program and be the starter there so I can win double-digit games. And now guys are doing that and decide, yeah, I'm still going to transfer. I can't explain that. But it lets you know how tough it is to hit on these quarterbacks and get a multi-year starter. Right? It's getting even tougher. And you go look at the guys where Texas has been able to establish that. That's a hit rate, guys, of you're talking about basically 12% of your quarterbacks in that time frame since 2005 that have been multi-year starters for you. Look how low that hit rate is. It's hard to find quarterbacks. That's why bringing Sark in is important, because quarterback evaluation is already probably the toughest thing to do in sports overall. And I always say, nobody knows what the hell they're doing when it comes to quarterback evaluation and development. But some guys have a better idea. And Sark is one of those coaches that has a better idea of it. I think the first thing he understands is I just got to stock the quarterback room with talent. Quarterbacks like socks and underwear. You want to stockpile as many of them as you can. Right? Because you're going to end up losing them for different reasons, and you just never know what the hit rate is going to be. Like I said, Texas has hit on 3 multi-year starters out of the last 25 quarterbacks they signed since 2005. And that's basically what you're looking at. That's going to make you a championship contender. So this is a more money, more problems thing. Every Power 5 program that is considered a blue blood Power 5 program will have to deal with this issue. And if you're not dealing with this issue consistently, there's an argument to be made that it's an unhealthy organizational or program trait, right? Go look at all the great programs. When you're talking about Ohio State, whether you're talking about Clemson, whether you're talking about Bama, they've all recently been through that type of attrition where the quarterback room is so talented, so jam-packed with talent that really good quarterbacks don't see a path to play and they got to go elsewhere, like Joe Burrow. from Ohio State and go to LSU and win a Heisman Trophy, like Jalen Hurts ends up leaving Bama. By the way, and that was Nick Saban, with the suggestion of Nick Saban when he was asked, by Jalen Hurts, hey, what do you think about me leaving and where should I go? He told him straight up and gave him an honest evaluation, honest opinion. You need to go team up with Lincoln Riley. The NFL wants to see that you can be a capable passer, that you can pass from the pocket. That's what they want to see in your evolution. And Lincoln Riley's the best guy to teach you that. And you get his stamp of approval and can play for Lincoln Riley, the NFL will consider you a quality QB. Exactly. And what they did, draft him in the second round, and we know the rest is history. And so every program's going to deal with this. Texas actually was dealing with it before a lot of other programs. When I came in with Chris Sims, the number one QB in the country, number one player in the country, you had already had Major Applewhite here, as you guys know, and I'm not going to get into the Major Applewhite Chris Sims debate here. But we brought in Adam Hall, Westlake quarterback, in that class too. Brought in two quarterbacks in the same class. Adam Hall ends up transferring to, I think, San Diego State,
Adam
if you will. Yeah, exactly.
The big donkey.
Yeah, Jevin Sneed, G.J. Kinney early on.
As I said, I've been doing this a long time. There's always a quarterback controversy in Texas.
Yeah.
And as you just pointed out accurately, when it's a returning starter, an established starter, is when they won championships.
That's when Texas is at its best, like multi-year starter.
Well, look, 96, James Brown was this. There was a controversy in 95 between he and Shane Morenz. He won the job. He came back, and they won the Big 12.
Multi-year starter.
Yep. And, that's why it's good to have Quinn Ewers coming back next year. Think about that.
Amen, brother.
Because there are fans out there, and there are people I listen to on the radio around here who still think that Arch Manning's going to be the quarterback next year and that Quinn Ewers is going to have to go. It's like, dude, this is what you want. You want – when Quinn starts these two games, if they play two, they play one more, he's going to have 23 starts under his belt.
Yeah.
Coming back.
That's big.
Look at this year in the Final Four. If Jordan Travis hadn't gotten hurt, Florida State would have made the Final Four, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Final Four would have been J.J. McCarthy, Quinn Ewers, Florida State, Bama would have been out.
Yeah.
Everybody with returning quarterbacks would have been your Final Four. Michael Penix would have been in. It gives you we talked about it in the preseason. Look, Georgia looks really good. Ohio State looks good, but they're replacing multi-year starters at quarterback, and Alabama was too. It is an advantage to have a third-year starting quarterback next year going into the Southeastern Conference.
So big.
It's huge.
It's so big.
It's huge.
Yep.
Because you can't coach that experience. And ask Oregon about it, and ask Washington, and unfortunately for Florida State, Jordan Travis had that team on track to be in the an undefeated team in the playoff.
Yep.
As a sixth-year player.
Yeah. No, I'm with you 100%. I think we talked about it. That is a storyline that hasn't really, been confirmed. But I think if Malik's leaving, that we can all jump to a safe, conclusion that Quinn's coming back.
Well, look at last year's Final Four, right? Max Duggan had been he lost his job, but he still was a multi-year starter at TCU, and C.J. Stroud and Stetson Bennett, and and McCarthy, had won the job earlier in the year. He was the one guy that wasn't a returning starter with Michigan in there. So your point is right on, but it's never not been an issue at Texas. Ever.
Right. Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah. And one more thing before we move on.
Because I guess my point is people talk about the portal being it. No, the quarterback transferring out has always happened.
It's exactly.
The controversies have always been there.
Always been. And I think for Texas, and I think other schools too, just because of how big the position is to be the starting quarterback in Texas, because of the blue blood status of the program, because of all the attention like Texas football gets, all the different sites that are covering it. Yes, I think your point is well made, that here at Texas, we've been dealing with this for a long time. But now nationally, almost every Power 5 program deals with it on some level, and especially blue bloods like Ohio State's and your Clemson's and Texas. And like I said, I would argue now it's kind of a healthy trait to have quarterbacks, high-level quarterbacks, leaving your program, because that means you have high-level quarterbacks already in the program, and those guys don't see a path to play. Also, one other thing, though, since Arch Manning looks like he's going to be the projected backup quarterback for Texas in these next two games, the semifinal, hopefully, the championship game too, throwing this stat out there too, in the last 25 years, Texas has used multiple quarterbacks, guys, because obviously Malik helped you make it to a Big 12 title, win a Big 12 title. You wouldn't be here in the semifinal game without Malik Murphy and what he did. Kind of reminds me of what Shane Buechele did for Texas in 2018, helped you stabilize the position, then moved on to pursue other opportunities. But guys, in 19 of the last 25 years, Texas has used two different quarterbacks, whether for competition reasons, productivity reasons, injury, whatever, for different reasons, they've played two quarterbacks, but they played multiple quarterbacks 19 to 25 years. If you include the 18 Wheeler package and the Soups there this year, where Shane Buechele started all the games, but they did use him as a utility player, that's 20 out of the last 25 years. So it's hard to find a season where a quarterback starts every game from the beginning to end. And, I think for Quinn, that would be the next challenge for him, actually, because he hasn't done it.
Playing a
So
full
next,
season.
that's probably what the
Well,
NFL scouts want to
and
see too. Can you make it through a full season with us?
But I think that's going to be the sell to Arch. Like, hey, look, man, the good chance we need you back because you're going to play next year. We wouldn't be here without Malik. You got to see it, how important it is. And who, if Quinn hadn't recovered sooner and with that injury a little bit worse, might have been longer. So, I think when Arch comes back next year as the backup, he'll see that as an opportunity to learn more from Sark, but also get on the field at some point.
He's going to play.
And then he'll be the starter beyond that. All right, so that's good stuff in Rod's rant. Talking quarterbacks, Malik Murphy, we'll take your thoughts. You heard Sark's thoughts. You heard Rod. Let's pick it up on the other side. We'll also get the latest on the transfer portal, get you some news on a target for the Longhorns. Coming back on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Still have that police activity we've been talking about all morning long in the Maynard area near Shadow Glen. So let the police officers do their work there as they investigate an incident that occurred earlier this morning. Now, everything else is looking very, very good with one exception. Northbound I-35 between Onion Creek and Slaughter is extra slow because of a crash. But the Mopac delays have eased up quite a bit. Same thing for 183 Research I-35. Again, a few hot spots here or there, but just not looking too terrible at all. What a 180 from yesterday morning at this time. Now, we are checking this crash over at Scottsdale and Dessau, but that one has actually dropped off the board. 183 northbound at Laws Road. That's going to be in the Mustang Ridge area. Had a vehicle fire. Still a minor backup because of that. There's your traffic.
This holiday season, visit Boot Barn for top quality gifts that pay tribute to the lasting heritage of the West.
ones might surprise you.
That's what the band. What is it like about? Was American Pie where they had the girl was at band camp all the time?
Yeah.
And it turns out she was one of the freaky ones.
Yeah, just saving it for the right guy. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Come on.
Hey now. Okay, so we got a lot going on here. We're talking all things Texas, and we got an NFL game tonight before the top of the hour. We'll get to who said that, Rod?
Who said
also
that?
The fabulous fifth hour. I asked this question earlier, but we'll put it back out to you, you texters here later in the program, because tonight's game is the Chargers and the Raiders, Rod. Chargers and the Raiders. Both coaches, both teams will have new coaches next year.
How I feel about that?
Because Antonio Pierce is already in an interim basis with the Raiders. The Chargers are going to fire Brandon Staley.
Pierce got no chance to get that job.
I don't think. Well, they should have done it a couple years ago with Rich Bisaccia.
Yeah, he
Because
made
he got
the
him in the
playoffs.
playoffs.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Then they dumped him to go get Josh McDaniels, which was dumb. The Raiders aren't. I guess the question is, would either of these locations be a good spot for Bill Belichick? Because you've heard a lot of people speculating that the Chargers would actually be a good spot if you're looking to, Brandon Staley's a defensive coach. Obviously, Belichick's a defensive coach. But if you're the owner of the Chargers, would you trade for him with some control over who the offensive coordinator is going to be? I think you'd have to get that from Bill Belichick.
Yeah, you would have to. I agree.
But would you – because if you're Bill Belichick, what you're going for is trying to compete for championships, your legacy, as you've talked about, and trying to get to that Don Shula record of 328 wins. So you're not looking for a rebuild.
No, you're just trying to have basically trying to have winning seasons.
Yes, and get back in the mix.
You got to put together like 4-5. What's the record? Was he 28 away? Something like that?
I think I'd look up total
something
wins
like that.
now,
I want to say
it's 328 is the record.
I want to say I want to find out how. I think he's like on like 4 or 5 seasons worth of weight.
He's only got 2 this year.
Yeah, is that the way the pace that he was on? But if he could just get, I believe, like 8 to 9 wins, I believe in 4 seasons he'll be there. But I'm not,
actually the most is 347. He's got 321.
So yeah, exactly. So he's close. He's
3 away from George Halas to put him in second all time.
Okay. Yeah. So he's not that far away. You're talking what, 26 away?
Yeah. 26.
So tying at 27 from breaking it.
Yeah.
All right. So was that 4 seasons? You think?
3
Depending
10-win
on what he's
seasons,
winning?
you'd have it, 3 8-win
I'm
seasons.
going to say 4 or 5 because I don't know if he's going to get the 10 wins. I'm not sure. I think right now he's kind of hovering around being at close to 500. So that would have him at 8 to 9, somewhere around there.
Two different numbers here. We got maybe this includes.
Or they include is it all time? It's playoff
because the actual record is John Shula 328. George Halas 318, Belichick 301.
Okay.
But I don't know where this number's coming from. This
3, so that still puts on at 27.
Yeah, you got persons wrong. So 328, 318, 301.
Okay.
For Bill Belichick.
So
Tom Landry 250.
Okay. Yeah. So
Andy Reid 247.
It's realistic for him if he basically ends up with another job. If he's not a bad coach, a sub 500 coach over that 4-year period, that he should reasonably be close to breaking the record.
And all the reports out of Boston is it's going to end. And how does it end? As we said with Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft's a smart owner. He doesn't. If there's value in the coach, he's not just going to fire the guy so he can go wherever he wants. He's going to try to trade him. So we'll follow that. But that's a thing to watch tonight. Would Belichick be a good fit? And the question I asked earlier, which is kind of provocative, is Tom Brady's now in line to be part owner of the Raiders, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's worked his way, and he's
that.
going to buy in. Do you think Bill Belichick, do you think Tom Brady as part owner would advise Mark Davis, yes, that's a good idea, or no, don't do it?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no, just because, first of all, I think Brady, I think he tired of the Patriot way. I think it was something that wore thin on Tom Brady. Tom Brady was the balance to the Patriot way. We know that now. The Patriot way without him has become very toxic, and he's not in that locker room to help balance out that Patriot way that I think Tom Brady knows better than anybody can be hard on players. It can wear players down.
Yeah.
It really wear coaches down.
Well, I would be fascinated to know true serum in Tom Brady, and this is that, right? He's now part owner. He's got a stake in this team.
Yeah, he does.
Two sides of that. Would he endorse Belichick, or because remember he just had his number retired at the start of the year. He was back, and it was all hugs and lovey-dovey, and how great Bill Belichick is, and how great the teammates were.
Yeah.
And but this would be rubber meeting the road.
It really would be.
Well, do you think Belichick would want to go work for Brady?
That's another part of it.
Yeah.
I just the fascinating part for me is would Brady endorse it to Mark Davis? And because if he did, you got to know Mark Davis would probably go for it.
I'll tell you why it's not going to happen. Actually, it's not going to happen because Belichick has to forge his legacy away from Brady. Because right now, what's hurting his legacy is the narrative that needs Brady to be a GOAT, to be an all-time great coach. And if he wants to separate himself from that and kind of build and reshape that narrative, he's got to do it without Brady anywhere around. Because right now,
the further it's gotten away from Brady, the worse it's gotten.
Because Brady won a title in his first damn year with the Bucs. Everybody went, well, it was definitely Brady.
Yeah, Brady was a big part of it. And
He was a big part of it.
And the further removed from Brady, the worse the locker room's gotten, the worse the team has gotten.
Yeah.
It just gives you how important he was to the culture of that locker room and the development of those teams and the clutch nature of those teams.
Mm-hmm.
You're right about that. I'm interested in the Brady side of it, though. Is if he wouldn't endorse Belichick or it just wouldn't work, who is he going to push for? That'll be interesting to me. Who would he? Because you go to Mark Davis and come to Tom Brady and say, hey, I've screwed this thing up enough. Who should be our next coach?
You know what? He wanted Sean Payton when he was trying to be the Jackie Moon of the NFL with the Miami Dolphins, and they got caught tampering. I wonder if they'll, you bring up an interesting point about trading for a coach. I wonder if they will trade for a coach. Sean Payton was traded for.
He was. John Gruden was traded for.
John Gruden was traded for. I wonder if they'll think about, let's go get a proven commodity. Instead of some young, up-and-coming coach, hot shot, fast riser who may or may not work out for us, let's go get a guy we know is going to work out for us. That's what that ownership group did for the Denver Broncos, and I like that move. I don't know. Is there a coach out there you can trade for that you know is really good? Think about the Baltimore Ravens and that window I talk about with they're on the 6th year between Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson being together. If they don't win a Super Bowl this year, all of the stats, all the trends in recent Super Bowl history tell you they're not going to win a Super Bowl together because no head coach and quarterback have won their first Super Bowl together outside of that 5-year window. It's just not going to happen. Could you trade for John Harbaugh? You know he's a hell of a coach.
What about his brother?
You ain't got to trade. You ain't got to trade for him. You can just go sign him.
What about Jim Harbaugh?
Can you go trade for a Sean McVay? Tomlin. There you go. Thank you. Can you go trade for a good coach, man? Why not?
Well, because they need a coach and a quarterback in Vegas. The Chargers have the quarterback.
You can't. And at least if you trade for a coach, you won't screw up both.
Yeah.
Because you got a chance to screw up the coach and the quarterback. Right. If you get an unproven commodity for both, go get a proven commodity, man. There are a bunch of them in the league right now who are wearing out their welcome. But you just brought up a great one, honestly. But Mike Tomlin. Honestly, that's a brilliant one. I didn't think about that one. That would make a lot of sense.
Because he may need a fresh start out of Pittsburgh, too. Because they don't have a quarterback either, and Kenny Pickett's not the quarterback.
He's not, man.
Even Ben Roethlisberger's talking about is the Steeler way.
Yeah, I heard him
lost.
say that.
Yeah.
The Steeler way is over. So, Brock, I'm with you. Actually, Brock, I like your suggestion better than my John Harbaugh suggestion.
Tomlin.
That's good. Tomlin's the way to go. Go trade for Tomlin, baby. Now, the Pittsburgh Steelers may say, hell no, we don't trade coaches, man. We're the Steelers.
We've had 3 coaches ever.
Go ask. I would say the 3 on my list would be John Harbaugh, Sean McVay, and Mike Tomlin. I'd see that
I
trade
would put
for
Jim
him.
Harbaugh on the list, by the way,
Yeah.
if he's interested in leaving Michigan.
Well,
put him on that list.
And this is the biggest question I have with Belichick, because Belichick should be on that list strictly as a coach. The biggest question I have is if somebody wants him, is he going to want full control? Like, is he want to, because I would argue that Belichick, the GM, is getting Belichick, the coach, fired.
Yeah, I mean, the personnel's bad on that team.
Yeah, and so do you give
personnel's
him
not good?
Do you give him that kind of power?
But I also think it's not just the personnel; it's the culture. The culture's bad on that team, and that goes to Belichick too, because the leader helps build the culture. And you've talked about how secretive he is and how doesn't develop coaches, Rod. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's going to be fascinating, the soap opera of the offseason of these coaches and who's going where. It is, we still got 4 regular season games to go, and we still have the playoffs, but that is already on the mind. And tonight it will be the Raiders and Chargers, and both teams have needs for head coaches. And let's not forget about the name Dan Quinn, because Dan Quinn is going to be a head coach somewhere.
He is going to be a head coach somewhere.
Even Nick Sirianni, the Eagles coach last week, was saying, can somebody hire this guy? Get him the hell out of here. I'm tired of facing this guy.
I'm tired of facing this damn dude. One thing you brought up there was interesting about Belichick, though, and I've always said this, and Brock brought up that Belichick, the GM, is going to get Belichick, the head coach, fired. We said that numerous times, and you remember this about Bill O'Brien. Right? Bill O'Brien was a decent coach. Then they made him a capologist, and they made him like the GM, and
too much power.
Way too much power, right? Power corrupts absolutely. Without some balance, without some checks and balances there. There's no doubt that the GM front office executive tree for Bill Belichick is way better than his coaching tree. And I've told you why the coaching tree sucks, because he doesn't share information with his coaches. He won't give them the secret ingredients. He's always paranoid about they're going to give my secret to somebody else. But he does share information with his front office executives, right? Nick Caserio was really good for him.
Jack Easterby.
Okay.
No. Remember, he's the one that didn't give Easterby power. Remember, that's why Easterby left, because Easterby he saw Easterby for what he was. He was like, Easterby,
yeah, that's
man,
right. And they
you
lied
stay
on
in
his
your
resume.
he's like, you stay in your damn place, man. You're a chaplain. You don't need to be up here, making front office decisions and talking to my execs and scouts. It was the Texans. It was the Texans who were basically a fuster cluck of a franchise and a disaster.
Cal McNair fell for the
Yes,
BS.
they had a void of leadership at the top, and they allowed Easterby to kind of creep his way to the top. And he went to church with the McNair family, and they got really close with him because he was going to church with them. Nothing wrong with that, but that's when they wanted to become basically the Chick-fil-A of the NFL and be a faith-based kind of business model. And it's like, you ain't Chick-fil-A because your nuggets ain't as good. All right, so you can't do that.
They almost hired Josh McCown to be their head coach.
And it was because they were faith-based.
He went to the church too.
Yeah, he was in a church group. Like, can I get in this church group so y'all hire me? Yeah. What's going on here, man?
And Nick Caserio is the one that saved the day, and you've separated it. He took over the power, and now he's actually hired the right coach.
He's done a good job.
Have you ever heard Jack Easterby's stand-up?
No, I don't need to either. Let's not. I'm glad he's gone, but I don't have to say his name anymore. I still follow him on Twitter, and every once in a while I'll see a tweet, and I'm like, what am I following this guy?
What is he doing? What is he doing now?
I don't know. Faith.
I think he's with,
he's trying to go Joel Osteen and be a motivational speaker or something. But good stuff right there. We'll talk about it. That's what's intriguing about that game tonight, because the Chargers and Raiders have nothing to play for. Now, if you're in your fantasy football league playoffs, you'll be watching if you've got Austin Eckler or some of the better players. We'll get into that. The coaching carousel of the NFL is a really interesting topic for sure, and there's some good stuff. We'll come back with who said that, who said it. Some good audio from around the landscape. Get to all that coming next, plus the fabulous fifth hour on tap on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
A little bit of road work up along Toll 45 between I-35 and Toll 130 is causing some backups through there, but otherwise, boy, I tell you what, out of Round Rock and Pflugerville, Georgetown, I-35 looking good, Toll 130 just fine. We are checking the Mopac delays, just not many of those either. Clean and green in a lot of places. Now, northbound I-35, again, we had this crash. It looks like it's clearing off the board near Slaughter Lane, but still some backups toward Toll 45 and north of there. The only delays we're seeing are from Riverside to Cesar Chavez. And as far as crashes, we just don't see a lot on the board right now. There's your traffic.
Better help, folks. We were just talking about Draymond Green and needing to seek help, and he really needs it. Anger management, some other issues too. But look, general, mental health is super
ahead.
All right, it is. Who said that time, Rod? And you're going to have to carry the mail on this one because all the good audio I had, I sent to Ty, who's not here. So I didn't send it to Brian.
Hey, it happens. That's all right. Ty will be back. No doubt.
Ty was going to, we collect audio through the day and then send it over to Ty, and he has it ready to go. But I didn't do that with Brock yesterday because I thought Ty was going to be back from his little tummy ailment. So what do we have back there? Let's play some Who Said That there, Brock, my man.
All right, Brock, I sent you a couple of these, so you can just dial any of the couple that I sent you up whenever you get a chance, and we can play Who Said That.
Understanding that Robert will not ask you to be back next year.
Yeah, getting ready for Kansas City. That's what I'm doing.
Have you and Robert discussed your future beyond this season?
Getting ready for Kansas City.
I'm pretty sure you know who said that. Who said that?
My man Belichick, man. What's his next step? I'm eager to see how this plays out.
It's got to be the first time he's ever been asked about like job security and his job being on the hot seat. Because even when he was with the Browns, he wasn't with them long enough, and he actually had success with the Browns one of those years. He wasn't with them long enough to be on the hot seat or anything, right? He didn't leave when he left like prematurely when he was there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. He
wasn't there long enough for him to be on the hot seat, I don't think, for him to be asked questions like that.
He wasn't super liked. I mean, his first go-round, because how about this? I was at a playoff game, Cleveland Browns against the
they made the playoffs. Think about what you just said.
Yeah, but it was a wild
That's
card
what I'm saying.
game.
I don't know if he was on the hot seat. They made the playoffs.
And here's how I know it, because I was in Ohio visiting, and it was New Year's Day. And I was kind of hungover because I was in college, and we had gone out for New Year's Eve. But I went to a game, and it was the Browns with Vinny Testaverde against the Jets.
Yeah.
A playoff game on New Year's Day.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I was there. It was, but yeah, he was not liked because he was not friendly to the media. He was prickly. They didn't
Still
like him.
is.
But remember, the story of Bill Belichick is this: when the Browns, when he and Ozzie Newsome both left, and they both went on to build great organizations. It's another embarrassment for Cleveland.
It is.
They let both guys get away because Ozzie Newsome was a Hall of Fame player for them. He went, and when the Cleveland moved to Baltimore, he went there and helped them build into what the Ravens became. They won the Super Bowl in 2001. Of course, Belichick, they let him get away, and he went to New England.
He was there longer than I thought. He was there 5 years.
Yeah, he
too.
was.
He was there 5 years.
But he was not well liked.
No,
That's
and he only had that one season where he made the playoffs. The rest of the season,
Yeah, it was the one.
he had a losing record.
Yeah,
in the rest of those years.
And,
So.
I was at that one playoff game, Rod. I was
Isn't that
there.
wild? How the hell what are the chances of that?
I was in Ohio visiting, and it was
So
at
weird.
it was the old Cleveland Stadium, that old relic on Lake Erie.
That's wild.
Oh yeah, I was there. It was good times.
There you go. That was a little throwback.
It was cold.
Well, it was. Yeah, it was Cleveland. Did they host that game? You said Cleveland, right?
Yeah, Cleveland.
That was it?
Yeah. Vinny Testaverde.
Vinny Testaverde. That was a great clip, actually. I saw Vinny Testaverde not too long ago. He talks a lot of trash, but in terms of the Cleveland-Cincinnati rivalry going on, that Ohio rivalry there. Anyway, let's play some more Who Said That.
Actually, I have one for you. I sent it to Brock.
Oh, go ahead. Let's do it.
I found a good one. Can you play what I just sent you, Brock? See if he can guess who said this. An interesting debate.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Okay, let's
Here
get
we
this
go.
one. This is a good one.
Conversation like Malik obviously transferring. What was that conversation
Oh.
like?
Well, that stuff's always difficult.
that's
you
all.
know,
You know that.
Malik's
There we
been,
go.
been
Sorry
a
about
great teammate. You know, he's been an
Sorry, Brock.
awesome guy to have on our team.
Here it is.
You mentioned that Tyreek's the best wide receiver you've ever been around. You also were around peak Randy Moss. So what would give Tyreek the edge over?
I mean, and I all due respect to Randy. You know, I love Randy, and Randy's probably the best deep ball receiver, you know, ever in the game. But Reed can run it all. He can run a whole route tree. He can run choice routes. He can run looky. He can, you know, he can take the top off. He can, his ball skills, you know, coming in and out of breaks. Name a route you don't like him on. I just can't think of one. And to me, that's what kind of separates him in that regard, and just his mindset and the way he approaches every single day and every single game. You know, it's very, very impressive, and he's got the mentality.
There you go.
I have no idea who that is. They said he coached Randy Moss.
He played with Randy.
Played
Moss.
with Randy
That's,
Moss.
Wes Welker.
Oh, okay. Is he the wide receiver coach?
Yeah,
with Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember he started with the Texans.
Yes, he
I
did.
remember that. Okay, interesting. Wes Welker. I covered Wes Welker before when he was at Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Played in the slot. Yeah, that's interesting. I watched Randy Moss. The truth is, I don't necessarily believe that. Randy Moss was just lazy. I love Randy Moss. He's great. But you knew when Randy Moss wasn't getting the ball because you're like, man, why is he running so slow out there? Randy Moss was just lazy. And when Randy Moss was getting the ball, you knew exactly he was getting the ball because then Randy Moss would be like a bat out of hell, come screeching off the line of scrimmage. It's like, oh, he's getting the ball now. So I think, and we know that about Randy, right? Because Randy pretty much kind of gave up on himself before he reinvented himself with the Patriots. Remember with the Raiders? And everybody thought, oh, Randy's career is over.
Yeah.
And no, that wasn't the case. Randy, a lot of Randy's pitfalls as a professional had to do with his attitude. Randy just was not all in all the time. Even at the end of the Patriots, remember? End of his Patriots tenure.
Yeah, he had to be run out.
He had to be run out. He had a little attitude. Listen, Tyreek Hill is not a better player than Randy Moss. He is just not. But is he more committed? Does he have a better attitude? Better work ethic? Yeah. But better football player? I don't know if you're going to find a better football player wide receiver than Randy Moss, man. Athletically, physically.
No, he was a freak. 6'4".
He's a freak.
Long arms.
But his attitude was terrible.
Wes Welker.
You should watch him trot off the line of scrimmage on some plays.
I used to see it. I mean, he used to show it. And, of course, then he did the whole wipe your butt thing with the Vikings. And then he went to the Raiders.
Don't upset him, though. If you upset him, that's why he came to New England acting a fool because everybody's like, oh, he's done. Hey, guys, he's done, man. Randy Moss, he's over. And he was like, what? I'm over. I'm Randy freaking Moss. And he went up there and showed the world. You know.
Yeah, that was one of the greatest offenses of NFL history.
Yeah.
And they didn't win the Super Bowl. They went 18-0 and lost in the Super Bowl to Eli Manning.
Wow, how the hell did that happen?
That Giants D and that pass rush got after Brady, and they kept it close. And guy caught a bell.
David Tyree
caught a ball.
I was drafted with David Tyree. Me and David Tyree hung out a lot, actually. He's from Jersey. Good guy. Good dude, man.
What a catch that was.
It's an amazing catch.
But either way, that team was 18-0. Tom Brady threw like 50 touchdowns that year and like 7 interceptions. It was unbelievable.
And
they were unstoppable.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't they play them in like the last regular season game?
Yeah, late December.
It was like one of the last regular season games they played them.
And played them closer than anybody.
Yeah.
And that's why the rematch,
that.
they kind of had confidence that they could beat them. Because they were, I mean, the Patriots are about to go, think about Bill Belichick's legacy then. If they get a 19-0 and beat Shula's only undefeated team from the early 70s, I mean, golly. Unbelievable, but damn Eli.
Damn Eli and David Tyree.
Well, if not for Eli, Tom Brady would have 9 Super Bowl championships.
Yeah, he took 2 of them away. It's a great point, man. Tom Coughlin, they had the antidote to the Patriot way. They really did.
Pass rush, yeah.
Pass rush was it. I sent you a couple of more there, Brock. Can we play one more? I know we're up against it. Just to kind of dial up one more of those so we can play. Who said that?
So watching you play, you being in the box a lot, you playing nickel some, you're a very physical player and you play really fast. You remind me of some of them old school like DBs that used to lay the wood, man. You don't see that often nowadays. Mm-hmm. Growing up, was there anybody that you used to watch at Texas that you kind of modeled your game after a little bit?
When I used to come to the games, I was too kind of young till I understand like Michael Huff during the time. But I used to watch his highlights when I started like playing football. And I always watched Quandre. I trained with him over the summer for a few days. Quandre's kind of been a wonderful player, just his size and his ability and how he plays. So I kind of like his savvy and his size. That's typically the main person I used to watch at Texas.
Who said that? That's Alex Okafor asking somebody.
Oh, you should get that.
Who is that, Rod?
Oh, you can imagine yourself.
Tell me.
Jade Barron.
Oh, is that Jade?
Yeah.
Oh, Jade.
DV. Yeah. Good stuff by Alex Okafor, though. His Behind the Face Mask podcast is really good, though. He does good work.
Great job.
Get a lot of players on there, too. Talking players. All right, that's enough. I got another one, but we can play it later on in the show.
Yeah, we'll play it. We got the fabulous fifth hour to come. You never know. It gets a little freaky in the 5th hour sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like this crazy Uber lady.
You assume she's freaky. She might not be.
No, but you're talking freaky sexual. I'm saying she's freaky. She probably stab you with stuff.
No.
Like literally.
Yeah, that's the bad freaky. I don't want that kind of freaky. This is a crazy story. I actually heard one of my exes stabbed somebody like back in the day. Like, no, not like after she dated me. Like, I heard, like, she had stabbed this dude. And I was like, damn, I really got away with on that one. She was crazy. I didn't realize she was that crazy. I realized she was kind of crazy, but I didn't realize she was that crazy. And she had stabbed one of her exes or one of her boyfriends or something crazy. Heard about that, and I was like, damn, I got away with one on that one because I don't know if I was the best boyfriend or.
Well, you don't know what he did.
I don't do stuff that'll get me stabbed in a relationship.
Exactly
I will say that. I may screw up, but I don't do stuff that'll get me stabbed.
All right, we'll come back. Fabulous 5th hour to come. Good stuff on who said that. Good debates. We will reset that Uber lady story because it's one for the books. And it happened right here in the ATX. Look them up with Ian Rodby.
Well, it hasn't looked this way in the 9 o'clock hour the past couple or 3 mornings, but this is the way it's supposed to look. A lot of clean and green as we head toward 10 o'clock. They have cleared that crash northbound I-35 at Slaughter, so no more problems through there except for some residuals. Riverside to Cesar Chavez a little slow on the interstate, and that's about it. Now, we are a little concerned about what's happening on 183, Anderson Mill to McNeil, a little slow traffic. Hopefully that's not a crash, but something to keep in mind here. And we are checking one wreck on the board, which is confirmed westbound on the frontage of Ben White near I-35, but it's just a minor one. I'm Don Miller. That's traffic.
Here's Michelle's experience with Apple Leasing.
I've always been curious about leasing a vehicle, and after hearing the great recommendations for Apple Leasing, I decided to give them a call. It was very casual, and I was just curious what trading in my vehicle would look like and if I could possibly get a lower payment for a newer vehicle. And my car was at the point where it needed new brakes, and I was already getting tired of it. The kids made it messy, and I really wanted that new car smell and that warranty back. I had an idea of what I wanted, and everything was so turnkey via DocuSign. I got a brand new vehicle for less than my old vehicle's monthly payments, bad brakes and all, and I'm in love with my new ride. What's funny is I always tell myself that I'm going to drive my new car into the ground until I no longer have a car payment, but does that ever really happen? The out of warranty and wear and tear issues will always pop up, and giving Apple the opportunity
ESPN and Pete Thamel, he will enter the transfer portal and looks like he will not be with the Longhorns throughout their college football playoff practices. He's going to be leaving the team before then. Did say he dreaded it, that he hated the way that this decision had to be made because of the transfer portal window and the restrictions there, and him having to thoroughly vet other options, go visit other teams, can't even talk to coaches until his name is in the portal. Looks like now Malik Murphy will be pursuing another opportunity elsewhere. I think Longhorn fans are really grateful. We heard from Sark. Sark really grateful for what Malik Murphy did. And you don't make it to a college football playoff. You don't make it to the Big 12 title game without Malik Murphy having to go win you some games. And we talked about how important the backup quarterback position is, even in the NFL. You got 18 teams this weekend that are going to be starting multiple, at least having multiple starters throughout this season. Even in Big 12 play last season, only one quarterback made it through the entire season without having to miss a game due to injury, and that was Hunter Decker's or injury or productivity. And this season, once again, it still comes, I think it comes up, and I think it's a really important topic. You got to make sure your quarterback position, your quarterback room is healthy, not just your starting quarterback. And hell, even Florida State's dealing with that, right? You can have a great frontline starter. One injury to that frontline starter can totally derail your season, even if you are undefeated. Florida State missed out on a national championship appearance because people didn't like their third-string quarterback.
Or their second-string
quarterback. Or their second-string quarterback. Like, that's why you missed out on it. Think about it. That's why Sark stockpiling talent at quarterback is so important. There's a good case to be made that if Texas was in the same position as Florida State, they still would have had a shot because they would have had better backup quarterback play. We know this because Ohio State did it in 2014 with a third-string quarterback. They just looked really impressive the entire time, so they were not penalized for having a third-string quarterback in there because third-string quarterback look just as good as their starting quarterback.
The offense
Now,
got better and more explosive with
Now,
Cardale Jones.
I'm not saying that Malik Murphy, that would have been the case with him, but hell, their third-string quarterback is Arch Manning, and their third-string quarterback was some guy I don't remember. And that's the difference. And I think that's the approach Sark's got to have. You got to stockpile quarterbacks and assume that all your quarterbacks who aren't playing are unhappy, and they're going to want out. That's just the reality of the situation. That's why the quarterback transfer rate for blue chips is around close to 65%.
Yeah, well, I mean, and there's a difference, I think, for you're unhappy and just wants to play, right? I mean,
yes.
Malik clearly wasn't unhappy. He just knows the score. He's not going to be the starter at Texas, and if he wants to start, he's got to go elsewhere. But yeah, I think that's all you can keep doing. Look, you also covered yesterday the Kobe Black commitment, right? The Longhorns finalizing this 2024 recruiting class next Wednesday. 6 days from now will be the open window, but really recruiting's over by Monday because it goes dark, right? The at midnight Sunday into Monday, it's a dead period. You can't talk to players. You know, I guess other players could recruit for you.
There you go.
But
That's
the
why it's important.
hay's in the barn, and then it opens on Wednesday night. Wednesday morning, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, that opens, and that's when you can start sending your DocuSigns or whatever it's going to be. And the Longhorns have a commitment that had a ceremony yesterday. Trey Owens, right? They're going to continue to add Trey Owens from Cy-Fair down in the Houston area. He will be the quarterback. And then Sark last week was at a state championship game in Alabama to see KJ Lacey, who is the Longhorns' commitment for the 2025 class.
Yep.
And you just keep bringing them in, Ron. And then, you probably know they're not going to be here the whole time.
No. Honestly, more than half of those guys you're bringing in are probably going to end up transferring, or you're going to end up bringing in a quarterback that transfers. That's your quarterback room right now, right? Half the quarterbacks that were in there transferred, or they came in via transfer. Quinn Ewers, Malik Murphy's transferring now. Now you got Arch in there. You got Charles Wright in that room. This is the P. Diddy more money, more problems song. These are the kind of problems you want to have. And if you are recruiting the quarterback position successfully, these are the problems you want to deal with. These first world problems. And I think we all want the problems that come with more money. These are the problems that come with having a stacked quarterback room. And we all want these problems. Alabama had to deal with them at one point. Ohio State, Clemson. When you are really recruiting quarterback like gangbusters, this is going to happen. This is inevitable. Yeah.
I mean, remember, Georgia chose Stetson Bennett over Justin Fields.
Yeah, Georgia's dealt with it too. Exactly. Everybody's going to deal with it.
Stetson Bennett won him 2 natties, and you have to.
Joe Burrow won a Heisman.
Yeah, he had to leave Ohio State. Yeah, you're right. And same kind of thing. He loved Ohio State, but he wasn't going to play there, and so
he's from Ohio.
Yeah. His father's a football coach in Ohio. I mean, you got to go where you got to go. And I get it, and that's just the way of it. And you wish Malik luck. But the point of Sark, you're going to keep bringing quarterbacks in.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about the other part of this recruiting class next week, because if they get the commitment of the kid that's currently committed to Florida, Phil Sami, right?
Yep.
Xavier Phil Sami from McKinney, Texas.
Good player.
Really good player. Yesterday they got the Kobe Black commitment. So right now they've got if they get Phil Sami, it's going to be 5 defensive backs, Rod, in this class. That's a lot in a 20-person class.
Yeah.
Clearly, as you said, they're rebuilding this secondary in what they really want it to be: the coverage, big rangy cover corners, and big safeties that can cross train. Because now Santana Wilson, we forget about him. He's a 4-star kid from Scottsdale, Arizona.
Yeah.
His father, Adrian Wilson, was a great player in the NFL for a long time. Jordan Johnson-Rubel's coming in from the IMG Academy. Wardell Mack is a corner that they flipped from Florida, and then Kobe Black, the corner from Waco. You add Phil Sami to this, and you've got 5 really high-end defensive backs coming in.
Yeah, it is. I think, in the roster construction that they've done an amazing job in roster construction so far. It's pretty obvious. Sark's an offensive guy. He wanted to rebuild the offense first, right? He brought in X-Man with him as a Michigan commit and flipped him and brought in the speed. And we know Sark loves speed, right? He's addicted to it. Think that's like a crucial element for his offense. So he brought the speed with him, revamped the quarterback room. That was crucial, right? He had this, obviously years with Casey Thompson, Nelson Card, but he got Quinn Ewers in there pretty quick. And then big humans. He was big on, I need big humans. So they revamped the offensive line. Shout out to the Pancake Factory. Got that done. Hey, JT Sanders might play DN, might play tight end. Sark, I'm an offensive coach. I'm the play caller. He's playing tight end.
Yeah.
So I got my tight end, and via the transfer portal, tried to bring in multiple other receivers, right? Isaiah Hall didn't work out. Remember some of the other guys they brought in? What's the Iowa State receiver they brought in? They brought in a couple other receivers that really didn't play a huge role, just more out of depth. But then they got A.D. Mitchell. Like I said, so they constructed the offense, and they were way ahead of schedule on the offense. I think that's because Sark deliberately, he's like, no, I need my offense to be a high-octane, prolific offense, so I'm going to handpick all my weapons, and I'll get that done first. And PK just had to wait a little bit. And you can see now in the last couple of years, they're starting to get those premier players for PK so he can build up the defense the way that he wants. And I think the reason they decided, not only because Sark's an offensive guy, so they decided to wait a little bit on the construction of the defense, but I also think because they thought they had more pieces on defense. They thought they had more players on defense. They thought they could develop the talent better on defense, and I think they did.
And in some cases they did with Ford and Jalen
Yes,
and Jade.
interior D-line, right? Go look at that
Sweat
group.
and
Colburn,
Murphy, yeah.
Moore, Ojimo. So I think they were like, you know what, man? We ain't going to win no games if we don't figure out how to score more points. But we actually can win some games. There is some talent on the defense side of the ball, and I think there was. We've proven that. So I think now they're looking for their positions, like their key guys, OKGs, our kind of guys on defense. That's why Colin Simmons' recruitment is important. That's your edge rusher, right? He's a guy that has natural pass rushing ability. Anthony Hill's important because these days you want a movable chess piece on defense. Somebody can move around the front from gap to gap. They can rush from the edge. Also be an off-ball linebacker. That's Anthony Hill. And then they wanted their cover corners. They got Terrence Brooks. They got Malik Muhammad. Those are coverage specialists. And here's the key in them filling out the secondary. It's the last piece of the puzzle for them in terms of roster construction. They figured out something that I figured out a long time ago, and I'm glad the staff is now onto it. You cannot coach and teach coverage. You can't. You ain't that good. All right? Ain't nobody that good. Coverage is something that's innate most of the time, and it's a natural thing that's programmed early on into young DBs. I was studying being a coverage specialist when I was like 12 years old, like right when I first came into the game. I was studying Deion's technique and focusing on being a specialist and a technician in terms of my coverage ability. And now look at the guys they're recruiting. Derek Williams, he's a coverage specialist. He's the best coverage safety you got. Why? Because you can't teach coverage. He came in as a coverage specialist. They tried to teach Keaton Crawford. They tried to teach Jaron Thompson. Those guys are good players. Michael Taft, good player, not a coverage specialist. Ryan Watts, good player, not a coverage specialist. Once you get past the line of scrimmage with him, you can, kind of have your way because he doesn't have some of the natural coverage traits and coverage abilities. These guys are bringing in Xavier Filsaime, if they get him, Kobe Black, Jordan Johnson, Rubel. These guys, they are first and foremost coverage specialists. Everything else, open field tackling, hand placement, taking on blocks to the right shoulder, angles to the football. We can teach all of that in a classroom. I cannot teach coverage. Never have been able to do it.
Well,
and
it
never
makes
will
sense.
be able to
And
do
I'd
it.
also say, I said this the other day, I think PK had to prove, and this staff had to prove to prospects in the state that they could develop talent because that was the biggest problem.
That's true.
And,
Yep.
and I also, let's not forget, when you start to land these Anthony Hills and these Colin Simmons, the move to the SEC was huge, right? The announcement of that,
Yeah, it
those guys
does.
aren't coming to play if Texas is going to the Big 12 still. And that helps a lot. Anthony Simmons was going to play in the SEC somewhere. I mean, that's what was obvious. And now Texas is in the SEC. The schedule's out, so now you're right. You're building that side of the ball. Sark came in as a made offensive guy. Everybody wanted to play in the Sark offense for what they saw him do at Alabama. So that was a little bit easier on the recruiting trail. PK and this defensive staff had to prove they could develop players, and that's been
I agree with that.
the single biggest thing. They have proven to Anthony Hill and to Colin Simmons is no, you're going to come here not just play in the SEC and play for championships. You're going to get better. You're going to get better to be ready to go to the National Football League, and that's really the next phase. And we're seeing that with the Tavondre Sweat development and Jalen Ford and these guys who are going to play on Sundays. And I don't think you can underestimate how big it was to have Tavondre Sweat win the Outland Trophy and have this kind of year and be on all these All-American lists. This guy he flirted with the NFL last year, and they told him, go back. Go back. You need to get some more development. Well, now he's a first-round pick. I mean, that speaks huge to prospects that, okay, I can go there, play at a great school, in a cool town, but I'm going to be moving on to Sundays at some point. I'd also say with the 5 defensive backs, if they get Filsaime, I think there's a lot of confidence that they feel pretty good about having the final visit.
Strong lean,
the McKinney kid. Well, that's 5, and then Andrew Makuba. Andrew Makuba is another addition that they're hoping to land,
and they need that guy, honestly.
Yeah, the veteran
be
safety,
be a good bridge.
And
for
how
him.
about the development, Rod? That it looks like because Oregon's going to get a visit from Makuba, but most close to the Makuba camp believe it's going to be either Oklahoma or Texas. That he's got a strong bond with Brett Venables that began at Clemson, and Venables helped recruit him to Clemson from Austin, Texas. And so they're coming, and Texas, but most people think it's Texas to beat right now for the veteran safety who could walk in and maybe be the replacement for Jahdae Barron at nickel.
And that's why they need him, because Right now, I believe the backup nickels for him are Austin Jordan and Jalen Gilbo, and those guys are good players. But I don't anticipate them being able to take over the nickel position, which I think is the toughest position to play in the back seven these days in modern college football because of the spread offenses. You have to do so much. That guy's got to blitz, be a forced run defender. You got to cover the slot receivers with a two-way go. Sometimes I got to cover a tight end. Sometimes covering a running back. Also, you want that guy involved in the front. In the run game as well. So it's just a lot of responsibilities. That's a really expansive skill set to have. Not really sure if those young guys can take over that spot without some regression. You bring in Makuba, this guy that played nickel at a high level, started 3 years at Clemson, getting back to coverage specialist. If you're a safety that can play nickel, you can cover. So he's a coverage specialist, but he's also a guy that can provide some versatility for you. When you bring in guys that can play multiple positions, which they're doing, it seems like with all their safeties now. Because I think Derek Williams could play nickel if you need it. I think Xavier Phil-Sami could do it. Jordan Johnson-Rubel is one of those guys. Makuba is one of those guys. It not only it manufactures depth for you, but also those guys usually have high football IQ.
Yeah.
It takes high football IQ to be able to play multiple positions like that. And I think that's what they're going toward with their safety. They want all their safeties, I think, to be able to play nickel if necessary. That way they can't be isolated and manipulated in coverage the way our safeties are right now by formation in the boundary and certain concepts and certain formations.
It's going to be interesting. That'd be 6 newcomers to that defensive backfield. And they need them, right? They got 3 in the
They
portal
need
right
'em.
now, and they need 3 in the portal. You're going to lose Ryan Watts and Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford to time. I mean, they're done. So that's 6. Well, now you got potentially 6 coming in. Which that is among the biggest needs for the recruiting class of next Wednesday. How about this, Rod? And we'll switch some gears here in the Fabulous Fifth Hour. I want to reset the story of the Uber lady because that's too good. But this story is unbelievable. State Line, Portland, Oregon. Rod, you're a big fan of shoe. You got a shoe game, right? The Air Jordans.
Yeah,
you got some shoes.
I try to keep my shoe game tight. I do.
Okay,
I'm not soccer or anything.
All right, so
Try to do
in
it.
2019, Spike Lee hired a Nike shoe designer named Tinker Hatfield to create a custom set of Jordan 3s for a small group of people in honor of the 2019 Oscar-nominated Black Klansman. Okay, the movie.
Okay, I got that.
So they made these shoes, the super limited edition.
And they're Nike.
They're Nike. They're Air Jordans.
Okay.
Shiny gold.
Okay.
Shiny gold Air Jordan 3 sneakers. Okay. Well, it turns out a fella named James Free, a recovering addict.
Oh no.
No, this is a good story.
Okay.
was working and undergoing training at the Portland Rescue Mission in Portland, Oregon, in West Portland. He was sorting through a large crate of backlog donations and found a shiny pair of gold Nike Air Jordan 3 sneakers.
No way. Somebody just donated them like that?
Somebody dropped them in the Rescue Mission warehouse bin.
Whoa.
Yes. Recently. So guys
I cannot believe that.
Yeah. So guy finds the shoes, realizes these are not just your normal donated shoe.
Somebody's mom put those in there, man. That was a mistake. That was definitely a mistake.
Hatfield, he got a hold of the guy who designed them at Nike, because one of the staff members realized what he had just pulled out of the bin after gathering second opinions. They find this guy Tinker Hatfield and perfectly authenticated the shoes. Told the Portland Rescue Mission that he only made 4 or 5 pairs of those shoes.
Whoa!
And according to estimates, the shoes are expected to fetch between $10,000 and $20,000 at an auction that will happen on December the 18th. And all the money will go to the Portland Rescue Mission.
Oh, good for that gentleman that found it. That still is going to allow them to, because I honestly could have probably just tried to put them to the side.
Yeah, cool.
And that is a really cool story. Oh, did we ever get to the? It should be pretty easy to trace it.
Oh, for sure.
If there were just 4 of them to trace, like where it ended up and where the pair ended up and who had them.
That'll be the next phase of who actually dropped them. I mean, Spike Lee's going to hear about this and be like, hey, wait a second.
Somebody's mama was cleaning that spring cleaning.
Can you imagine if that was I mean, I have to assume it was intentional, but yeah, if it was an accident.
It definitely was an accident. Right, because they have to be. You're not wearing those shoes. Those are collector's items. So they're in really good shape. I'm assuming because you don't wear them.
Worn.
Exactly. So who would throw away some shoes that haven't been worn? That's somebody who's spring cleaning and not looking at stuff. They're just throwing stuff away, or they always in
Somebody about to be really mad.
Or it could have been like in maybe they were getting rid of it in like a storage facility. People always storage wars. People find stuff like that too.
Good point.
And they'll donate half of they think it's trash and not cool.
And I mean,
man.
This is interesting because this story that I'm reading here doesn't go into where the shoes came from. But yeah, that's the next phase.
Oh,
okay,
I gotta know.
And what about the guy if he says no, that was an accident? Can he get him back?
Oh yeah, like somebody threw him away and he didn't think they would, or like his wife or mom or somebody threw him away. Ooh. Man, and how much they worth? You say $28,000?
Well, it's going to auction. They
don't know.
expected to fetch between $10,000 and $20,000 at an upcoming auction on the 18th. So this weekend.
Yeah, man, those are like those stories you hear about somebody's mom like threw away their trading card collection or something. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's
Mom,
got a Mickey Mantle or something.
Yeah, it's like, Mom, there's a Joe DiMaggio in there somewhere. It's like, hey, I forgot about it. Yeah, I will say that it's whoever's owned those shoes though. If it was they were accidentally donated or whatever, it's their fault. Because something that valuable, you probably need to put it away in a more secure location.
Yes.
Either have it at your house or, I don't know, safe deposit box, whatever. You need to have it at a more secure location.
I got to know the other part of that story.
Come
How
on.
did those end up in a donation bin?
Ooh.
Because, it could have been intentional, and then, I don't know. But if you wanted to do something good, you could have donated and let everybody know, hey, go make some money. I'm going to help you this homeless shelter. I'm a recovering addict myself, or whatever it might be. But, yeah, this seems like an accident.
That's
happy
amazing.
accident.
I don't
you
know.
like to call
It
it.
ain't a happy accident.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
well, I guess it's happy for the shelter and whoever they donated stuff to. So good for them.
Yeah.
Because they get the money and they need the money.
They do.
For a good
Helping
cause.
people. But yeah, that's the next phase.
And do they know where the other three are? The other three pair. Do we know where they are?
Somebody's got to talk to Spike Lee and who he gave them to.
Because this is one of four. And so I wonder if they know what the other three are. That's what I would like to know.
I need to hear from Spike Lee on this story.
Man. Who'd you give the shoes
who were
to?
they made for?
Who'd you give the shoes
And
to?
what
man?
size are they? Do they fit?
And somebody obviously thought it was a terrible gift because they just
Maybe the guy just didn't know. I thought these were just like
that was just some regular. Yes, that's exactly right.
Kind of ugly. Don't match anything.
What if somebody didn't know the value of them? They were like, "No, I'm donating these because I never wear them."
Yeah.
And they didn't know the actual value of them because it wasn't explained how rare they were. Is that possible? That Spike Lee didn't tell them, like, "Oh, but there's only 4 of these on the planet, so they're very, very valuable."
Guy's angry girlfriend dumped the shoes.
Oh, didn't think about that. We just talk about crazy women.
Crazy women.
And a woman scorned.
Oh, no, he didn't.
A woman scorned is the craziest of women. That hurts. That just hurt my heart thinking about that. Oh, imagine coming home and you the dude and you did your woman wrong and you thought, she's just gonna give me the business, gonna cuss me out, some stuff. No, she donated your pair of shoes that's worth like $15,000. She thought that was gonna be exactly. Oh.
Oh, that's that guy in. I love that. Good call right there, Brock.
Oh man, that's a nightmare. It's nightmare fuel.
That's nightmare.
That's
fuel.
scary, man. That's scary stuff right there.
I need not to be. This is totally pun intended. I need the other shoe to drop on this story. I need to find out how this happened.
I'm with you. I want to know.
This story's not giving me the juice. It's telling me that yes, they're going to auction these off, make some money, but it doesn't say anything about where they came from. Just found them in a bin. That can't be accidental.
And what city is this again?
Portland. Which is not far from the Nike headquarters, right? I mean, there were, Oregon, Bill Knight.
But this went through Spike Lee though first, right? This gave to Spike Lee. Spike Lee's an East Coast guy. Right? Spike Lee lives in New York City.
Yeah, but where we would make the shoes is
I know,
right
so
there in Oregon.
Where did he gift the shoes? Like, did he gift them on the East Coast or did he gift them to somebody on the West Coast?
Tinker Hatfield has to
Did they
know.
make their way all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast?
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
All right, I got way more questions than we got answers on this one, so I'm gonna let it go.
I'm reading this from one of the KOIN Coin 6 Television out of Portland, Oregon.
I'm stressed out for whoever lost them shoes.
Dateline December 11th, so a couple days ago this story dropped. So the auction coming up next week on the 18th. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll try to dig because I need. It's just like the Uber lady story. I need more. I need to know.
Need some investigative journalism here.
I really don't want the lady on the show, but I want to figure out because we told you this story. This happened right here in Austin, Texas.
This is a crazy story.
Naishu Ufkami, 27-year-old woman, got picked up by an Uber. I need to talk to the Uber driver too on this. But yeah, in Austin, just this weekend, got in the Uber. She was heading to the airport, running late. Out of nowhere, she grabbed the driver's phone and chucked it out the window, which you would think would just delay her even more. But she had a plan. She chucked it out the window to get the driver out of the car so she could steal the car.
Steal the car. How did this
Because
woman
she wasn't
think it was
going
gonna
fast enough. And she was going to miss her plane.
We should get them both on at the same time.
I think we have to.
Yeah.
Man, that'd be like a,
Just have
that'd
them
be like a
hash
Jerry
it out.
Springer episode.
This
or
is why we're
something.
talking about crazy women this morning. This is a California lady. She's from California, Rod. She's a Cali, but she was in town and probably trying to get back to Cali, and she hijacked this car.
I just don't understand how she thought this was going to end like this.
And this is the best part. Fortunately, the
all the
driver's
plans.
okay. And apparently she told the Uber driver, "Your car will be at the airport. Don't get too mad," or whatever. So she sped off, drives to the airport, parks it right at the Austin Bergstrom at the terminal.
Wow.
Leaves it, goes, gets on her drunk.
Which, by the way, is frowned upon to
You
just
gotta
leave
leave
your
it
car
there.
right when you're driving. You can
gotta
just leave the
park.
car there. You got to park because otherwise the cops will come over and be like, "Hey."
told the Uber driver, "Quote: I need to get to the airport, so I'm going to take your car and drop it off at Southwest Airlines."
So she had basically broken multiple laws. So the cops probably went after her, number one, because that woman called the police.
Yes.
The Uber driver called the police. But then I guarantee when she parked right at the terminal there and just got out of the car and walked out, so people probably were like, "Hey, lady, you can't do that." So they probably got after her because of that too.
Yeah, she called the cops with her phone that she had to get out of the car to go get.
Oh man,
Yeah,
this lady-
right on side, right downtown, Cesar Chavez, right there, coming off of
this
First
lady
Street.
She's
and
a
so-
sociopath.
Yeah. So she parks the car, and according to the arrest affidavit for Miss Afkami, not only did she get through ticketing, she spent like $120 off the lady's credit card, the Uber driver's credit card, on stuff at the store.
Another law she broke. This is like a third or fourth law she
You know,
broke.
at the airport, Rob, when you're going to those little shops, everything's like super expensive.
Oh man, water costs you $5 water. A Snickers bar is like $3.
Yeah.
It's the airport prices are insane.
So not only she hijacked this lady's car, or her phone out the window, drive to the airport, get through ticketing. Now she's just walking around buying stuff.
She must have had a psychotic break or something. Like something happened. This woman can't be this crazy all the time. Otherwise, she'd already be in jail.
And police caught up with her at the gate.
Yeah.
Like if she's trying to board a plane. Like nothing.
Like nothing was going on. It was like all good.
Nothing to see here.
I just stole a lady's car. How many? I think she broke like 5 laws here. She broke. I wonder what they. So did they get the charges? Did we get what they charged her with? They didn't put that in there either.
No.
Because I want to know. Because I think she probably got like 5 different charges on her. Easily. You stole a car. Right? That's number one. And I guess there's a charge of something by leaving your car at the airport unattended. You can't even leave a bag at the damn airport unattended, let alone a car.
Property
so there's a charge
damage,
right there.
Throwing the phone.
Thank you very much.
Speeding.
Yep, she definitely was speeding. Yep, that's another one. And then she stole the credit card and then used it. So that's what, identity theft to a certain extent or whatever.
We got to get the
This
district
lady.
attorney on the show.
You know
or
what? Actually,
something.
and it
she
was an
isn't
awesome.
bad looking either. I'm just telling you. You know, mugshots are not always flattering. She's not half bad looking.
See,
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be judgmental. I'm just
Send me
telling
that.
you.
See, this is a guy.
And Brock's trying to hit on her now.
That's how you know men don't give a damn. Men don't care
Oh,
like
she did
about
what?
a woman's background or what she does for a living. If we see her and she's attractive, we go, "Hey, she's pretty damn good."
She said, "Hey,
She's
Brock,
like
you want a
that.
back rub?" Probably, yeah, I do.
Exactly. Even if
She might
you
stab you.
knowing the
Hip
background,
pockets me
Brock
while
would
I'm on the
still do it.
table.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
no doubt.
man.
Can I give you this?
Wow.
Turns out,
That's crazy.
this is my last thing. Where to find it?
Yeah, guys. Just because she's
Oh,
crazy in real life does not mean she's
Casey.
crazy in the bedroom either.
no.
That's
no.
not always the case. That's what y'all are thinking. That's why y'all like crazy and hot. Ooh.
Oh, she's crazy because it says here that back in California she has like hold on, 11 charges. Hold on, since 2015.
See, that makes sense. Of course, because she can't be just crazy. This wasn't an isolated crazy event.
Yeah.
She's been crazy.
Public record
her
shows
whole
she has
life.
11 traffic violations in Orange County from 2015 to 2021. Found guilty on all of them.
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, we go. Now we on to something. See, I always say, if she's hot, it's fine if she's hot and a little crazy because every woman got a little crazy in her. And as long as she's hot as she is crazy, you're good. But if she's crazier than she is hot, you got a problem. This lady, way crazier
All
than
right,
she
Brock,
is
I'm
hot.
going to send you her name and you can cyber stalk her on like
Don't do it, bro.
Snapchat.
Don't do
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Don't get involved, man. She
maybe
might
Tinder,
start,
maybe Tinder or something.
y'all gonna start sexting each other, and then you're gonna get involved, and then I'm gonna hear about you getting stabbed. Then I'm gonna be like, I tried to tell him.
Don't get on
Woke
the
up
ride.
one morning without a kidney.
Exactly.
Hey, let's get a break. We'll come back. That's good stuff. I'm sending you her name, Brock. You can find her. Took him up with Ian Rod B. Hey, it's Aaron Hogan, and this month our tour of Central Texas golf courses, powered by Callahan's General Store, is back, and we shine the spotlight on Grey Rock Golf Club in South Austin. Visit hornfm.com and take a tour with me and our golf pro Omar Uresti. Grey Rock Club is back open and sprinkled with towering oaks, providing the perfect runway on every drive. 160 acres of nature and majestic views back open from their restoration. Check out Grey Rock at all the courses we visited during our tour of Central Texas golf, powered by Callahan's General Store, only at hornfm.com. Hey, it's Aaron Hogan for Orchard, and you can use your imagination with me for a second, but imagine this: selling your old home from the comfort of your couch in your new home. I know, it's crazy, and your imagination, right? But actually, it's true. With Orchard, you can move into your new home before selling your old home and still sell for top dollar. There's example after example. Here's just one. Couple moving from Colorado to Texas for work. It's going to be a nightmare. They have to sell their old home first, then move and rent an apartment, then move again into their home. What a nightmare. We've all heard those stories, been a part of that maybe. Then they found out about Orchard's Move First program, which enabled them to sell their old home after moving into their new home on their timeline. No home showings, no prep work. Orchard does it all. Oh, and there's even more good news. Orchard sold their home in less than a week and for more than they thought.
Orchard sold our old home in less than a week and for way more than we thought.
He gone, something like that.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Can't trust him, man. Don't trust that lady.
Brock's too young to know the name Lorena Bobbitt, and we don't even want to go down that road.
Well, he was cheating on her though, right?
They beating her too.
Mm-hmm. Come on, man. Every man remembers that story. She chunked it out the window.
Uh-huh.
She she
the
cut it
car.
off and chunked it out the window of a car.
Yeah. Do you remember that story, Ty? Did you ever hear that story? Yeah.
Lorena Bobbitt. And
cut
Bobbitt
his her man's manhood off, drove away, and threw it out the window. They had to find it and sew it back on.
sewed it back on, and then how about this little nugget? He did porn afterwards.
He did.
Did adult entertainment. Did a couple of adult films with the sewed back on Johnson. The sewed back on Johnson, man. So and actually, yeah, and it was one of I think a lot of people watched it because they wanted to see what it looked like.
I was gonna say
it
it
reminds
reminds me of that movie,
on.
The Package. You ever see that on Netflix?
Oh.
No, what's the package?
The Package. They go camping and he accidentally cuts it off, and then he has to put it on ice and get to a hospital, but they keep losing it.
Oh,
it's a funny movie.
I've not heard of that. I've had to check that out.
This is truly the fabulous fifth hour. But yes, we're back to
yeah.
You know, she was angry.
Yeah, woman scorned. We talked about this. You don't mess around with a woman who's got a little crazy in her, and then you do it dirty. Do not do that. You need to respect the ladies, man. Trust me. I cut your junk off. Did she go to jail for that, or did she get off? That's what I need to know. She
arrest and trial.
Did she go? How long did she go to jail for that? For cutting off a man's junk. What's the penalty for cutting off a man's junk?
After 7 hours of deliberation.
Oh, Brock is on fire today.
After 7 hours of deliberation, the jury found Lorena not guilty due to insanity.
Yes,
causing an
crazy
that caused an irresistible impulse to sexually wound her man.
So we got to find who's the lawyer who defended her. That's good.
Okay, so she's below the Nancy Mendoza line right there on the hot crazy scale.
Yeah,
she's not
man.
that hot either. By the
she
way.
wasn't that hot. No, she was way crazy though. And
so she was way below the line.
See, Right, but I figured she got some side thing. I don't know.
After the
She
incident,
didn't do any jail time. so
John
she-
Bobbitt attempted to generate. This is
Oh, yeah.
straight from the Wikipedia page.
Tell you.
John attempted to generate money from his own renown by forming a band called the Severed Parts.
Oh my God. Is that real? And he did porn? This
Yes.
guy's out of control.
And then in 1994, he appeared in an adult film called John Wayne Bobbitt Uncut.
It's like Bucky Larson, Born to Be a Star. People were just
by the way,
watching
and in
just to see what it
1990
looks like.
Right? At
And
least
then in
he's just a humor about it.
And then in 1996, he appeared in another adult film titled Frankenpenis.
So he did a couple of them. And my thing was when they sold it back on, they just sold his junk back on there. So I mean,
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look up some Severed Parts from music. I wonder what that's about.
Oh, I bet it's terrible.
And let me just finish this off. These are stories you can't write. In 1994, John was charged with striking his new girlfriend, Christina Elliott, a 21-year-old exotic dancer that he met in Las Vegas.
He was able to pull a 21-year-old stripper from Vegas with a sold back on Johnson.
Yes.
He must got some game. How'd you pull that off, son?
Okay, if one lady got so mad at you, she cut off your Frankenpenis. What are you doing striking an exotic dancer? You don't think she'll do the same thing?
You haven't learned your lesson, huh?
No,
you have not learned your lesson.
Teach you anything.
You like Draymond Green. You ain't learned your lesson yet? Come on, man.
And of course, by 1998, you know where he ended up: the World Wrestling Federation, WWE Monday Night Raw.
No.
Why is there not a mini series about this guy's life? Because it's pretty comical. It's pretty comedic, man. I love this stuff.
That's great. I need the reality. Not long after he moved to Vegas. Not making this up. I couldn't do it if I wanted to. My imagination doesn't work this good. Not long after he moved to Vegas, he worked as a bartender, a limo driver, a pizza delivery guy, tow truck operator, and he also had a stint serving at a wedding chapel minister of the local Universal Life Church.
So he really is a porn star having all those jobs. You ever see that thing about Johnny Sins where they got him in every different, profession imaginable?
Yeah, like for the plot of the porn.
Yeah,
He's just walking in as the pizza guy.
The pizza guy is an astronaut. He's a doctor.
Oh my gosh!
I didn't realize it.
Didn't either.
I didn't realize it got that way. I knew about the porn stuff. I didn't know about the Severed Parts band that he was in and all that kind of stuff.
Severed Parts.
The guy's got a good sense of humor though about his predicament.
He rode the wave. You know. What I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Can we get this guy on the show?
Seriously, honestly, I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah.
We got three people we need to get on. John Bobbitt. We got to get I want the Uber driver and the crazy lady who hijacked the car. Wow. And yeah, we need the guy whoever.
We got to
threw
get them
away
on
the,
together
Jordan-
though.
Yes. Well, I don't think that Uber
Yeah.
driver's.
No.
Fortunately, that driver's okay.
Yeah. I think they're fine because they just threw the phone out there. There was no physical confrontation.
That's true. Got a car
But
back.
a lot of trauma, though.
Got his
That's
car
still
back.
trauma, though. That's trauma.
Yeah,
man.
it's trauma.
Come on.
12:30 in the morning. What are we doing here?
Dealing with a sociopath at
This
that
is
point.
too much.
Oh, man,
thank
that's
you,
why.
John
So,
Bobbitt.
yeah, the lesson is, Brock, the crazy women, it's okay that you like crazy women, but don't disrespect the crazy women. Make sure you treat them right because they might actually be crazy. Cut your junk off.
But after all that, you still have the ego. Ego's the enemy, Rod. Our man Colonel Flowers would tell us that. There's a great book called Ego's the Enemy. And the ego to go back, and now you're dating an exotic 21-year-old dancer, and you're taking pop shots at her? Come on, man.
Well, stop putting your hands on women.
Yes.
Quit hitting women. Quit hitting women. Only touch women when they give you consent to touch them.
That's right.
And you do it in a pleasurable way. You don't do it in a hateful way. That's your problem. That's why you got your junk cut off the first time and you had to
And you have the
join
ego
a
to believe that
band.
won't happen again.
Come on, dude. That is wild. That is wild, man.
Oh, man.
There you go. Yeah,
All right, sorry, Rod.
Learn something new.
Learn-
Wow, that was
hey,
good. I did not realize that. I learned something new today.
Yeah. And do not go search for Frankenpenis. And just don't do it.
That should have been the name of the band. How was that not the name of the band? The band should have been Frankenpenis, not the
Severed Parts.
Severed. No, Frankenpenis
Probably
is a
need
way
to get
better
some
name.
gigs. The Severed Parts, not the Frankenpenis.
But that was the name of the porn, though. Frankenpenis. Yeah, that's a good porn name. It is. I mean, honestly, Frankenpenis, you think, okay, he's got a really big penis, but it wasn't that. It was actually that it was a penis that was put together with different parts, like Frankenstein.
I don't know why they with the scar on it. I guess
I was gonna say
would've
it's
tried-
got stitches going everywhere.
Oh yeah, it's got a big old scar. It'd
Looks
have been
like
like,
a flannel.
where's the creativity out there in Chatsworth? Why aren't we doing like the
Oh.
$6 million penis? We can rebuild it.
You know they do that. So, okay, first of all, you just open the door here. They have a bionic penis. They've given people robotic bionic penises.
No.
Yes, they've
That's
replaced
a
them.
$6 million man.
Yes, they have them. Go
That's
look.
one of my favorite
You
shows
can
growing
Google it right now. There are bionic penises out there, and they've done penis transplants with different colored penises.
Oh.
Like a white guy lost his penis and then got a black penis. I'm not making this up.
Does that make him
I can't
biracial?
I swear I'm gonna Google it right now. I'm gonna Google penis transplant, and I guarantee it pops right up. Because I went down there. It's not. This is actually bringing the world together. All right, this is what we talking. Penis, boom. There's a penis transplant program at Johns Hopkins.
I'm still
This is
stuck
a
on
real
the.
thing.
What is the bionic penis? Do they just like attach a
what is
dildo
that?
to you?
It's just like you have a bionic arm.
Like vibrator?
You know how people who have bionic arms and they'll give them like a
Like Guy in the
prosthetic,
Fugitive?
like a prosthetic leg. Yeah, it's a prosthetic penis. It's the same thing. It's just a prosthetic bionic penis. And I mean, I think you can get it made however you want to get it made. You know what I'm saying? But yes, the first ever penis and scrotum transplant made history at Johns Hopkins in 2018. It was a total penis and scrotum transplant.
Lance Armstrong just missed out.
Hey, I was talking about the $6 million man because, what is that, Lee Majors? We can rebuild it from the $6 million.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
That was one of my 80s drama shows.
And then I found this. This is from 2015. UK man receives what everyone calls the world's first bionic penis.
Thanks.
Boom. It was an 8-inch bionic penis. 43-year-old Muhammad Abad.
Can we get a little bit more context? Like, what makes it bionic?
I think because it's like made from like bionic material. Like it's like a prosthetic. It's not organic. Like the transplant, you just like somebody else's penis transplanted onto your body, so it's organic in that way. But the bionic one, I think they just make out of other materials.
So the transplant one comes from a dead guy, right?
Yes, the transplant. Yeah.
So true organ donation.
Yes. Yeah. No, you laughing, but I went deep down this rabbit hole.
I didn't know you could
Why did you go deep down? Or are you interested in doing it? Is that why you went deep down the rabbit
hole?
hole?
I just think it's interesting. You don't think it's interesting? Bionic penises and penis transplants.
I didn't realize because I'm an organ
really
donor.
interested, man. I was like, this is fascinating.
I didn't. I'm like signed up to be an organ donor. So now. So when I die, my junk could end up with some other dude.
If it still works, yeah. If it's still pretty good, it could. Yeah.
Golly.
I told my parents this. I'm not an organ donor, but I told them like when I die, and they thought I was joking. I'm being dead serious. When I die, I want my body donated to one of those hydraulic press YouTube pages.
No.
You ever see those?
Oh, when they get
That's terrible.
Where people watch stuff like get destroyed in slow motion.
No. Being an organ donor can save lives, but I didn't realize it could. I don't need to think about that.
Here's the key to the bionic penis. It was constructed over a 3-year period using his own skin grafts, and it came with a mechanical interior connected to a fluid pouch.
Okay, I guess you got to
It's controlled by an on-off button located on his scrotum that pumps. Okay, that's too deep. Anyway,
no pun intended, or full pun intended.
Yeah. But there you go.
So when you take a leak, do you have to like press a button or something? Is it like remote
You might
control?
have to actually. Yeah, I think it like that opens and like whatever opens it up for you.
Okay, we'll.
He had a car wreck and he got dragged during the car wreck and it ripped off. It ripped off his junk. So this is why this is a miracle, guys. You can have a situation where your junk gets ripped off in an accident and you can get a new penis transplant. Your life is not ruined. Thank God for technology and for science.
And for John Wayne Bobbitt. Okay, let's come back. We'll hit some what's popping because this needs to change.
Smooth transition.
We've gone too far. Very smooth. Very smooth. We'll be back on the other side of a quick timeout. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call for all your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all the Horn listeners to help me make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious. Let's spread them like COVID. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for those behind us, tip our servers more than they've ever been tipped before, give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still call us if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a f***ing awesome next year.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-306-8158 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-306-8158. That's 800-306-8158. What do you have to lose? Call 800-306-8158. Again, 800-306-8158.
Now here's Rita Ballou live from inside your plumbing.
Even if your drain doesn't show any leaks or have any eye-watering smells coming from it, it doesn't mean your septic system still may not be working well. Pumping your septic tank can help improve the efficiency of your system, but you're gonna need an expert.
And that's why Hambone Plumbing is proud to announce Hambone Septic Pumping.
The same great company now offering even more services.
How do you get your septic system at proper working levels? Rita?
Call Hambone, 512-388-7030. HambonePlumbing.com.
License numbers M12470 and TCEQ 26366.
When your money's on the line, put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you tools to win. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down, you can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds boosts, same game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, and touchdown is another chance at a big payday. To get started, go to mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl frontrunner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else like MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
The Horn text line has moved. Join the conversation on the new Horn text line, 512-447-3776. That's 512-447-3776.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that like Stockton. Just joshing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. My body got rid of them.
Hey, since I asked our man Brock to find it, Rod, can we hear the $6 Million Man? Anytime you say Bionic, I think of the $6 Million Man. This was a show in the 70s.
I don't know if I remember this theme song, actually.
Give it to me, Rod. Give it to me, Brock. This is good.
Looks good in there, Roger. BCS arm switch is on. Okay, Victor. Landing rocket arm switch is on. Here comes the throttle. Circuit breakers in. We have separation. Inboard and outboard, you're on. We're coming forward with the side stick. Looks good. Roger. I've got a blowout. Neighbor 3. Get your pitch to 0. Pitches out. I can't hold altitude. Correction. Alpha hold is off. Trip selectors emergency. Flight com. I can't hold it. She's breaking up. She's breaking.
Steve Austin, astronaut. A man barely alive. Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology. We have the capability to make the world's first bionic man. Steve Austin will be that man. Better than he was before. Better, stronger, faster.
There you go, Rod.
Oh, I do remember this part. I think I remember that part. Maybe not the extra, like the actual beginning, because
love that show.
Yeah, that was outside of my. I mean, that was before my time, basically.
74 to 78. It's had 5 seasons in the 70s.
I think it had a couple of like syndications.
Yeah.
So I think that's where I saw it. But so we are assuming the Bionic Man did have a bionic.
Yeah, they had to rebuild him. Yeah, I'm thinking so.
I was gonna say that bionic penis sounds like the worst sequel to Weird Science I've ever heard.
Oh, great reference, bro. I
Weird
thought you were too
Science.
young
Good
to
80s film.
know about Weird Science. Good
I
stuff.
love 80s movies.
There you go.
Well
So
done.
there's $6 million man for the youngsters out there. And Lee Majors went on to then be the fall guy. So he went from as a kid. I was like, wait a second. I thought that was a $6 million man. Oh, it's the fall guy now.
That's a good theme song too.
Where he was the stuntman.
Yeah.
And
that's a good theme song.
Hanging
right
out with Heather Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff right there.
like
All right, what's popping, Rod? You ready for what's popping tonight? Final Four: Texas and Wisconsin.
Big game.
8:30.
Big match, I should say. Match.
Big match. And speaking of big, can I just tell you this? This is unbelievable. So Wisconsin is a 1 seed. Texas is the only non-1 seed that's in the Final Four. The other 3 are 1 seeds, and they're going to play Wisconsin tonight. Wisconsin has a woman, a lady, 2 middle blockers. One named Anna Smrek. She's 6'9". They also have a lady named Carter
6'9"?
Booth who's 6'7". Yeah, Booth hails from Colorado.
Who's the tallest woman on the Texas volleyball squad? 6'9".
I don't know.
6'7".
But like her Anna Smrek, her father is a 7-footer. So
Did he play basketball at any level for
played
anybody?
in the NBA in
I
his
was
rookie
gonna say,
season with
yeah.
Michael Jordan.
All
winning a pair of
right.
and he won a pair of championships with the Lakers.
Okay.
Smrek, Smrek.
Got good genes. Huh? I like that.
Molly Phillips is the tallest Texas player. She's 6'5".
Wow, that's significant.
Yes.
I mean, you said 6'9",
6'9",
and 6'7".
Yes.
Yeah.
And they block everything.
Okay.
There you go.
That could be an issue. Yeah, I always regretted not dating a volleyball player when I was in school. It's one of my big regrets. It really was. I always wanted to date a woman, again, just an Amazon, just a beautiful, athlete like that could manhandle me. Basically, those women like that, she could I'm 5'9". Give me a woman that's like 6'9".
The dominatrix.
Yeah, I kind of want to get manhandled every now and then. You know what I mean?
I will
I want
confirm
to manhandle me a little bit. I want a
did
woman.
date a volleyball player in
Ooh.
college, but she was like the.
Oh, should have set her like
libero.
yeah.
She wasn't, but she.
No, they're great
she
too.
was great.
I like all volleyball players. I'm just saying, like, I always wanted to date like a real. Like, when in your life are you gonna be able to hit on a woman that tall? All right, and have her reciprocate your advances. Like only in college, because most women won't date a shorter man that
Supermodels
tall.
and volleyball players.
Yeah, like it's very rare, right? First of all, you see a woman that tall, but then to see them, like, and by the way, volleyball girls are gorgeous too.
Oh,
They're
man.
good-looking women.
Yeah, man.
And I always regretted it. I dated track girls, dated soccer girls. I went all around that department. I never dated a volleyball girl, and big regret on my part. Because now I'm done. Now I'm never gonna date a 6'9" woman in my life now.
In college, volleyball, tennis.
Oh, tennis is a good one.
Mm-hmm. And then softball, and that was the softball was the crazy one. I should have never done that. Plus, I had to go to softball games.
That was the crazy one. The softball out of all of she was the crazy. My crazy one, track was crazy. Track was wild. Those track girls were wild. I dated like 3 track girls. They were fantastic
and fast.
My crazy one was Hooters girl.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that never. No, that was the line. Okay, so
I dated a stripper and she wasn't crazy. I dated multiple strippers and they were not the craziest ones. Strangely enough.
Were you really dating her, or
paying
was
for
she
school.
just real nice to you every time you came in?
No, I actually dated a couple of strippers. Like, I actually dated. I didn't care. I mean, I didn't give a damn at that time. Like, I wasn't gonna marry her. We were dating while I was in college, and you're right. It was fun and exotic, but it wasn't gonna last. Most strippers are only 10% of strippers are married.
That's right.
No strippers are married. It's a hard life to be married as a stripper.
For
Your
sure.
husband is mad every day.
Yeah. How was your day, honey? Oh, well, let me tell you. Tell me about your day. Not really.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know what you did today. All right, lap dances.
How many laps did you dance on?
And the more money you made, the more lap dances you gave. So I'm not happy here either way, right? But that's why you got OnlyFans now. So all the freaky ladies who used to do stripped and that wanted a husband, they can have a husband now because it's going to OnlyFans.
Yeah, this show is off the rails today. Maybe the greatest fabulous fifth hour we've ever had here. So thank you very much.
They should have gave us a fifth hour there. They should have just made this a 4-hour show. It's their fault.
Blame the bosses.
We tried to warn you.
I don't think I'll be asked to come back.
No, you will be.
Oh, you will be. You did a great job.
No, you're being
bro.
asked to find this Uber, Fast and the Furious lady.
Oh, is that my job?
Yes.
I have homework. I'll go.
Yes.
I'll go.
He's
100
doing that for
down.
personal reasons. He's looking at that for personal reasons.
Hey,
Man.
and you can date her if you want. It'll be fine.
It's a win-win.
Date her.
Yeah, date whatever that is.
Date her.
Yeah, air quotes. Date her. Yeah.
Like a rental car. Okay. So.
Which she then steals.
Hey,
There you go.
exactly. Hey, Chiefs, Raiders and Chargers tonight, 5-8 v 5-8. Both teams are going to need new head football coaches. Justin Herbert will not be playing tonight. He's being shut down, which means you're going to be treated
Easton
to a game
Stick.
of Aiden O'Connell, rookie out of Purdue, and Easton Stick.
Easton Stick. Might make a name for himself.
Is O'Connell Purdue? Is that where he was? It was Purdue.
I think you're right about that.
Easton
That
Stick
sounds
is
right.
wears number 2 for your L.A. Chargers.
I'm going to look up where this guy's from.
He's from Omaha, Nebraska. He played ball at North Dakota State.
North Dakota State.
Stick. Yeah.
Okay. That's a good football program, though. Isn't that where Trey Lance is from? North Dakota State?
How about,
I think that's helping your case.
By the way,
right about
what's
that.
popping in the week that Al Michaels got dumped by NBC from their playoff coverage, he's going to be cranky tonight calling this game. Now, he's in Vegas, so Al Michaels might be all right, you know.
He'll be fine.
Yeah, but Al Michaels.
He sounds annoyed half the time anyway, like he doesn't even want to be there.
Well, he's the great. You believe in miracles? I mean, this guy's the best.
He is the
And now he's
best.
calling games quarterbacked by Aiden O'Connell and Easton Stick.
He's the best when he's actually like committed to it and when he's actually focused. I don't think he's focused
And I
anymore.
bet you Herb Street will be cranky tonight too, because he's the partner, and Herb Street's still having to defend his stinking, the Florida State thing. People think that Florida State fans are coming after. You should have seen the Twitter rant he went on yesterday.
Oh, did he? What did he do?
He went on
He's
a
just
long
telling them
thread.
it was a long thread about get off my back. I've been watching college football for 30 years. I played college football. I watched more. I mean, just defending because they're still Florida State fans alleging that it was Kirk Herbstreit and ESPN that drove this whole
They
thing.
think Herb Street's really powerful, don't they?
Yes, they do.
It's like he's
Yes,
not
they
an
do.
executive, folks.
But I liked Herbie though because he was popping because he went back to what I talked about when Florida State and Miami was the debate, and Miami beat Florida State, and they put Florida State in the game. They did it with Notre Dame's too back in the day. So Florida State's acting like this is the first time someone's gotten screwed. They've been the beneficiary of somebody getting screwed a couple times.
Exactly.
That's the way it goes.
Come on, man.
Get over it.
Right? Cry me a river. Build a
Ish.
bridge and get over it. It's
Okay.
all good. But yeah, we're so past it at this point. They're still, I guess, Florida State is probably still upset about it. I'm like, man, we're so far past it. The national discourse has moved on. Like, nobody's discussing that anymore. We're not talking about
I know
that.
Florida State fans. Well, the Attorney General
I
of the
was
state of
about to say.
Florida is investigating. They want they're going to maybe launch a lawsuit. Now they're not there yet, but yeah, that's the these attorneys.
That's
general
what I
are
want
out
my
of control.
elected officials worried about. That's exactly what I want them worried about. My college football playoff status. What the hell, man? Like, we don't got bigger fish to fry in this country, in any city around the country. It's
Exactly.
ridiculous.
We told you that. The Attorney General is looking into it on direction of the governor.
No, exactly.
'Cause, that's probably
Trying to get some votes.
politically
I was trying to
expedient.
get a couple of votes, man.
Yeah, well,
you
for
never know
sure.
how people are going to vote. Sometimes they get in that booth and they'll vote one issue voters. Maybe that one issue is the college football playoff.
That's right. He stood up for my team.
That's my guy.
Or she.
Yeah.
All right, so there we go. That's what's popping tonight. Enjoy the game. Easton Stick.
Easton Stick. My money is on Easton Stick to have a great performance, like Tommy DeVito. He's going to show out. All these backups, Jake
look.
Browning, all these backups
Jack
playing well.
Browning. Hey,
Yeah.
Tommy DeVito and Zach Wilson were the offensive and AFC and NFC offensive players of the week.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Thanks,
Texans.
Because the voters received a fish in the mailbox. That's why.
Hey, everybody
job
have a
today,
great
Brock.
one. Good stuff today. You can podcast every hour, but you're not going to want to podcast the fifth hour.
No, don't
worry
do
about
that.
one.
Don't do it.
Don't share it with relatives. Don't do that. Rod, good stuff, though.
You too, brother.
We'll do it again on a Friday. We'll have more Longhorn conversation, obviously, tomorrow. And whatever happens in the game tonight. Go Longhorns, Final Four, volleyball.
Yes, sir.
Get them Badgers.
Hook 'em.
Hook 'em, everybody. Hey, it's Aaron Hogan, and this month our tour of Central Texas golf courses, powered by Callahan's General Store, is back, and we shine the spotlight on Grey Rock Golf Club in South Austin. Visit hornfm.com and take a tour with me and our golf pro Omar Uresti. Grey Rock Club is back open and sprinkled with towering oaks, providing the perfect runway on every drive. 160 acres of nature and majestic views back open from their restoration. Check out Grey Rock at all the courses we visited during our tour of Central Texas golf, powered by Callahan's General Store, only at hornfm.com. Callahan's General Store, folks, we just talked about them right there in that little promo, but it's their 45th anniversary. And as we were talking about the tour of Texas golf courses, Callahan's wants to help you keep your yard or get your yard to look like a golf course. That's what it's about, and keep it that way year-round. And Callahan's can help you do that. With the cold weather months here and approaching even more, Callahan's has what you need to keep your lawns golf course ready and certainly looking great by the spring by overseeding now, those bare spots with some winter rye, putting down some pre-emergence. That's important right now, too. Get down the pre-emergence, the fertilizers. That'll prevent weeds. Right? You don't want to pick weeds in the spring. Put down the pre-emergent now. They won't germinate. So you won't have to worry about them come the spring. It's getting ahead of the game. Spot by Callahan's to meet the people and talk to them. That's what always separates Callahan's and has since 1978 is the people at Callahan's. They don't just have the great products that you want and need, and they have the people that can guide you to the right products for your yard, the application process, how to do it properly. So you're not in the dark and you're just out there throwing stuff on your yard. You're not sure if you're doing it right or not. Callahan's will assure you that you're not. That's how they've operated since 1978. Great people. Also have live music at Callahan's every Saturday here through the holidays. Get out and see them. Find them online at callahansgeneralstore.com, right there between downtown and the airport. It's always a good day to make it a Callahan's day.
Hey, it's Aaron Hogan for my good friend and dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert. Look at this smile he's created for me. It's unbelievable. Dr. Eckert has operated for a quarter century, specializing in tooth loss solutions, single tooth, multiple teeth. Dr. Greg Eckert has the solution. And like me, Dr. U can give you a new smile in just one day, permanently, with those secure dental implants. Give him a call for a consultation. Call Dr. Eckert today, 345-3166. That's 345-3166. Online at dreckert.com. Eckert with a U, U-E-C-K-E-R-T.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-616-9695. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-616-9695. That's 800-616-9695. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I just got a brand new Chevy Silverado Trail Boss and I love it.
Real customers talking about Apple leasing.
I didn't have to put any money down. Plus, Apple got me out of my previous lease, took my trade in, and kept my payments right where I needed them. Once again, they did all the work and found exactly what I wanted with every option I asked for. And my payment is still way less than if I bought it. What's even better, I did everything over the phone, even signed the papers online with DocuSign. Super easy. And that's why I've used Apple Leasing for 30 years now. They can get any make or model, sports cars, trucks, SUVs, even used vehicles, and they can usually find exactly what I want the same or next day, or at least within a week. Plus, I've never had to worry about tires or repairs because I'm always in a new vehicle under factory warranty. And then when I decide I want something else, I just call and they find my next one. And they'll take your trade-in, even if you're upside down or want to get out of another lease early. So give them a call. Tell them what you want. They'll find it and give you a quote. It's that easy.
Call Apple Leasing at 346-9977 or online at appleleasing.com.
Here's an unexpected holiday surprise for all the last-minute shoppers. Now through December 17th, all of Diamonds Direct Diamond Classics are 25% off. That's all diamond earrings, all diamond bracelets, all diamond pendants, an incredible 25% off. Special financing, too. Get the perfect gift at the best value price all year. 25% savings on all diamond earrings, bracelets, and pendants. Now through the 17th only, and only at Diamonds Direct. Get details, directions, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love,